Chapter 1. The council atrium was never simply cold. Its temperature was tuned half a degree below comfort and kept there with almost cruel precision. Not enough to feel like pain, but enough to keep the skin alert, the jaw tight, and the mind from relaxing. The floor beneath Dr. Calen Veyer's shoes gave back a faint metallic chill through the thin inner layer of his formal soles. Above him, the ceiling grid glowed with a flat white light that made every face look slightly more honest and every hesitation easier to see. 7 chairs rose from the floor in sequence. The mechanism was almost silent. That was part of the point. Nothing in the atrium was allowed to clang or lurch or seem improvised. Power here was expressed through smoothness, through systems that never looked like strain even when they were built to produce it. Calen stood where the floor markings told him to stand and waited for the final chair to lock into place, beneath Chairwoman Temir. The metal circle on the floor at his feet was exactly large enough to suggest position without permitting movement. To his left, 3 paces back, Sevra Kesslin held the sealed procedural case against her hip with both hands. On the right edge of the chamber, Sierra Valek stood at a narrow compliance station, with a dark slate resting against her palm, expression neutral, eyes lowered in the respectful angle expected of someone present to record but not intrude. Temir did not begin at once. She let the atrium finish arranging itself around them. Only then did she say, "Proceed." Counselor Ezra Lendre leaned back in his chair as if the question already bored him. He had the dry, spare face of a man who treated appetite as a weakness in others. "You are requesting emergency sanction under stability exception," he said. "Not for a defense system, not for a climate shield, not for a transport failure, for a dead philosopher." Calen kept his hands still at his sides. "For a stabilizing mind." "Language," said Lendre almost pleasantly, "is how this chamber gets robbed." A soft chime sounded from somewhere above. Recording lock. Temir did not look at either man. "Answer the concern, Dr. Veyer." Calen inclined his head. Aluan Sark was not ornamental to the unified order. His predictive systems still underpinned civic arbitration, resource balancing between regions and keeping treaty conflicts down. Since his death, variance across those systems has widened faster than the public briefings admit. Across the circle, Counselor Tao Qiang folded one leg over the other, security black at the collar, no visible ornament. "That sounds very close to saying civilization was built with a single point of failure." "It was not built that way," Calen said. "It has become dependent that way." A younger counselor, Amira Rangi, newly elevated, and still trying to conceal the fact that she had not yet learned how often silence carried more force than speech, leaned forward, dependent enough to justify violating the law protecting the dead. Sevra's grip changed almost imperceptibly on the case. Calen looked at Rangi directly. "Project Echo does not restore a citizen against prior will. It preserves a mind pattern under emergency authority for private system consultation." "That is a better sentence," Lendre said, "than it is a defense." From the far side of the circle, Sabine Duval spoke for the first time. Her voice carried the softness of someone accustomed to persuading rooms that wanted to think themselves moral. "If the dead thinker's architecture is preserved, who interprets it? Who limits it? Who decides whether what returns is counsel, simulation, inheritance, or merely an instrument draped in memory?" Calen had expected that question from her. He had hoped for it. Philosophy was easier to survive than procurement, harder to weaponize in the moment. "The system design requires a live anchor node during transfer," he said. "Not to merge, to anchor. The preserved structure enters synthetic memory architecture through a limited neural link and remains isolated from public networks." Qiang's eyes narrowed. "You will serve as the node." "Strategically, yes." Qiang gave the smallest visible sign of irritation. You keep replacing plain words with polished ones. Will you interface directly with the preserved consciousness or not? Calen let one breath pass before answering. Yes, the words settled differently in the chamber than the sentences around it had. Temur turned her face toward him at last. And what precisely do you call direct interface if not intrusion? Calen had prepared the answer twice, then stripped it down until it sounded less like persuasion and more like procedure. Temporary overlap across a constrained link field. My role is not to host, absorb, or merge. My role is to keep the transfer coherent while the target structure settles into the synthetic system. Target structure, Rangi repeated. You mean Alyuan Sark? I mean the preserved mind pattern derived from him. Lendre smiled without warmth. There, the theft again. Once you stop saying his name, the crime begins sounding administrative. No one spoke for several seconds. The atrium's climate system exhaled a thinner current of cold air from the floor vents, and Calen became aware of the tightness in the skin across his knuckles. Not fear, compression. Temur said, failure scenarios. That was the chamber's real language, not theory, cost. Calen answered with the first layer. Primary risks include signal degradation, memory incoherence, and recursive feedback within the bridge if the preserved structure fails to settle cleanly. Within the bridge, Qiang said, or within you. Sevra looked down. Calen did not. The anchor node experiences load, he said. It does not become the destination. Lendre's fingers moved across his slate. A line of light passed briefly over the underside of his hand and vanished. The submission packet names a overlap event threshold. Calen felt rather than saw. Sevra's attention sharpened behind him. He had known Lendre would read the annexures personally. He had not known whether he would use them. Yes, Calen said. And the threshold remains below the band range under the modeled transfer window. That was true if one treated the compressed schedule as equivalent to the stable schedule, and if one weighted the unclassifiable decay noise in Alyuan's preserved pattern as noise rather than intention. It was not a lie. It was a narrowing. Rangi frowned. Below prohibition is not the same as safe. Nothing in emergency governance is safe, Calen said more quickly than he intended. The relevant distinction is whether the risk is governable. And is it? Duval asked. Calen held her gaze. Yes. That answer landed harder than the others because everyone in the room understood the structure beneath it. Not certainty. Commitment. Lendre touched his slate again. Your private risk table shows a higher overlap event under compressed sanction. Sevra went absolutely still. The chamber did not react outwardly. The stillness in it simply changed register. Sierra Valek's pen, if a legal stylus light enough to vanish between her fingers could still be called a pen, paused against the edge of her slate. Calen kept his voice level. The compressed table includes unresolved variables from signal drift after death. It is a stress model, not an execution forecast. Yet you submitted the lower figure in the main briefing. I submitted the operational figure. Lendre's stare did not move, because it is more honest, because it is more useful for a decision. That more than the omission itself drew the first visible reaction from Temur. Not outrage, weariness perhaps, or recognition. She had spent too long in state systems not to know what kind of minds kept them running. Qiang said, "Put the number in the room." There it was. Sevra's thumb pressed into the seam of the case hard enough to widen. Calen knew the number. He knew the other number as well. The widening stability variance in arbitration clusters since Alyuan's death, the hidden unrest bands in 3 orbital districts, the corrective force already being applied to public confidence metrics. He knew that if he gave the compressed overlap figure plainly, the project would die in this room and everything that had been built in secret to preserve the unified order would die with it. He also knew the number was real. 7.4 under compressed conditions, he said. 2.1 under stable transfer conditions. Rangi let out a breath she had not meant to make audible. Duval closed her eyes briefly. Kiang's expression did not change at all. Lendre asked, "And what do you call the event if overlap occurs?" Calen answered with the official term, identity trespass through recursive occupancy. The phrase sat in the atrium like a second climate. Temur spoke into the silence. "Explain in plain language." Calen did. The anchor node may receive more than load. Under certain failed conditions, the node could become a secondary seat of the preserved structure rather than merely the anchor for transfer. "Possession," said Rangi. "No," Calen said immediately. "Misrouted occupancy within a bounded technical event." "You do hear yourself," Lendre said. Calen did. He heard the shape of the defense. He heard the years inside systems that had taught him how to reduce terror until a chamber could authorize it. No one corrected the term. The chamber stayed quiet long enough for the ventilation to become audible. Duval opened her eyes. "And you would place yourself inside that possibility?" "Yes." "Why?" Kiang gave a faint, impatient sound. "Because he wants to finish his own machine." Calen should have denied it. Instead he heard himself say, "Because no synth anchor can do what this transfer requires." "That is not an answer to why you," Temur said. He looked at the ring of faces and knew the polished response would fail here. The room had already moved beyond it. Something uglier and more useful was required. "Because I wrote the sequence," he said. "Because no one in Echo understands its failure tolerances better than I do. Because if Aluan's architecture is to survive transition at all, it will do so through someone who can recognize when the system begins lying about what it is doing." Lendre said, "And because history remembers inventors better than deputies." The line was clean, cruel, and not wholly false. Calen answered without looking away. "Because substituting the node now would void the transfer certification and force a new schedule. We do not have one." That earned him Kiang's attention in full. Temur folded her hands over one another. The motion was small, final seeming. "Dr. Veyer, this chamber is not deciding whether your intellect is useful. It plainly is. We are deciding whether the state may authorize an act it cannot publicly defend because the alternative is a slower collapse of the order it exists to preserve." Temur turned her head slightly. "Counselor recommendations." Kiang answered first. "Authorize under black containment, live security override, and post-event quarantine of all involved personnel. If overlap occurs, destroy the node before network exposure." Rangi flinched at the plainness of it. Duval said, "If it proceeds, it must be recorded as an ethical emergency, not a technical triumph. And the record must survive whatever the Council later prefers to say happened." That made Sira Valek look up for the first time. Marino, who had said nothing until now, spoke from the shadowed chair to Temur's left. "If the risk is real, so is the value. If a preserved civic intelligence emerges intact, we gain more than consultation. We gain continuity." Lendre's mouth tightened with something like contempt. "You hear oracle, I hear precedent." Temur absorbed all of it, then looked to Calen one final time. "If sanction is granted, you will proceed under compressed schedule. There will be no stable window. Too many eyes are already moving toward the budget gap around Echo. You will get one run." That was worse than he had hoped and exactly what he had expected. "One run is enough," Calen said. Sevra closed her eyes so briefly no one should have noticed. Sira did. Temur raised two fingers. The atrium's recording tone shifted pitch, sanctioned posture. "Project Echo is authorized under emergency stability exception," she said. "Black access, no public record, no subsequent claim of moral innocence by any party present." "Counselor Valek," Temur said without looking away from Calen, "compliance witness and sealed archive chain." Sierra inclined her head. Understood. Counselor Lendre, legal shadow authority. Lendre gave a single dry nod. Dr. Veyer, Temur said, if you are wrong, you will not merely damage yourself. You will change the legal meaning of personhood in this government for as long as it survives. Understood, Calen said. The sanction stands with the risk attached. For the first time in the hearing, Rangi looked at him not as a petitioner or a technician, but as a man who might already have gone too far to return. The chairs began sinking back into the floor. Audience over. As the counselors rose and the atrium released its tension by stages, Sierra Valek stepped away from her compliance stand with quiet efficiency. Her dark slate went black at the touch of her thumb, then reopened to a different mode hidden from the public face of proceedings. She did not approach Calen. She did not need to. Instead, she held the slate out to Sevra. Your case, she said. Sevra took it automatically, then realized too late what Sierra had actually done. The compliance officer had mirrored the submitted sanction packet and overlaid it with the annexure Lendre cited. The two figures glowed on the same screen. 2, 1 operational, 7, 4 compressed. Sierra's voice remained low enough not to carry. The archive chain is sealed. My private copy is not. Sevra looked up. Sierra met her eyes for less than a second. Do better with the next choice than he did with this one. Then she turned and followed the departing counselors into the white corridor beyond the atrium, her pace exact, neither hurried nor theatrical, as if she had merely delivered a case and nothing else. Calen did not ask what she had shown Sevra. He had seen the shift in Sevra's face already. He knew. They crossed from the council wing into the secured transit spine in silence. The air changed between sectors. The council corridors smelled faintly of dry paper and chilled stone, though neither paper nor stone existed there in honest form. The lower transit lanes smelled of warmed seals, electric dust, and the industrial citrus used to sanitize personnel routes before they fed into research zones. Only when the lift sealed them alone inside its narrow glass cylinder did Sevra speak. You used the stable window figure. Calen kept his eyes on the descending city beyond the glass. The council tower's inner shaft fell past them in white bands, then blue, then the darker service levels below governance. I used the operational figure. We do not have stable conditions. We have a stable enough design. No, Sevra said, and now the discipline in her voice was the discipline of someone choosing not to shout. We have a compressed schedule, thermal compromise, an incomplete posthumous pattern, and an overlap event you just called identity trespass in front of the council. The lift doors opened onto a restricted bridge lined with dark glass on one side, and a drop into the lab sectors on the other. 2 security scans passed over their bodies in sequence. Green, green. Calen walked. Sevra followed because there was nowhere else for either of them to go. Had I given the chamber the stress figure without context, he said, we would be done. Maybe we should have been. That stopped him. He turned. The bridge lighting flattened her face into planes of pale gold and shadow. She was exact even in anger. Dark hair pinned back too tightly for a shift that had already gone too long. The case still in her hands. The old student of his who had become, over the years, the only person in Echo who could tell when he was wrong before the system did. Say that again, he said. Sevra held his gaze. Maybe the project should have died in that room if the price of sanction was lying about a personhood breach before it even happens. Aluan is not merely a personhood question. That is the sentence that gets people used. For a moment the bridge around them seemed to narrow, not physically. Ethically, Calen forced his tone lower. You know what happens if the council loses confidence in the continuity architecture. You know what the hidden variance looks like. I know what they say it looks like. I also know what you do when they give you a deadline. You cut uncertainty until it fits. The accusation struck because it was accurate enough to wound. He turned away first. There is no version of this project without ethical damage. Then call it damage. I did. In the annexure. The lab access doors opened ahead of them with a soft pressure release. Beyond lay echo. The corridor lights in the research sector responded to their tags by brightening from low standby to work white. Reinforced glass ran along the left wall, showing fragments of rooms as they passed. Storage alcoves stacked with sealed memory lattices, the closed door to the thermal sink chamber, the washed steel of the scrub room where personnel shed dust and ceremony before approaching the core sectors. On the far side of the central partition, the transfer chamber sat under partial power, the cradle rig dark except for a single pulse running along its spine at fixed intervals. Merk Jekar looked down from the observation mezzanine as they entered. Even from one level up, his impatience carried easily. Well, Calen did not break stride. Approved. Merk's relief arrived disguised as a smirk. Then the state has finally decided it wants a miracle. It wants deniability, Sevra said. Merk rested both hands on the rail. Those are usually the same budget line. He descended the side stairs. To meet them, slim tablet tucked beneath one arm, work jacket unzipped at the throat. Too quick in his movements today, too bright around the eyes. Merk never looked more alive than when catastrophe and advancement began resembling one another. What did they ask about? He said. The same things any competent chamber would ask about, Calen replied. Load, occupancy, containment, aftermath. Merk's expression shifted on the third term, occupancy. Sevra set the case on the prep table with more force than necessary. The latches snapped open. Yes, occupancy. Merk glanced between them and became slightly more careful. How much did you tell them? Enough. That is not a number. Calen took the approval chip from the inside pocket of his coat and placed it on the table. Black authorization. Echo ownership disguised as state necessity. It is now irrelevant. He said, we have one transfer window under compression. Kiang's office gets override authority during the run. Lendre holds legal shadow. Sierra Valek is sealed compliance witness. Merk let out a low breath. Valek, wonderful, so the room now has a conscience. Or a record, Sevra said. Merk looked at her. Which is worse? No one answered. The prep teams began arriving by badge release in 2s and 3s. Quiet people with the efficient pallor of those who had already decided that whatever this day became, it would belong to work first and fear later. Consoles woke. Thermal panels brightened. The chamber's air handling shifted to low particulate mode and filled the room with the clean mineral smell of filtered coolant. Calen moved through the sequence that had lived in him for months. Authentication, access partition, core wake, memory architecture mount. He watched the system come alive and felt the familiar narrowing of the world toward its proper scale. Rooms, people, ethics, state. All of it blurred when the machine began speaking in live numbers. Inside the crystal rack, Aluan Sark's mapped cognition lattice held in layered blue planes while coolant figures crawled along the lower rail, and the housing vents pushed out a faint medicinal cold. Sevra stepped to the primary console. Her hands hovered over the board, then settled. Thermal dampeners at procedural limit. Cradle passive. Link field sleeping. Raise the wake threshold by 0.3, Calen said. She looked at him. That is outside pre-clearance. It buys us a cleaner entry angle. It also narrows the margin if the preserved pattern pushes back. Merk at the system's rail said without looking up, assuming dead philosophers push. Calen ignored him. 0.3. Sevra did not move. You are spending margin before the run even begins. And if I do not, the initial handshake muddies the architecture. We haven't confirmed the architecture wants a handshake. That line brought the room quieter around them. not because anyone thought the preserved pattern wanted anything in the human sense, but because everyone understood that language had a habit of becoming true inside high-risk projects. Calen stepped closer to the console. Point 3. Sevra held his gaze long enough to make refusal possible. Then she keyed the change. The console accepted it with a soft confirming note. There it was again, he thought, the second choice. Merk broke the pressure with a dry sound that might have been laughter if it held any amusement. Good, we are improving the odds by disobeying the model we sold. Sevra turned on him. You can leave if your contribution is going to be this. Merk's face hardened. No, I will stay and help save the project you two have already made legally indefensible. Enough, Calen said. The room obeyed him. No one else moved. A side door opened. Sira Valek entered without haste, her access band flashing once against the jamb before the seal reset behind her. She wore no council white here. Only a dark coat and a slim recorder module clipped just below her collarbone. That alone made her more unnerving. I am required to observe transfer readiness, witness key deviations from declared sanctioned conditions, and preserve a sealed internal note should the council later deny having understood any of this, she said. Her eyes moved to the wake threshold setting on Sevra's board. Have you already given me material? Merk muttered. That answers my earlier question. Sierra heard him and did not acknowledge him. Sevra said the threshold adjustment is still within operable variance. Sierra's gaze shifted to Calen. Not the variance you sold. Calen said, we have one window. That is not a defense, merely a timeline. She tapped once at the recorder module. Observed, one objected. They had crossed the point where objection could restore the fiction. The chamber lighting cooled toward transfer mode. Along the far wall, the cradle rig began unfolding section by section from its resting configuration, armatures extending, restraints unlocking, filament housings warming behind clear sheaths. The machine did not resemble a hospital instrument or a weapon. Its joints locked into place with the dry, sequential clicks of access control. Merk made a small sound of disbelief. Calen looked at the rig, at the blue lattice holding the dead man's preserved pattern, at Sierra's recorder, at Sevra's face. He could stop. The knowledge moved through him with almost insulting clarity. He could walk back into politics, let Echo die, let the council tell itself it had remained moral, and wait for the unified order to continue fraying in the hidden places where it already had begun to fray. Instead he said, no. The word came out steady. Sevra nodded once, not agreement but recognition of the shape they had entered. Then we proceed, she said. Sierra touched 2 fingers to her recorder again. Transfer event pending under sealed protest. The phrase was quiet, devastating. Calen removed his outer coat and handed it to no one in particular. A junior tech took it automatically and stepped back. Beneath, he wore the close-fitted black interface layer that left the ports at the base of his skull, and along his spine, exposed through reinforced slits in the fabric. The room had been designed to make this stage look orderly. He knew enough about theater to hate it and enough about institutions to use it anyway. He stepped onto the cradle platform. The metal was warm from pre-charge. One by one, the restraint arms opened around him, waiting for consent in the narrow legal sense that mattered least here. He sat. The head brace settled behind his skull. A filament housing lowered toward his neck with insect delicacy. On the mezzanine glass above, his reflection appeared doubled for a moment by the angle, one Calen seated, one still standing. Sevra read the pre-link sequence in a voice stripped of everything personal. Node identity confirmed. Synthetic substrate active. Preserved architecture dormant. Thermal deviation accepted under director authority. Compression window locked. Merk watched from the system's rail, face unreadable now. Sierra stood with the recorder at her chest and began a second file. private enough that the room could not hear its title. Calen closed his eyes for a moment and counted what the room kept giving him whether he believed in the work or not. Coolant hiss, cradle motors under the floor, Sevra's breathing at the console, the recorder light at Sierra's chest. When he opened them again, the activation board was still live. "Begin anchoring," he said. Sevra's hand hovered above the activation board. For the first time since the atrium, fear entered the room honestly. And still she pressed. Chapter 2. The breach Sevra pressed. The activation board accepted her hand with a soft descending tone. Along the cradle rail, status strips changed from standby blue to transfer white. The chamber lights dimmed another fraction and the glass partitions polarized against outside glare until the room narrowed to the rig, the crystal rack, the consoles, and the people who had just agreed to become answerable for whatever came next. Calen felt the head brace settle more firmly against the base of his skull. The restraint arms did not close on him yet. They hovered a finger's width from his wrists and sternum, waiting for the link to confirm live node consent in the thin legal language that still made the procedure printable. Above the platform, filament housings unlocked in sequence. He heard the tiny dry clicks through the bone before the first thread touched skin. "Anchoring live," Sevra said. Her voice reached him two ways, through the room speakers and through the smaller channel the cradle fed directly into the brace. In the open chamber it sounded procedural. Inside the rig it sounded flatter and nearer, as if the machine had taken one human voice and trimmed it to fit an internal use. Node temperature stable, link field rising, synthetic substrate awake, preserved architecture responding at low amplitude. Merck stood at the system's rail with one hand braced against the edge of the console and the other moving over the traffic controls. The mezzanine glass behind him held a faint reflection of his shoulders and jaw, both tighter than he wanted the room to see. Sierra remained near the compliance mark with the recorder fixed to her coat and her slate held low. The recorder light at her chest had shifted from amber to a steady white point. The first filament seeded, cold threaded down the port line behind Calen's left ear, followed by a slower warmth spreading under the skin at the base of his neck. The second and third filaments entered on either side of his spine. Their pressure was so light it would have been almost bearable if the body had not understood, too late and too well, what the machine intended to ask of it. "Link integrity at 12%, Sevra said. "No rebound, no reflective load." The crystal rack brightened. Aluan Sark's preserved architecture had never looked human in storage. It looked engineered because it was. Layered light planes within the rack turned on one after another as the synthetic memory lattice opened its receiving paths. Thermal figures crawled under the housing glass. The lower vents pushed out a medicinal cold carrying traces of ozone and sterilizing citrus. Calen fixed on the rack because it gave him something not to feel. The first pull through the neural link arrived as pressure behind the eyes, rather than pain. The chamber stayed where it was. Sevra at the main board, Merck above, Sierra at compliance, the white rail lights on the floor, the small green pulse of the emergency abort key sealed beneath its cover. Yet all of it seemed briefly overlaid by the system's internal translation. Timing bands, occupancy maps, coherence ladders, threshold marks opening and closing faster than his own attention could sort them. 21, Sevra said. The restraint arms touched down. They found wrists, ribs, thighs, and clavicle and held. A second cadence moved through the cradle and asked his lungs to borrow it. Calen let his breathing fall into the pattern the machine preferred. 4 counts in. Hold. 6 counts out. He had written half the respiration assist himself and cut the rest when it sounded too much like mercy. Something in the rack answered the rising field. He felt it before the console registered it, a change in relation, subtle as a second body, entering a room he could not yet see. The preserved structure did not strike or surge. It altered the pressure inside the link. Preserved architecture crossing first threshold, Merck said. I can see it, Sevra replied. No one in the room raised a voice. Black projects trained people out of dramatic reactions. What mattered was the shape of hands, the rate of speech, whether someone repeated a value they should have trusted once. Reciprocity markers nominal, Merck said. Calen heard the word nominal and disliked the confidence of it. The transfer window had not yet earned anyone's confidence. The link rose through him another degree. His tongue tasted metal. His right hand twitched once against the restraint and stopped. Across the inner field of his vision, the ladders narrowed, aligned, and opened into the first contact plane. He had expected density. He had expected old pattern weight, the brute fatigue of a dead mind held too long in engineered suspension. He had not expected ordinary life. The first intrusion came as a patch of heat against skin that was not under the chamber lights. Then a smell the room could not have produced: coffee, paper, warm fabric. A child laughed somewhere behind a wall. The sound vanished before he could turn toward it. Sevra, he said, and heard how thin his own voice had become through the cradle pickup. Confirm environmental bleed is external. She looked up from the board at once. No chamber intrusion. All readings internal to the link architecture. Then the architecture is lying. Merck's hand stopped for half a beat. I have no external contamination on the rack. I didn't say contamination. The rack brightened again. The response came harder this time. Not a memory, not even an image. A second set of relations pressed against the bridge. Weight distribution through a different body, the angle of a shoulder turned toward domestic light. The practiced reached toward an object on a table. The board tried to render it as drift. Calen knew it was not drift. 34, Sevra said. 38. The rise was too fast. She knew it at the same moment he did. Her left hand moved to the limiter path. Merck looked from the rack to the load bands and swore once, quietly enough that the chamber did not have to admit it had hurt him. It's pulling the bridge, he said. Cap the rate, Sevra answered. Already trying. Calen kept his eyes open because closing them made the other field stronger. The chamber wavered. The rack held. Sierra's recorder light remained one white point at the edge of the room. That steadiness might have comforted someone else. To him, it only clarified how much of this would survive in language later. 46, Sevra said. Rate override not obeyed. The cradle pushed a second respiration pattern into his chest. His body rejected it. His pulse kicked high enough to set the wrist restraints buzzing against his skin. Then the other field returned and held. A pane of gold light. The edge of a table. A cup lifted by a hand that was not his. A child laughing again, closer this time. He felt a ring of warmth at her wrist where his own diagnostic band should have been. The details did not belong to a Lewin, to Echo, or to any sanctioned model in the room. Calen, Sevra said through the chamber pickup. Stay with the room. He tried to answer and instead heard himself make a low sound of refusal. The rack flashed white. Across the main display, the preserved architecture briefly lost its layered planes and reappeared as a denser, less readable knot. Merck dropped one hand to the raw field controls. I have another pattern on the bridge. Sevra looked up. What pattern? Not a Lewin's. There is no second target. I know that. The reply snapped out of him harder than the room had heard Merck speak all day. Sevra ripped the clean model off the main screen and brought up the raw traffic beneath it. For 1 second the chamber had to look at what the machine had stopped trying to make elegant. Signal bands crossed, recoiled, and crossed again. The preserved architecture was not settling into the synthetic system. The link was folding around a second human-scale relation that should not have existed anywhere inside the sanctioned run. No, Calen said. He did not know whether he meant the result or the recognition. Recursion risk crossing threshold, Merck said. Number. Sevra's voice was flat now. Merck looked once at the board and did not want to say it. 6.9 and rising. The room knew the chamber figure. No one needed him to remind them what 7.4 meant under compression. Sevra's hand went to the abort cover. Calen felt the movement in the room before he saw it. He forced his head against the brace and found her through the distortion. "Not yet." "We are done with not yet," Sevra said. The machine made the decision for them. The second pattern hit the bridge fully. The room did not vanish. It lost priority. Council geometry, sanctioned language, threshold bands, the careful violence of the whole procedure. Everything dropped behind one immediate certainty that he was no longer the only claimant inside the signal path. He saw a reflection answer half a beat late. Felt the weight of another body stepping across a warm floor. Heard a woman's voice from just outside a door. Coffee, coolant, sun-heated wood. Ozone, the senses crossed and refused to separate. "Abort," Sevra said. She slammed the cover back and drove her palm onto the emergency key. Nothing happened. The board accepted the command. The field did not. Merck was already underneath the primary line, tearing manual authority up from the lower layer. Qiang's office has live override once overlap trips. The chamber is waiting on security confirmation. Then cut security out. That is a larger crime than the run. Do it anyway. Merck did. He tore open the sealed relay cover with the handle of a line tool, snapped the glass safety strip with his thumb, and yanked the legal mirror feed free of the chamber spine. A row of field lamps died over the cradle. On the far wall, the rack's thermal sink valve slammed half open and threw a spray of white coolant vapor across the lower housing. The chamber lurched into shadow and glare. Every display in the room stamped the same new warning: checksum loss. Manual intervention. Calen felt the link tear through him. He did not feel himself leave. He felt his claim on position go. The last thing the chamber gave him was Sevra's voice, stripped of procedure at last. "Calen." Then the cradle dropped him. His body hit the restraints once, hard enough to rattle the head brace, and went slack. The rig continued running for 2 full seconds after he was no longer inside it in any way the room could measure. Filaments trembled. The synthetic memory lattice spat white noise across the upper rail. Red status bands opened down both sides of the chamber glass. Node failure. Link destination unresolved. Preserved architecture indeterminate. Sevra reached the platform first. The restraint release refused her once, then again, because the chamber still believed a transfer event was underway. She overrode the lock physically, fingers driving under the emergency strip hard enough to split skin against the housing lip. The arms sprang open. Calen did not move. His eyes were open. That was the first obscenity. Open, focused on nothing, pupils still reactive to chamber light. His chest rose, shallow and regular. The machine had not killed the body. It had left a living body on the table without an answer attached to it. "Pulse stable," Merck said from the system's rail, voice thinned now by the effort of doing 3 things at once. "Cortical activity present. I have no conscious response mapping." Sevra pressed 2 fingers against Calen's throat anyway, as if her own hand deserved a vote against the board. Warm skin, live pulse. The ports behind his ear and at the base of his neck were already bruising dark around the filament entries. "Calen." She said it low once, then again sharper. "Calen, hear me." Nothing. Sierra stepped closer but not onto the platform. She had not flinched during the breach. She did not flinch now. She only looked at the main display where the chamber was still trying to route incident language upward through a network Merck had only half severed. "How long until the legal mirror reasserts?" she asked. Merck checked the upper corner of his board and stopped pretending the room did not hear him swear. 90 seconds if the cut holds. Less if Qiang's office forces handshake from their side. Sevra looked at him. "Can you isolate the chamber entirely?" "Not without leaving tracks. I can tear it farther off the mirror, trip the rack into hardware fault and dump the missing seconds into the sync loop. That buys us minutes, not safety. The checksum gap will survive. They'll know someone touched it. Sevra answered before Sevra could. If the board reports overlap before you do that, security takes the body. Sevra straightened from the cradle with blood on the side of one hand where the emergency strip had cut her. "We report," she said, but the sentence came out as if she were testing whether she still believed it. "And hand him to the office that wanted destruction authority." Merck snapped. "No, we do not get to erase a sanctioned disaster. I'm not talking about erasing it. I'm talking about keeping Kiang out of the room long enough to find out what this is." Sierra's eyes moved from the board to the body to Sevra's hand. In 80 seconds, the chamber status goes upstairs exactly as the board sees it. If it says overlap, the body passes to security quarantine. If the mirror breaks first, the council gets a damaged report, a checksum gap, and an in-person problem. The chamber alarms shifted tone, not louder, more administrative. A request for status acknowledgement had reached the outer gate and gone unanswered. Somewhere above them, a black file had become visible to offices that preferred not to wait. Sevra wiped the blood from her hand against her coat without looking at it. "What can you hold?" The question was for Merck this time. He looked at the failing board, then at the rack, then at Calen. 4 minutes if I'm lucky, less if Kiang pushes hard. I have to burn the relay I just cut and throw the rack into a sink fault. When they review it, they will see the damage." "Do it," Sevra said. Sierra's gaze stayed on her. "State it clearly for the record." Sevra looked at the inert body in the cradle, then at the sealed door, then at the white recorder light at Sierra's chest. "I am delaying truthful live reporting on the transfer event. I am doing it to keep security from taking the node before we know whether he is dead, occupied, divided, or recoverable." "Observed under sealed descent," Sierra said, and touched the recorder once. Merck was already moving. He dropped to the lower panel again, pulled the thermal relay free by hand, and jammed a bypass wedge into the sink loop. Coolant surged through the rack with a hammering metallic cough. One sector of the preserved lattice went dark and did not come back. The main chamber display rebooted on a much narrower reporting skin. Transfer interruption. Thermal fault containment active. Node in stabilization care. No overlap. No occupancy. No unresolved destination. Only a damaged report, a false category, and a missing span in the legal mirror that would call people into the room very soon. Sevra hated how relieved she felt when the escalation path paused. "Move him," Merck said. "Not to official med. We need life support proximity. Official med is on the sanction map. If security comes through that door and he is there, he stops belonging to us." Sierra said, "Thermal sink chamber 3 is off the formal medical route and still carries closed support wiring. I signed the hazardous materials audit after the last rack fire." That answer was worse than a clever one. It meant she had known the blind space because the institution had given it to her in paperwork. Merck was already stripping live leads from the cradle into a portable line bundle. "We can keep oxygen, pulse, cortical trace, and local sedative lock if we use Sync 3. Nothing networked, nothing automatic. He is not sedated. He will be if his body wakes before the chamber story is ready." Sevra looked at Calen's open eyes again and knew the practical cruelty in the answer. No sedative unless he destabilizes. Merck gave the nearest thing to assent his pride aloud. They moved quickly after that because speed restored the illusion that reason remained in charge. A junior tech was sent to hold the outer corridor and report any security band crossing the sector threshold. Another was ordered to scrub the visible breach values from the mezzanine mirrors without deleting the raw stream. Sevra made that last instruction twice. Delete nothing. Hide everything necessary. Delete nothing. Sierra mirrored the raw log to a private chain no one had authorized and did not ask permission. Merck saw her doing it and did not stop her, because his own copy was already leaving the board through a maintenance route only he would have known. They cut the remaining filaments out of Calen's body by hand. The cradle had been designed for controlled disengagement, not for pulling a living node free while the field still believed it had unfinished work to do. Each line left a thin bead of blood or a brighter seep of clear conductive gel, along skin gone white with shock. Sevra held the back of his head when they removed the deepest port thread and felt the dead weight of him settle more completely into her wrists. "Lift on 3, Merk said. They moved him from the cradle to the transport shell. The shell was meant for sterile equipment transfer, not bodies, but equipment did not trigger half the route flags a body would. Calen's arms had to be folded closer than dignity allowed. Sevra hated that too. The transport shell sealed. Frost bloomed briefly around the edge where its coolant layer engaged, then cleared. "Outer corridor green for now," the junior tech said from the door. He was too young for this room. That was suddenly all Sevra could see about him. "Now means nothing," Merk replied. "Move." The route to Thermal Sink 3 ran behind the scrub room, through a maintenance passage the main lab staff used only when something expensive had to be kept off an inventory line. The corridor lights there did not pretend to elegance. Exposed seams, real service rails, the smell of warmed dust, old coolant and insulation. No council white, no ceremonial silence. Only the sound systems made when they were not being asked to flatter anyone. The transport shell rolled between them on magnetic casters that complained softly at each threshold seam. Sevra kept one hand on the shell even when she did not need to. Merk walked ahead clearing manual locks with his engineering band and a code string he should not have had authority to use alone. Liora followed half a pace back with the recorder dark now and the slate awake in her hand, collecting times instead of testimony. At the junction before Sink 3, the shell gave one sudden shudder. All 3 of them stopped. The casters had not caught. The corridor floor was smooth. Sevra looked down at the shell display. Pulse steady, respiration unchanged, cortical trace still low and unreadable. Then Calen spoke, not loudly, not even fully, just one word dragged raw through an unattended throat. "No." The corridor held still around it. Sevra bent toward the shell at once. Through the narrow glass strip set into the lid she could see his face in segments, one cheek, one eye, the line of his mouth. The eye remained open and unfocused. The mouth did not move again. Merk said too quickly, "Residual motor discharge." "No," Sevra said. He looked at her. "You cannot possibly know that." Liora, who had not moved at all, said, "Did he sound like himself?" No one answered. They got him into Sink 3 and sealed the room. It was smaller than official med, colder, and honest about what it had been built for. Thermal sink chambers existed to keep unstable hardware from cooking itself when ordinary cooling failed. The walls were lined in matte ceramic panels that held cold well and reflected almost nothing. 2 low recovery bays folded out from the far side. A manual monitoring tree stood beside them on a jointed arm, older than the polished equipment upstairs, and therefore easier to trust. They transferred him to the nearest bay and wired the shell feeds across. The old monitor gave them the facts without style: breathing, pulse, brain activity present but disordered, no responsive tracking, no seizure event. Sevra set both hands on the edge of the bay and finally let herself look straight at him. Calen's face had already lost the hyper-alert tension he wore into rooms of power. Inertness changed him. Without speech and motion he looked younger, then suddenly not younger at all, only emptied of the control he usually used to finish his own outline. Merk sealed the room feed into local-only mode. "We tell the staff he is under thermal recovery after a link collapse. No one uses the words overlap, occupancy, or breach outside this room." "And when Lendre comes down himself?" Sevra asked. "Then we give him a report bad enough to delay conclusions and clean enough to keep the room closed." Liora looked at the local monitor. Then at the raw values on her slate. "This choice will not stay small," she said. Sevra laughed once without humor. "Nothing in Echo does." Sierra keyed something onto the slate and turned the screen so Sevra could see. Sealed note: transfer event diverged from declared sanction conditions. Live report delayed by witness judgment to prevent destructive security inheritance before ontological status could be established. At the bottom there was room for a second witness tag. "You are preserving yourself," Merck said. Sierra corrected him without looking up. "I am preserving sequence." Sevra read the note and understood the violence inside its precision. Not absolution, not alliance. A record of why the crime had been chosen. She touched her band to the witness line. Merck did not. "Of course not," Sierra said quietly. "I am keeping my own copy," he replied. She looked at him then, and for the first time since the breach the room held a future larger than the body on the bay. Copies, leverage, different loyalties already hardening into shape. Sevra might have answered him if the monitor had not changed. The cortical trace on the old screen, low and noisy until now, pulled suddenly into a cleaner line. Not stable, not normal, but organized enough to make all three of them lean toward it at once. One pattern withdrew, another remained. Merck pulled up the copied rack state from his private line. The preserved architecture inside the crystal housing had not vanished. That would have been easier. It remained in the rack as a damaged but active pattern, sectors whited out, relation bands broken, core still pulsing at low coherence. Not gone, not intact. Sierra looked from the copied rack frame to the body on the bay. Then whatever entered him did not take all of Eluan with it. Sevra sat down without meaning to. The stool behind her caught her just in time. Her cut hand left a thin red mark on the edge of the ceramic work surface. "Say it plainly," she said. No one wanted to. Merck did because he mistrusted silence whenever it might belong to someone else first. "The transfer split," he said. "Part of the preserved structure stayed in the rack. Part of the event did not. Calen's body is alive without Calen in any form the board can confirm." Sierra added, "which means the body may not be empty, only unassigned." The old monitor ticked once as the trace tightened a fraction more. Outside Sync 3, somewhere beyond the maintenance wall, Echo Lab continued trying to look like a legitimate institution carrying out recoverable work. Filters ran. Consoles glowed. Security routes updated. Above them, the council tower would already be asking for cleaner answers than the building could honestly supply. Sevra looked at the inert body of the man who had trained her, used her, trusted her badly, and dragged them all across the line with him. "We tell no one yet." Merck nodded at once for reasons of his own. Sierra took longer. Then, "Not yet." Sevra stood, set her bleeding hand flat against the cold ceramic counter until the sting sharpened her back into motion, and began issuing orders for the lie. Far from the chamber, beyond the ceramic walls and the closed legal chain and the severed state-facing board, something warm touched the inside of Calen's awareness before he had a body to attach it to. Not coolant, not the atrium, not echo. Warm fabric against skin, sun through a blind, a voice near enough to belong to a room that expected him. He reached toward it with whatever remained of choice and felt another life close around him before he could refuse. Chapter 3. The wrong life. Calen surfaced into heat, not pain, not the managed warmth of a transfer rig or the rising flush that followed shock. This heat had weight. It gathered in cloth, in trapped air in the place where one body had been sleeping long enough to claim a mattress. For several seconds he understood none of it. Then the details began arriving one by one and refusing every category he had left behind. Light came first. Not the white ceiling grid of echo, nor the flattened brightness of the council atrium, but gold filtered through horizontal slats. It crossed the room in long bands and warmed the edge of a low table where two ceramic cups sat beside a half-folded paper screen. The air carried coffee, cedar oil, clean cotton, and the faint mineral sweetness of watered leaves. Somewhere farther off, plumbing worked through the wall with a soft, domestic patience he had never once heard inside a sealed research sector. He did not open his eyes wider at first. He listened. No alarm, no coolant hiss, no legal mirror requesting event acknowledgement through the chamber rails, no boots in the corridor outside Sink 3, only a room settling around morning. Then the body beneath him shifted before he told it to. It was a small adjustment, habitual rather than defensive, a shoulder rolling free of stiffness, a hand finding the edge of a blanket and pushing it down from the chest because the room was already warm enough. The movement was efficient and entirely wrong. Calen went still inside it. The hand resting on the blanket was not strapped to a recovery bay. No filament ports pulled at the skin behind the wrist. No diagnostic ring sat where his own had lived for 12 years. Instead, there was a pale band around the ring finger where metal had been worn long enough to leave a claim in the skin when removed for sleep. He raised the hand. The ceiling light caught on the knuckles differently than it should have. His own hands were narrower, more scarred at the base of the thumb from years of micro-tool work. This one had a faint old burn near the heel of the palm and a small crescent mark by the index finger, the sort left by a kitchen blade rather than lab hardware. The body sat up. He had not made the decision yet. It simply happened, as if some lower layer of intention still belonged to a person who expected morning to continue whether or not consciousness had caught up. The room widened around him. Wood, or a material engineered to keep its grain honestly visible, ran along one wall in vertical panels broken by open shelving. Books, not display slabs, filled most of the lower shelves, though an interface pane rested dark beside them. A child's drawing was pinned with a simple brass clip near the kitchen threshold. A tower wrapped in green, 3 figures at its base, a yellow line that might have been sun or a terrible attempt at a dog. On the low table under the cups lay a domestic schedule printed on actual paper stock and marked by hand in blue ink. Liora music practice / council review moved to 11 o'clock / pick up citrus filter. He stared at the name until his stomach tightened and the skin at the back of his neck went cold. A second pulse of familiarity hit him at the same moment. Not his. The body knew where the schedule belonged before he did, knew which cup on the table was his and which belonged to someone else, knew with the cruel confidence of repeated living that the left cabinet held coffee grounds and the narrow drawer below the counter held school tags and charger cords and a half-spent packet of adhesive strips. The knowledge arrived without memory, pure usage, a life worn into motion. Cal. A woman's voice from the next room. The single syllable struck with more force than the bridge collapse had. Not because it was loud, because it crossed the apartment without strain, expecting an answer from this body before he had decided what answer to give. Calen did not speak. A second sound followed the voice, cupboard doors opening, a cup set down too hard on the counter, water running briefly and then cut off. "Did you hear me?" The voice called closer now. Liora's almost late. He stood because the body was already halfway through it. The floor was warm under bare feet. That detail offended him more than the sunlight did. Floors should not have temperature except where systems imposed it. Here the warmth had been set for comfort, not utility, and the body registered it with an ease he could not defend against. It crossed the soles, entered the calves, and made the room feel immediately more occupied than any space in his world ever permitted itself to be. A mirror panel waited near the kitchen threshold. He saw Cal Veyer before he had chosen to. The face was his, in the broad arrangement only. Same general architecture, same mouth, Same brow line, but the planes had been softened by a different life. Less fasting in the face, more sleep, or at least more successful lying about sleep. The old port scar beneath the left ear was gone. The habitual tension at the jaw lived elsewhere, not absent, relocated. He stepped closer. The reflection hesitated, only by a fraction, not enough for an ordinary witness to swear to it later. Enough for him. Then the reflected body caught up and became him again. A second mind moved somewhere behind that correction, silent and immediate as a hand withdrawing behind frosted glass. Calen's stomach tightened. The smell of coffee strengthened. A woman entered the kitchen doorway carrying a cup and a small slate balanced against her forearm. She wore gray trousers, a loose dark shirt, and the practical fatigue of someone already 3 decisions into the day. Her hair was twisted up, in a knot that had begun to loosen near the neck. She looked at him the way people only look at those they have lived beside long enough to stop performing affection at every glance. Amel. The name came not from recognition but from pressure. The body reacted before thought did, chest tightening, breath altering, a low expectation of touch moving under the skin like an old current finding its line. Calen hated the response on contact. She held out the cup. "You left yours in the warmer again." He did not take it. The pause lasted too long. Amel's eyes shifted once from his face to the untouched cup and back. Not alarm yet, adjustment, a spouse correcting the map. "Cal." He forced his hand forward and took the cup, heat against palm, ceramic weight, the dark surface of the coffee moving with the tiny tremor he had failed to suppress. "You were dead to the world," she said. "I almost called down and told them you'd miss the review." The body knew what review meant. A room, 11 o'clock, public interface boards, a cluster of civic models waiting for his note. The knowledge surfaced and vanished before he could use it. He said the first thing that would pass for speech. "Don't." The word came out wrong, too flat, too close to command. Amel heard it. Her expression did not harden, it refined. "Bad night." He tasted the coffee because the body lifted the cup without his authorization. Bitter, hot, stronger than the nutrient brews in Echo by an order of magnitude and threaded with something citrus clean he could not name. "Something like that," he said. "Helpful," she replied. Behind her a smaller figure flashed across the open hall and back again, bare feet on warm floor, a school shirt half-buttoned, one side loose, a bag strap dragging. "Amel, where's the child stopped in the doorway and looked up at him. "You're still in pajamas." Liora. She was younger than the drawing had suggested and more dangerous than the name on the table had prepared him for. Children in theory could be managed as variables. Then her shoulder hit his side and his grip slipped on the cup before he had words for why. Calen put the coffee down before the hand holding it betrayed him further. Liora frowned. "Did you forget?" He did not know what she meant. The body did. It reached toward the hook by the door, took down a narrow blue tag on a cord and held it out to her. The speed of the gesture stunned him. Liora grabbed the tag without thanks and looped it over her neck while still looking at him. "You look weird," she said. "Liora," Amel said. "I mean he does." Calen had spent years around councils, restricted labs, and predictive models sophisticated enough to disguise coercion as forecast. None of them had ever taken him apart this quickly. "I'm tired," he said. Liora squinted at him, still not convinced. "You said you'd come tonight." The body knew this too. A school hall, low platform, children in formal lines pretending not to search the audience. He felt the shape of the promise without the memory of making it. Amel had turned away to pull a food pack from the warmer, but he could feel her attention on him all the same. "Yes," he said. Liora squinted. "You said it like you were guessing." "Shoes," Amel said before he could fail again. Liora vanished down the hall. Amel set a plate on the table with more precision than necessary. Toasted grain sheet, sliced fruit, one folded protein strip. Real breakfast organized to look accidental. She did not sit. She leaned one hand against the table edge and watched him over it. "You've done that twice," she said. He let the silence ask what she meant. "You answer a half-second late, like you have to find the right version of my name before you use it." Calen said nothing because nothing in him could improve the moment. Amel looked down at his hand on the table. "And you took off your ring again." He followed her gaze, the pale band on the finger, the absence there. He had thought it incidental. In this room it was evidence. The body knew where the ring was. Bedroom shelf left side beside the small black watch he never wore on weekends. The information arrived with the same humiliating fluency as the coffee drawer and the school tag hook. "I forgot," he said. Amel's face changed very slightly at the word, not because forgetting a ring was unforgivable, because Calen, in whatever life had built him here, apparently did not forget that ring. "You also didn't answer your overnight summaries," she said, "and you slept through a building alert." "What alert?" "The municipal water shift, at 5. He looked toward the window automatically. Outside, through the slats, a city rose in bright plains and planted terraces. Towers opened sideways into green rather than upward into surveillance crowns. Transit threads moved between buildings without visible security shells. That made the place more disorienting, not less. Amel followed his gaze. "Cal." He turned back. "Tell me if I need to cover for you," she said. There was no accusation in it. That was worse. The body pulled one breath too deep. He forced it flat again. "I can manage the day." The sentence sounded practiced the moment it left him. Not because he believed it, because Cal had probably said it before. Amel heard that too. Her eyes narrowed a fraction. "That is not what I asked." Before he could answer, Liora returned dragging her bag and trying to force one foot into a shoe without using her hands. "I can't find the silver clip." "Top drawer by the entry," Amel said. "The one with the charger cords." "Yes." Liora ran there at once, opened the drawer, found the clip, and then, without asking, without warning, came straight to him and climbed against his side to reach the plate on the table for a piece of fruit. The contact detonated through the shared body. Child weight, warm shoulder, hair smelling of soap and sleep, trust as simple force. Calen froze so completely that Liora pulled back and looked up at him, offended. A second force rose behind his own reaction at once, swift, furious, intimate in a way nothing from the bridge had yet been. Not a full thought, more like instinct with vocabulary. "Don't." The word was not his. His right hand jerked off the table as if burned. The coffee cup rattled against its saucer. Amel was watching him now with no domestic softness left in her face at all, only a tension sharpened by fear she had not chosen to name yet. Liora stepped back on her own. "I said you were weird." Amel moved immediately, not toward him but toward the child. She adjusted the bag strap, fixed the clip into Liora's hair with hands that were steady only because steadiness had become necessary. "Go brush your teeth again," she said lightly. "You rushed." "I did not." "You did." Liora looked between them once, read more than the adults intended, and went. The apartment changed the second she left the room. The quiet that followed left every object too easy to notice. Amel lowered her voice. "Tell me what's wrong." Nothing in the world he knew had prepared him for the danger of being asked plainly. He could survive interrogation because interrogation loved its own structure. This did not. This room had no procedural lane for his answer. If he spoke the truth, it became madness in a family kitchen. If he lied, he had to do so inside another man's marriage with a mouth that already knew the shape of the woman's name. He chose evasion because it was the only skill that had survived intact. "I'm out of phase," he said. Amel stared at him. Out of phase with what? Work, he might have said. Sleep. The review, the city. Any of the respectable things. Instead he said everything. For a second, that looked like enough honesty to hurt her. Then she reached past him to the narrow shelf by the kitchen partition, took the missing ring between two fingers and set it down beside his hand. "I'm taking Liora to school," she said. "You have 40 minutes before your review. Shower. Eat. Decide whether you want to call in unwell or walk into a public room like this and let them notice before I do." She straightened. The day did not stop for revelation here any more than it had in Echo. At the hall she paused without turning around. "And if this is about last night's message from the council office, say so. Don't turn strange and make me guess the reason." The council office. Another line of life he had not earned. Another obligation waiting beyond the apartment. The door sealed behind her and Liora 2 minutes later. He watched them go in the entry mirror rather than through the door itself because he did not trust the direct view. Liora said something on the way out and Amel answered without looking back. Then the apartment was still, not quiet. Inhabited quiet remained, heat vents murmuring under the window ledge, water cycling once in the wall, the cooling click of the cup he had not finished. Calen stood in the middle of the kitchen with the ring beside his hand and waited for the other mind to speak again. Nothing. He went to the bedroom first because the body's knowledge would not stop telling him where things were. The ring sat where the body had predicted it would, left side of the shelf next to the black watch, beside a folded note written in quick blue script. "Don't forget tonight again." A tonight again, not tonight, again. He did not put the ring on. In the bathroom, the mirror returned Calvaire with less mercy than the kitchen had. There were faint marks at the collarbone from a child sleeping badly against him or a bag strap worn often. A small crescent scar near the chin. The muscles in the neck held tension differently than his own, as if this body spent more time turning toward other people than bracing against them. He touched the skin behind the left ear where his port should have been. Smooth. The absence there was so complete it might have been obscene. He opened the cabinet. Tooth tablets in one jar. Pain strips in another. 2 skin vials marked in Amel's hand. A slim paper packet labeled for Liora's inhaler refill. Domestic inventory. Mutual maintenance. He splashed water over his face and looked up into the mirror at exactly the wrong moment. The reflection had already lifted its head. He had not. The difference lasted less than a breath. Then the body aligned and the face before him became his to the eye again. But he had seen enough this time, not a ghost image, not optical drift. Another timing inside the same muscles. "Speak," Calen said. The bathroom gave the word back in softened acoustic fragments. "Esteemlight tile." His own mouth moving in another man's mourning. For 1 second nothing answered. Then the right hand tightened on the sink hard enough to whiten the knuckles. "Leave them alone." The words were not heard. They arrived as pressure behind the eyes and a recoil in the wrist, as if the body had tried to pull itself away from him. Calen kept his grip on the sink. "Who are you?" No full answer came. Only a pulse of refusal and a certainty he did not own. "You know." He looked at the face in the mirror and did not bother denying it. "Cal." The name altered the air inside him. The resistance withdrew again before it could become speech. In the kitchen beyond the bathroom door, the apartment system chimed once and opened a translucent schedule band near the hall. Public design review moved to 11 o'clock. Civic access panel requests confirmation. Message flagged. Council liaison/priority. He stepped out and the panel rotated toward him. Recognizing the body without shame. A photograph sat beneath the moving schedule lines on the side shelf near the hall. He had missed it before because domestic images in other people's rooms still felt like background rather than evidence. 3 figures on a terrace. Cal seated cross-legged on the floor, Liora climbing over one shoulder, Amel laughing at whoever had taken the picture instead of at the camera itself. He picked up the frame. The body's response was immediate and not his own. Breath slowing, the jaw loosening by degrees, the tension at the corners of the eyes easing as if the muscles had dropped into an older, easier habit. Calen put the frame down too hard. The inner resistance struck at once. Don't. Calen kept his hand off the frame after that. The priority message opened before he touched it. Council Liaison, Dr. Veyer, your remarks from last week regarding retention metrics have been requested for this morning's review. Please confirm attendance and final position. Remarks, retention metrics, a public role waiting for him to perform with a life's worth of context he did not possess. Another panel opened beneath it automatically. Amel, if you decide not to go in, send me one line before 10. Not accusation, coordination. The apartment did not let him remain theoretical. Everything in it wanted answer, movement, continuation. He opened the wardrobe because he could not stand still and because the body had already turned that direction. Shirts organized by shade rather than by function. A jacket hanging nearest the outer edge with transit dust on one sleeve. A child sticker stuck low on the inside panel where it would only be visible when the door opened wide. He chose the plainest clothes he could find, then stopped halfway through putting them on when another burst of bodily memory cut across him. Button order, preferred cuff fold, the place on the wrist where the watch should sit. By the time he reached the kitchen again, the coffee had gone cooler. He drank it anyway because the body wanted it and because refusing every routine would only make the morning stranger than it already was. The public review packet on the table awakened under his hand. Bioethics retention model, civic argument summaries, 2 handwritten notes in the margin. One in Cal's own hand, he recognized it because the body did, and one in Amel's, tighter and slanted. Less metric language, more parents. Don't let Marrow turn this into another optimization hearing. The resistance inside him stirred again. Stronger this time, encouraged perhaps by rooms, by objects, by the whole surrounding evidence that a man named Cal Veyer had been living here before the breach made him into contested ground. The hand on the packet tightened hard enough to bend the corner. No, the refusal did not arrive as speech. It arrived in the wrist, in the chest, in the brief sick certainty that he was being watched from somewhere behind his own eyes. Calen set the cup down carefully. Mine. He waited for the body to reclaim itself. It did not. The honesty of that shook him more than anger would have. He looked up at the bright apartment, at the child's drawing, at the schedule marked by hand, at the unworn ring beside the folded note. The review reminder pulsed again. He could stay in the apartment, fail the day openly, and let this world's systems begin their own diagnosis before he understood the rules. Or he could walk into Cal's life and risk being seen badly by people who already knew what right looked like in his face. Neither was survivable for long. One at least offered data. Calen picked up the ring, held it for 1 second and put it back down. Then he took the jacket from the chair, keyed the review packet shut, and headed for the door. As his hand reached the entry panel, the other consciousness came forward, with enough force to bend the wrist away from the exit for a fraction of a second. The warning came as a sharp turn in the wrist, and a burst of aversion so physical it almost passed for nausea. There was no time to decode whether the resistance meant the council room, the public review, or the life itself. Calen forced the hand back onto the panel anyway. The apartment door opened onto a bright corridor lined with planted recesses, open air moving down from a central atrium, and the first real sight of the city waiting beyond domestic cover. He stepped into the corridor while the body kept resisting him. Chapter 4. Intrusion terms. The corridor was brighter than the apartment had any right to be. Light fell from an open atrium 3 floors above and moved down the inner walls in pale sheets that changed as people crossed the upper bridges. Planters had been cut directly into the corridor recesses instead of being added afterward as decoration. The air carried moving water, warm stone, and the sharper chemical note of cleaning solvent fresh enough that someone had serviced the railings within the hour. The body noticed the route, not as a map in words, as wait, turn left after the glass lift. Use the inner ramp instead of the main bridge because the public review chamber sat one level down from the atrium forum, and Cal disliked arriving from above people if the room was meant to look open. The knowledge rose through muscle timing and foot pressure before Calen could approve it. He let the body use the route because fighting every choice in the corridor would get him studied before he reached the room. Two people coming the other way lifted their hands in easy recognition. "Morning, Cal." He gave them the smallest possible nod and kept walking. One of them matched pace for 3 steps anyway, a man in a civic tan jacket with a rolling display case at his side and a half-eaten fruit wrap in one hand. "You saw the schedule move." Calen looked at him long enough to fail politeness without yet failing recognition. The man corrected for him. "Of course you did. Merrow's already down there trying to turn retention review into labor efficiency again." The body had a reaction to the name, tight dislike, habitual, fresh. Cal's, not his. Calen used it. "That sounds consistent." The man laughed once. "You say that like you didn't spend last week writing the counter brief." He felt the gap before he answered. A fraction too long. The man's expression changed only at the edges, not fear, administrative recalculation. "You all right? Didn't sleep? Then don't let Merrow smell it." The man tapped his own temple with 2 fingers and moved on. "He'll treat fatigue as empirical surrender." Calen let him go and filed 3 things at once. Cal had a public position substantial enough that people expected argument from him. Merrow mattered. At the first lift landing, the body resisted. It was not dramatic. No seizure of motion. No visible struggle. The left hand simply did not move when he reached toward the panel. The fingers locked against the seam of the jacket instead, hard enough to strain the cuff. "No." The word struck from inside the wrist and up through the forearm, raw as a tendon pulled too fast. Calen forced the hand forward anyway. The lift recognized the body and opened without request. Inside, the mirrored wall gave him a full-height answer he still did not know how to survive. Cal's face in public clothes now. The jacket clean but lived in, one sleeve carrying the faint chalk-gray trace of transit dust. The collar sat slightly wrong because he had fastened it according to visual symmetry rather than habit. When the lift doors sealed, the body corrected him by feel. 1 finger to the inner seam, 1 quick tug, a motion so practiced it might as well have been reflex. "Mine," came the pressure from deeper in. Not a sentence exactly. A claim. Calen kept his gaze on the reflection. "You do not get to use me as the trespasser." The answer came as nausea rather than speech. The lift dropped 1 level. The review chamber was built in a curve around a civic display well open to the floor below. Not a council room. No rings of elevation, no hidden temperature war, no exact circle trapping a single speaker in the center. Here the seats stepped down in shallow arcs, and the public access wall remained transparent to the corridor until privacy mode was formally invoked. 4 analysts occupied the left bank already. A moderator stood at the floor display adjusting the agenda bands by hand. 3 people in the second row were still arguing quietly over retention metrics before the session had even begun. Cal's body knew where to stand when called on. Calen did not like that either. "Dr. Veyer," the moderator said, relieved. "Good. We moved ethics before budget because Merrow wants to reopen the family retention waiting. You still have the comparative parent use model." The packet in his hand had gone warm from his grip. He set it on the side rail, opened it, and watched the annotated pages brighten. Less metric language, more parents, Amel's handwriting. Cal's body responded to the line before his mind had sorted the room. The throat loosened. The shoulders shifted half a degree lower. A mode of speech prepared itself. not his. Public, yes, but lived rather than performed. He resisted it instinctively. The result was ugly. When the moderator called his name again, he answered in his own narrower register. I have the model. Heads turned, not because the sentence was wrong, because the tone was. Marrow arrived late enough to make the lateness itself tactical. He cut down the side aisle carrying no paper and wearing the calm impatience of a man who considered rooms a resource to be harvested. Mid-40s perhaps, close-trimmed beard, dark civic band at the wrist, smile calibrated for endurance rather than warmth. He took his seat without apology and looked straight at Calen. Since we've all been inconvenienced by rescheduling, he said, perhaps Dr. Veyer would like to begin by telling us why his revised retention language now avoids the productivity question altogether. There it was, no easing in. Calen looked at the open packet and felt Cal's resistance rise with immediate recognition, not fear, anger prepared by repetition. The room expected him to answer in Cal's argument, not merely in Cal's voice. He looked down at the notes again. Because the weighting changed what the model was measuring. Marrow waited. Calen felt the body resisting the shape of his own sentence, pushing for something fuller, more lived. He took the next line from the margin and nearly lost it on the way out. It stops tracking retention and starts tracking what families have to absorb to stay usable. A woman on the left bank lifted her eyes from the board. Another leaned over her screen and marked something. Marrow folded his hands. Retention models exist because continuity has cost. Time off, secondary support load, interrupted specialization, adaptive schooling. If you remove the productivity question, you remove the point of the review. Calen opened the packet wider and saw Cal's own notes under the printed model, fast strokes, not polished enough for committee circulation. If a system can only afford children by punishing the adults who care for them, the system is underbuilt. He tried to compress that into something survivable. I'm saying the cost column is doing political work while pretending to be neutral. This time the room changed in a way no council chamber would have allowed itself to show. Not submission, engagement. Someone in the back murmured agreement. The moderator stopped pretending to organize the agenda and listened. Then Cal hit back. The right hand snapped off the rail and flattened the packet shut. The sound cracked across the room. Calen locked every muscle he could reach. Too late. The body had already chosen the movement. Marrow's brows rose. Strong feelings then. A few people who had been writing stopped and looked up. I'm fine, Calen said. The body disagreed visibly. Breath too high, fingers whitening at the edge of the packet. A pulse climbing in the side of the neck he could feel from inside as if the vessel belonged equally to witness and prisoner. The moderator took one half step toward him. Do you need water? No. The refusal came from both of them at once, and nearly trapped his jaw closed. Calen forced the word out before the collision became visible. Continue. Marrow leaned back as if generosity had just become strategic. Perhaps not. If Dr. Veyer is unwell, we can postpone. Something wrong with Cal Veyer on a day when a council liaison had already flagged him, and his spouse had warned him not to walk into public view like this unless he chose it. He opened the packet again with deliberate care. The hand tried to close it once more. He overrode the motion and felt the internal recoil like a pulled muscle. What exactly are you arguing for? Marrow asked. Say it plainly. Calen looked at the notes and gave the least polished version he could manage. That the model treats dependence like a defect in the people carrying it. The line came out thinner than Cal would have said it, more strained, more obviously assembled under pressure. Then Liora's voice crossed the body from memory with enough force to buckle it. You said you'd come tonight. The room blurred at the edges, not because the room changed, because the body had associated the sentence with promise, timing, shame, and the whole architecture of a day that did not belong to him. Marrow saw the break. Dr. Veyer. Calen's left hand jerked toward the inner pocket of the jacket, not for a weapon, not for a tool, but for the ring he had not put on. The motion stopped halfway and hung there long enough for everyone in the chamber to register that something was deeply wrong. The moderator cut in before Marrow could exploit it. "We're pausing for 6 minutes. No one argued. The public wall turned milky. Privacy invoked. Calen stepped back from the floor rail and nearly collided with the side display. The body had already started angling for the service door, fleeing not from politics but from witnesses. He let it go there. The washroom off the review chamber was larger than it needed to be, lined in the same warm stone composite as the outer corridor, and lit from above through frosted panels. Someone had placed actual plants near the sinks instead of synthetic texture stands. Even here, the world insisted on remaining inhabited. Calen braced both hands on the counter and waited for the reflection to betray him again. It did not. What came instead was a slower revolt, the stomach tightening, the throat working against swallowed heat, the right shoulder trying twice to turn away from the mirror and twice being held in place. "You prefer public humiliation to collaboration," Calen said quietly. The fingers curled hard against the counter edge. "Leave." That is not an argument. No answer. Only another turn in the shoulder, another push toward exit and refusal. Calen looked at the face in the mirror and spoke to it because there was nowhere else to put the words. "You want me out? Fine. I want out too." At first he thought he would get nothing back. Then the wrist wrenched sideways hard enough to strike the soap dispenser and send the metal housing rattling. "Mine." The word hit with enough force to carry image behind it this time. Not a coherent memory, still not that, but the pressure signatures around one. Liora against his side at the kitchen table, Amel setting down the ring, the review packet under the hand, the route to the school hall later tonight, all of it braided around the simplest possible refusal. Leave them alone. Calen closed his eyes once. There it was, not reason, priority. "You think I'm using this?" The hand released the counter and hit it again once flat. He understood that as yes. Something cold and ashamed moved through him then, not because the accusation was fully true in this world, but because it was close enough to the one he had already earned in his own. He opened his eyes. "I can't get out yet." The body stayed still enough for him to go on. "I don't know what crossed with me, or what this body does if we force it blind again." His breath caught once. "Stop wrecking the room." The silence afterward was worse than argument, not because there was nothing in it, because there was too much. Anger, possession, fear, and the beginning of a shared understanding neither of them wanted to admit. When the hand finally moved again, it did not strike or pull away. It reached to the sink, turned on the cold water, and held there until the skin blanched. Calen took what he could get. When he came back into the corridor, the moderator was waiting outside the chamber door with a sealed cup and the expression of a man trying not to become part of someone else's bad day. "You look worse," the moderator said. "Thank you." That almost earned a smile. "Do you want me to tell them you've gone home?" Calen looked through the milky privacy wall where blurred shapes still argued behind the glass. Marrow's silhouette was easy to pick out by the way it occupied stillness, as if stillness were a public entitlement. "If I leave now," he said, "what story walks out after me?" The moderator considered that. "Depends who tells it." Marrow's version. Then you had a collapse under challenge and your model becomes easier to reopen without you. Calen nodded once. Useful. The moderator handed him the cup. Electrolyte water, not coffee. You don't usually ask that question aloud. Calen took the cup and drank because the body needed salt more than dignity. Bad morning. So I gathered. The moderator lowered his voice. Your liaison flagged the review before you arrived. I assumed it was about the retention memo. Now I'm less certain. The council office again. Pressure was converging faster than the apartment had suggested. Before Calen could answer, his wrist buzzed. Not a diagnostic ring this time, but the slate band woven into the jacket seam. The message opened across the inside of his forearm display before he could stop it. Amel, Liora said you scared her. Fix tonight before it becomes memory. He read the line once. The body responded like a struck wire. Not dramatic, a deep drop in the stomach. The first true shape of shame he had felt through Cal rather than around him. The moderator saw the change in his face and looked away at once, which was somehow kinder and therefore harder to endure. We can delay your speaking slot, he said, not erase it. Calen folded the message dark with his thumb. Delay it. The moderator nodded and went back into the chamber. Calen stayed in the corridor, electrolyte salt on his tongue, Amel's line still burning behind the display where it had been. For a brief second he considered leaving the building entirely. Let the review fail. Let the world diagnose Calvaire by its own procedures and begin the war openly. No. The refusal came from inside with such force that his hand struck the corridor rail. Not leave. Not this way. He kept his palm on the rail until the tremor passed. When the chamber door reopened, Marrow himself stepped out. He carried no packet now. Recovered, he asked, operational. Marrow glanced at the empty cup, then at the forearm display seemed Calen had only just shut dark. Liaison pressure. Calen said nothing. Marrow took that as answer. Then decide whether you're still here to argue the model or just to avoid being seen leaving. There were at least 3 traps in the sentence, and one of them involved the flagged message from the council office. Calen said, you should reopen the room. Marrow's eyes narrowed. That evasive. That tired. Marrow studied him a moment longer, trying to decide whether instability had made him weaker or merely stranger. Then he smiled once without warmth. Whatever happened to you this morning, keep it away from the vote. He went back inside. Calen did not follow immediately. The inner resistance had gone quieter again, but it had not gone. It sat low in the body now, waiting, watchful. He straightened the jacket, ignored the place on the shelf inside memory where the ring still lay unworn, and went back into the chamber to finish another man's morning. Chapter 5. The first lie. The lie began with oxygen, pulse, and temperature. Anything larger than that would have broken in the mouth. Sevra stood beside the recovery bay in Sync 3 with the local monitor washing pale green over her hands and tried to keep the story at the scale of mechanics. Calen's body was breathing, pulse regular, cortical trace present but unreadable. No seizure activity, no visible distress except for the terrible fact of the open eyes, and the one raw word in the maintenance corridor that none of them had agreed yet to count as evidence. Behind her, Merck was already making the room more defensible and less honest. He had killed the external mirror path, rerouted the chamber failure into thermal fault language, and built a narrow report skin that would survive first contact with council review without surrendering the breach hole. Every gesture of his was fast, economical, and faintly offended by the need for caution. He kept checking the copied rack state on his private line, then closing it before the old monitor could catch the reflected light. Sierra did not touch the body. She touched times. Her slate remained awake in one hand while the other moved through the room with restrained exactness, noting monitor shifts, wiring changes. The moment the transport shell had crossed the maintenance threshold, the minute Merck had severed and burned the relay, she looked like a woman documenting a controlled recovery event. Only the sequence she was preserving refused control. Say it once, Sevra said, still looking at the monitor. Not the fiction, the order underneath it. Merck glanced up from the service console. You want a confession or a protocol? The thing we tell ourselves before we start telling anyone else. He leaned one shoulder against the cabinet and spoke with no ceremony at all. We had a sanctioned transfer. The transfer destabilized. The chamber through thermal fault. The node is alive. The node is unresponsive. We hold him off formal med because the official route hands him to security, and security treats uncertain personhood as a containment problem. Sevra added, and because none of us trusts the first report to stay descriptive once it leaves this room. Merc gave her a quick, sharp look. No, you can put that in your private chain, not the official one. It is already in my private chain. I assumed as much. Sevra finally turned, and the part we are not saying. Merc's mouth tightened. That the transfer crossed into something we do not have language for, and that your mentor is either elsewhere, divided, or sharing his own body with an unknown claimant. Good, Sevra said. Keep that buried under your tongue when Lendre arrives. He won't send an assistant for this. No, Sevra said. He will come because damaged systems make him feel useful. The old monitor gave a brief tone. All three of them looked at the trace at once. No new speech. No directed response. But the cortical line tightened, then loosened again, as if something inside the body had approached organization and withdrawn before they could name it. Sevra stepped closer to the bay. Calen's skin still held the washed pallor of link shock. Conductive gel clung in a thin shine behind the ear where the deepest filament had entered. The bruising there was darkening by degrees. He had spent so much of his life making rooms answer him that inertness made him look indecently unfinished. Calen, she said, because procedure was no longer enough and silence had begun to feel like cowardice. If you are in there in any form that can choose, do not wake for them. The body did not move. Merc looked away first. That, he said, is not the sort of instruction our cover story can survive. Our cover story can survive a great deal. Sevra replied. He may not. Sierra's recorder light remained dark. She had shut active capture down when the corridor word came out of his mouth. Not to protect them, to narrow the point at which testimony would become irreversible. Council entry banned at outer sector in 6 minutes, she said. Not Qiang. Legal first. Merc exhaled through his nose. Of course. He wants the room to start as a language problem before security turns it into a hardware one. Then give him hardware, Sevra said. That became the first working rule of the lie. By the time Lendre reached Echo, Sync 3 had been made to resemble a room where frightened, competent people were containing a technical collapse rather than hiding an ontological crime. The transport shell had been removed. The emergency blood was gone from the threshold seam. The old monitoring tree had been positioned to face outward, so a visitor would see respiration, pulse, and saturation before he saw the body. Merc had replaced one damaged lead with a visibly scorched auxiliary line, and left the burned relay assembly on a steel tray where it could serve as evidence of procedural emergency without inviting the wrong questions about why the legal mirror had gone dark. He was good at that, making guilt look like triage. Sevra hated that she needed the skill. The outer seal opened with formal restraint. Lendre entered first, dry-faced and spare as ever, followed by 2 black-banded legal technicians and 1 silent security observer whose only job, apparently, was to stand where everyone could see the possibility of force. Lendre wore no concern on his face, only attention. His eyes went to the bay, then the monitor, then the tray with the burned relay parts. He took all of it in before speaking. You delayed the live sequence report. Sevra answered because the sentence had been meant for the room, not just the lab. I recorded the delay, and the stated reason under sealed dissent. Yes, Lendre said, that was unwise of you. It was accurate. He let that pass because he did not yet have the leverage to punish accuracy in front of witnesses. What happened, he asked, in language short enough not to be hiding inside itself. Merc almost smiled at the insult. Sevra spoke before he could. Transfer event destabilized during compression. The chamber failed to obey the first abort. Relay path burned under manual intervention. We forced the rig into thermal fault containment to keep the rack from taking the room with it. Dr. Veyer lost conscious response during the collapse and has not returned to trackable cognition. Lendray's eyes shifted to the body. And why is he here rather than in official medical custody? Because the sanctioned route hands him to security quarantine before medicine sees him, Sevra said. We still have active cortical trace, live respiration, and no stable map of what the event did to him. If this is recoverable, handing him over as an object first may make it unrecoverable. That sounds close to distrust of lawful authority. It is distrust of hurried authority. One of the legal technicians raised a small scanner toward the monitor tree. Merck stepped half a pace into the line of sight. The room is closed support, he said. Local only. If you push foreign polling across these leads, you'll dirty the trace. Lendray looked at him. And you are Merck Jekar, lead systems. The man who broke the relay. The man who kept the chamber from reporting nonsense as fact. The answer was too quick, too proud. Sevra heard it land badly and knew Merck heard it 2.5 seconds too late. Lendray did not reward him with irritation. Show me the event log. Merck handed over a scrubbed slate, not false, narrowed, enough raw telemetry to prove collapse, enough missing mirror time to make any careful reader wonder what had been happening while the law went blind. Lendray read in silence. Sevra watched his face for the smallest register changes. He paused longest over the compression rise and the first failed abort, then again over the checksum gap. Not because the gap surprised him, because it confirmed exactly how afraid they had been. He handed the slate back to Merck and said, "You burned state property during a sanctioned transfer. Yes, you made yourself the only surviving authority on the missing seconds, for now, and you think that is a stable place to stand." Merck's answer came cooler this time. "No, just a necessary one. That was better. Still dangerous." Lendray stepped closer to the bay. Calen's body, stripped of motion and voice, did not look like the architect who had faced the council atrium and survived by reducing terror into terms. It looked like evidence waiting to decide whether it would become a patient, a body, or a precedent. Lendray leaned slightly, examining the bruised filament entries, the unfocused eyes, the low, organized hiss of oxygen. Did he speak after the collapse? The room changed around the question, not visibly, materially. Every surface seemed to stop being inert at once. Sierra answered because she had documented it. A single word was emitted in the maintenance corridor during transport. Whose voice? No one moved. Uncertain, Sierra said. Lendray turned to her. That is not an answer. You are a compliance witness. Certainty is not your job. Precision is. Then precision is this. The body produced one word. None of us can yet establish whether it was residual motor discharge, partial conscious return, or event residue. Merck said it was one word. You can build 10 crimes from one word if you want, but you still only have one word. Lendray ignored him. His attention remained on Sierra. What was the word? She looked once at Sevra, not for permission, but because truth altered rooms and she believed in warning them when possible. No. The security observer at the door shifted his weight. There it was, the thing under all their other things. The reason every sentence had been trying not to become a legal shape. Lendray's face did not change. And still you chose not to notify containment. Sevra stepped in before Sierra could answer, because one involuntary utterance from a body in transit is not enough to justify destructive inheritance. Lendray turned. Destructive inheritance. You know what Kiang asked for in the chamber. I know what the sanction permits under overlap conditions. And I know how fast your office likes to decide a category when uncertainty embarrasses the council. For a moment, she thought she had gone too far, not because she was wrong, because rooms like this punished people for saying the thing at the exact scale it existed. Lendre surprised her by not striking back at once. "You are very close, Dr. Calen, to telling me that your loyalty to the node exceeds your loyalty to the state." "My loyalty," Sevra said, "is to describing the event before we let the state simplify it." One of the legal technicians gave up on discretion and began a hard local copy of the monitor output. Merck saw it and looked ready to intervene, but Sierra spoke first. "Copy the room if you must," she said, "but not the private chain." Lendre's mouth thinned. There should not be a private chain, and yet there is. He studied her for a moment longer than comfort allowed. Sierra held the look because fear in her tended to become stillness rather than retreat. That was when Merck made his move. It was small enough that only Sevra, who had spent too long learning the difference between his competence and his appetite, understood it immediately. He stepped to the side rail, brought up the damaged rack state, and rotated the image just enough for Lendre to see the surviving core pulse inside Aluan's housing. Lendre's attention snapped from the bay to the slate. "You're wondering," Merck said, "whether the whole preserved structure crossed." Sevra closed her eyes for one inward second. There it was, leverage entering the room in a human voice. Lendre said nothing. Merck continued anyway because of course he did. "It didn't. The rack still holds active sectors. Damaged, yes. Broken relation bands, yes, but not empty." Sierra turned toward him. "That was not yours to disclose." "It became ours the moment his body spoke in the corridor." "It became mine the moment it entered the log," Lendre said quietly. Merck gave the smallest shrug. "Then now we're all caught up." No one believed that, least of all Merck, but the damage was done. The shape of the problem had widened in the room. This was no longer just an inert node and a bad report. Now it was a split event, a damaged preserved structure, and a living body that might or might not be empty. Lendre would never leave Echo with only the thermal fault fiction after that. Sevra turned on Merck with more control than she felt. "Outside." Lendre lifted a hand before Merck could answer. "No, he stays. If he is the one who understands the surviving rack state, I prefer my opportunists visible." Merck almost smiled at that, which made Sevra want to break something expensive. The security observer finally spoke for the first time. "Qiang's office will require a containment recommendation within the hour." Lendre did not look away from the rack image. "Then Qiang's office can require it. I have not given it." That was the first real sign of division, and everyone in the room heard it. Not safety, but space. Sierra stepped to the legal technician station and overlaid the copied room times with her own hand-kept sequence, not to soften the contradiction but to harden it. "The official mirror lost continuity here," she said, touching the checksum gap. "My witness sequence did not. If this proceeds to review, any final report that flattens the difference between thermal fault containment and personhood uncertainty will be incomplete by design." Lendre looked at the overlaid timelines and understood at once what she had done. She had not protected the lab. She had made the later lie harder to stabilize. "You are building a case against everyone in this room," he said. "I am building one against convenience." Merck muttered, "Sometimes I truly cannot tell whether you're brave or self-destructive." Sierra answered without turning. "Those categories overlap more often than the state admits." Lendre exhaled once quietly. "Very well. This is the fiction I will permit for the next review cycle." That got the room's full attention. Dr. Veyer suffered collapse during sanctioned compression transfer. Relay damage forced thermal fault emergency procedure. Node remains alive but non-responsive. Preserved architecture remains damaged, active, and under sealed review. No definitive overlap determination will be entered until I say the evidence holds. He let that settle, then added, "If any of you mistake this for mercy, correct yourselves immediately." Sevra said, "We won't." "I know." The legal technician finished the room copy. The security observer stepped nearer the bay and looked down at Calen with the flat patience of someone used to waiting for instructions that harmed others cleanly. Lendre saw the glance. "No movement order," he said. The observer nodded once and retreated a fraction. When the council party finally left Sync 3, they did not leave the room behind. They left occupation in layers, a seal on the outer corridor, a review hold on all unsanctioned data movement, a legal request for direct rack access within 2 hours, a silent security band stationed just beyond the maintenance bend. No one had been arrested. No one had been cleared. Echo had simply stopped belonging to itself. Merc watched the door shut and said, "That went better than it should have." Sevra turned on him at once. "You do not get to decide that after feeding him the surviving rack state. He was going to find it. Later. Later is for people who still think time belongs to them." Sierra stepped between them without drama. "Stop, both of you." Merc laughed once. "At some point, Valek, you're going to have to decide whether you're recording us, saving us, or arranging the order of our convictions." Sierra's expression barely shifted. "At some point, Jekar, you are going to have to decide whether leverage is your substitute for a conscience, or your proof that you never needed one." That landed cleanly. Merc looked at her, then away. "I'll take first watch on the rack." "No," Sevra said, "you will give me your private copy first." He smiled then, and this time there was no disguising the hunger in it. "Absolutely not." Sevra looked at Sierra. "Did you log that?" "I don't need to," Sierra said. "The room did." Sierra looked at the monitor again and said nothing more. The old monitor ticked softly beside the bay. All three of them turned. The cortical trace had changed again. Not dramatically, only enough to suggest pattern pressure without response. A faint clustering, a narrowing, then stillness. Sevra stepped to the bedside. "Calen, nothing." Then the right hand moved, not much. 2 fingers drawing inward against the recovery sheet with the weak, incomplete effort of someone trying to close on an object that was not there. The motion lasted less than a second and vanished. Merc crossed the room in 3 strides. "Did you see?" "Yes." Sierra had her slate up already, documenting the time. Sevra bent lower. "Calen, if that was deliberate, do it again." The body remained still. The eyes stayed open, unfocused, human and unavailable. Merc looked at the monitor tree, then at the copied rack state, then back to the hand. Calculation moved behind his face with ugly speed. "He may not be trying to wake," he said. Sevra straightened slowly. "Say the rest. He may be answering something we can't hear." The room took that in and turned colder for it. From beyond the maintenance wall came the muffled pulse of ordinary lab life trained to continue upstairs, doors, carts, filtered air. The systems of a legitimate institution performing legitimacy for itself. Inside Sync 3, there was only the old monitor, the damaged body, the copied rack pulse, and 3 people who had ceased, one by one and for different reasons, to believe the event could still be contained. Inside technical language, Sierra looked at the hand, then at Sevra. "Your fiction will not survive another corridor word." "It doesn't need to survive forever," Sevra said. "It needs to survive tonight." Merc gave her a sharp glance. "Why tonight?" "Because if the body is not empty," she said, "then whatever is in it is somewhere else too. And tonight is the first night the other world has to continue without knowing what followed it back." No one in the room answered at once. For 1 second, in some other morning or afternoon she could not name, she imagined warmth, a family kitchen, a public review packet, a man trying badly to wear a life not built for him. Then the vision was gone, leaving only the practical work of treason. Sevra looked at Merc. "First watch on the rack. No exports without me." She looked at Sierra. "I want every contradiction between his room copy and your witness chain isolated before Lendre's next pass." Then she looked down at Calen's body, at the open eyes, the bruised ports, the fingers now still against the sheet. "And I want this room quiet enough," she said, to hear the next lie before it decides to speak. Chapter 6. The life he did not choose. By the time Calen reached the school hall, the body had begun dreading it 3 turns before the building came into view. Not intellectually. The dread lived lower than that. It sat in the stomach, in the subtle tightening across the shoulders, in the way the hand on the transit rail kept checking the time as if lateness itself were a moral failure rather than a scheduling fact. The city around him was moving toward evening without surrendering any of its softness. Light held in the planted terraces between towers. The pedestrian lanes remained open, warm, and irritatingly alive with people who looked at one another when they spoke. Parents carried instrument cases. 2 children in formal navy were running ahead of an older man who pretended not to be smiling. Calen hated how legible the night was to the body. The route from the tram stop to the school had been used enough that Cal did not need memory to follow it. Down 1 block of low civic shops, across a courtyard paved in pale stone and ringed with citrus trees under support glass, then through a gate that recognized the body and opened before Calen had decided whether he wanted entry. A small display lit at the side post. Veyer Family, Hall B/Music, Night/Row 6/Liora. Winds Ensemble. He stopped in front of it long enough for the gate to begin closing again. No, the refusal came from inside with immediate force. Not leave, go in. The strange thing, the humiliating thing, was that the resistance and the route were aligned for once. Cal wanted the same direction he did not. The body's anger did not want abandonment. It wanted competence. Calen stepped through the gate and into a stream of families moving toward the hall. The building had been made to calm people before they entered it. No sharp security funnel, no hard glass choke point. The corridor widened near the doors and offered benches, wall hooks, drinking taps, printed programs laid out on a table where children had stamped little silver notes along the edge by hand. Warm wood, real acoustics. Everything in the place declared that the event mattered because the people in it did, not because an institution needed the appearance of care. That made every failure in him more visible. A woman near the program table lifted a hand when she saw him. Cal, Amel said you might cut it close. He knew at once that he was expected to know her. The body gave him fragments, other school nights, council spillover conversations, a son with bright green shoes, the smell of varnish and wet wool in winter. No name. Calen took a program because it delayed speech. I made it. The woman's smile held 1 beat longer than comfort allowed. That is technically true. She moved aside for another parent and left him with the damage of a social miss small enough to survive and large enough to accumulate. He checked the printed program not because he needed the order of performances, but because paper in the hand felt steadier than the room. Liora Veyer appeared in the 3rd section under Winds, 2 pages after a student chorus, and before a senior debate recognition segment. Someone had written a note in the margin in Amel's hand. Breathe. Stay visible. The line struck harder than it should have, not because it was profound, because it was domestic instruction reduced to 3 words. A wife telling a husband how to show up for a child in public. A life with habits dense enough to leave notes inside programs. He folded the paper once and went into Hall B. Amel was already in row 6. She had taken the outer seat and left the inner one for him with the kind of practicality that carried an accusation inside it. Yep. Liora sat 3 rows down with the other children in formal dark clothes, instrument case upright between her knees, hair clipped back with the silver pin from that morning. She spotted him at once. The relief on her face was quick and unguarded enough to hurt. Then she remembered the kitchen and looked away. Amel did not stand when he reached the row. You're late. I'm here. Yes, she said. You keep answering the wrong question. He sat. The seat still held warmth from her coat where it had fallen across it earlier. Even that felt invasive. The hall lights dimmed by degrees. Children shifted. A conductor crossed the stage with the patience of someone who had already accepted imperfection as part of the evening structure. Parents lowered their voices all at once and produced the same soft field of waiting Calen had heard nowhere in his own world outside funerals and sealed votes. Amel kept her eyes on the stage. Liora cried in the transit line because she thought you'd changed your mind. The sentence landed without theater. Calen looked toward the back of Liora's head 2 rows below, the silver clip held. Her shoulders were set too high for a child pretending calm. "I came," he said. Amel turned then. "And you think arrival closes the account?" He had no answer that would not sound evasive or insane. The music began before she required one. Liora played in the third piece. Calen knew nothing about the instrument beyond its evident mechanics. Cal's body knew the posture of listening to it, knew when to lean slightly forward, knew which line belonged to her before the conductor isolated it, knew the ordinary pride of recognition. The knowledge moved through him with a precision too intimate to refuse. When Liora entered 2 bars ahead of a student beside her and corrected without losing the phrase, the body's pulse changed. Satisfaction. Fear for her. The absurd tenderness of wanting no one else in the hall to notice the mistake. Calen sat inside the response as if inside another person's weather. Halfway through the set, the girl at the far end of Liora's row coughed once, then again. Liora glanced sideways, lost half a beat, recovered. The conductor moved on. The audience stayed politely still. Then Liora coughed. One sharp catch at first. Then the second, deeper one, not panic. Air gone wrong. The body moved before he did. The hand was already in the jacket pocket by the time his mind understood why. Fingers closing around something narrow, plastic, familiar. The inhaler packet from the bathroom cabinet. He had put it there without thinking when he dressed, because the body had known the evening and organized for it below language. He was on his feet before the piece had ended. Amel rose with him at once, not surprised, only fast. Together they moved down the side aisle while the conductor kept the ensemble running, and 3 adults in the front rows tried not to make public concern contagious. Liora was still seated when they reached her, trying to breathe carefully enough to preserve dignity, which told Calen more about the household than any schedule note had. Amel crouched first. Slow. Liora shook her head because children often use denial as their last private control. Calen had the inhaler in hand already. He passed it to Amel without fumbling. The body had known which pocket, which latch, which angle of the mouthpiece. The whole sequence moved through muscle before thought. Liora took the dose, held, breathed. The hall did what humane places did and pretended not to stare while staring anyway. When it passed, Amel touched 2 fingers briefly to Liora's cheek and asked, "Stay or out?" "Stay," Liora whispered, furious at the need for the question. Amel nodded. "Then stay." They left her with a water cup and moved back to the aisle as the piece ended. Calen expected gratitude from the body and received none, only the fading residue of shared alarm and the blunt fact that he had not earned the competence he had just performed. Back in the row, Amel sat more slowly than before. "You remembered." He kept his voice low. "The inhaler." "Yes." He waited. "You haven't remembered much else today." There was no accusation in the sentence now. The program resumed. Senior students crossed the stage for recognitions. A council education liaison gave a speech brief enough to count as mercy. Calen heard none of it cleanly because the body remained angled toward Liora, with the low vigilance of a parent refusing to relax before the child did. He could not tell where vigilance ended and guilt began. By the time the hall released them into the atrium again, twilight had moved fully onto the glass. Families clustered in little weather systems of relief, noise, comparison, plans for late meals. Liora came toward them with her case dragging one wheel. "See." She said to no one and both of them, "I stayed." Amel took the case from her. "You also frightened us." Liora looked up at Calen, searching his face for the exact quantity of worry it ought to carry. You had the inhaler. It was not praise, it was a test. Yes. You remembered where I put it. Yes. Aura seemed dissatisfied by the flatness of the answer. You usually tell me I should have packed it myself. Amel's eyes flicked to him and away. I should have said that, he replied. Liora studied him another second, then shrugged. Well, you didn't. They walked home instead of taking transit because Liora wanted the air after the cough, and because the district had been built to make walking feel like public life rather than exposed delay. Evening lights came up under the terrace rails. The planted channels along the pedestrian lane released the wet green smell of recently cycled water. On the next block, a group of older students were arguing over a debate result with the confidence of people who had not yet been taught to call ambition courtesy. Liora walked ahead for half a block, then dropped back, then ran forward again depending on who in the family had disappointed or interested her in a given 5-second window. Amel waited until Liora had moved far enough toward the lantern trees not to hear. You handled the inhaler like muscle memory. It was. That isn't reassuring. He glanced at her. You wanted me to remember. I wanted you to be yourself while remembering. She kept walking. Her hands were empty now that she had slung Liora's case across her own shoulder. He noticed the strain line where the strap cut into the fabric of her shirt, and hated the fact that the body noticed it too. Not as data, but as daily consequence. What happened in the washroom this morning? She asked. The question was too sudden and therefore probably old. He said, nothing. I heard the dispenser hit the wall from the hall. That is not hearing, that is surveillance. Try that tone on someone easier to frighten. He did not answer. Amel stopped walking. Liora had already gone ahead to the building gate. The courtyard light cut across Amel's face and made her expression cleaner, not softer. Here is what I have so far, said. You wake without the ring. You answer names like you're matching them to files. You miss obvious household routines and remember one emergency object with perfect timing. Your public tone is wrong. Your private tone is worse. You look at me as if recognition and caution are arriving in the wrong order. If you want me to stop asking questions, give me a reason stronger than discomfort. Calen held still because any movement would have become the wrong answer. Amel, no. Don't calm me with my own name. The body had a response ready for that, an apology, old and specific, shaped by arguments he had not lived through. Calen refused to use it. Borrowed intimacy felt worse here than silence, so he gave her the only truth small enough to survive the street. Something happened. I don't know how to describe it without sounding unstable. She absorbed that without visible surprise. That is the first honest sentence you've said to me all day. Liora called from the gate. Are you coming or having a secret marriage talk? Amel did not break eye contact with him. Both, she called back. Then lower, tonight after she sleeps you describe it anyway. The gate recognized the body and let them into the courtyard. At home, the apartment did not grant recovery. It granted tasks. Shoes off. Instrument case wiped where it had touched wet stone. School shirt into the cleaning slot. Food warmer cycled up. Citrus filter changed because the note on the morning schedule had not stopped being true just because evening had arrived. Liora had to be coaxed through a second inhaler check, then through the formal denial that she was tired, then through the bedtime routine whose intimacy was so procedural and so particular that Calen kept nearly losing his footing in it. Story, Liora said from the bathroom door with toothbrush foam on her mouth. Amel, loading the warmer trays, answered without turning. Your father. Liora looked at him. The body knew where the story books were, top shelf in the bedroom alcove left side under the small lamp with the crack in the base. It knew which ones had been read too often and which one Liora would reject on principle tonight because children guarded sameness most fiercely when change entered through adult faces. Calen chose wrong anyway. Liora took one look at the book in his hand. That's the baby one. He put it back.
Yep.
The second book earned a narrowed stare. Only if you do the voices right. I won't. I know. The answer was too quick, too old to belong to him. Amel heard it from the kitchen. He knew because a metal utensil in the sink stopped moving for exactly one breath. He sat on the edge of Liora's bed with the third book. She climbed under the blanket and watched him with the open cruelty of a child who still believed love should make truth easier to find. The room was full of evidence. A wall chart marked with music practice stickers. A drawing of 3 people and one impossible orange dog. A shelf of repaired toys whose repairs had been done neatly enough to count as devotion. Nothing in it asked him what theory of continuity justified trespass. It asked simpler things. Do you know the order of this? Do you know where the pauses go? Do you know what this small person expects when she looks up? He began to read. The body knew cadence, even when the mind did not. It nudged his voice at the ends of certain lines, in the timing of surprise, in the places where Cal apparently exaggerated one character's worry and flattened another's authority, because that was how Liora liked it. Calen followed badly, then less badly. Halfway through, Liora's shoulders loosened. By the final page, her breathing had begun to even. When he closed the book, she did not close her eyes. "You got the wrong bare voice," she said. "I know. And you skipped the part where he loses the boot." "I did." She considered that, but you remembered the window knock. The room went still inside him, a detail, tiny, meaningless outside the ritual, massive inside it. Yes. Liora touched the blanket seam with one finger. "You keep doing that." "Doing what?" Half remembering. There was no answer to that a child should hear. She looked at him for another long second and then said, with the merciless accuracy of the almost asleep, "Sometimes today I thought you were being nice because you were scared of me." The body reacted before he could, hurt, immediate, helplessly parental. It made the truth easier. "I wasn't scared of you," he said. "I was scared of getting you wrong." Something in her face settled, not ease. Acceptance, perhaps, the provisional kind children extended when adults accidentally told the truth. She rolled toward the wall. "Good night, Dad." The word struck through him with a force neither he nor the other consciousness could control. "Mine." The claim came hard enough to jerk his hand against the bed frame. Liora turned back at once. "What was that?" He forced the hand flat. "Nothing. That wasn't nothing." From the hall, Amel said, "Liora." Liora kept watching him. Then, because sleep and illness and music night had finally cost her enough, she let suspicion go first and lay down again. He stayed until her breathing deepened for real. When he stepped back into the kitchen, Amel was waiting at the table with 2 cups of tea and no performance left in her posture. The ring still sat where he had left it in the morning, beside the folded note on the shelf by the bedroom door. She had moved it into view, not back into place. "Sit," she said. He did. The apartment at night was quieter than Echo had ever allowed any room to be, but not emptier. Pipe sounds, vent adjustments, the low passing hum of an external transit thread somewhere beyond the glass. Lived quiet, held quiet. Amel wrapped both hands around her cup and began as if she were opening a case file against someone she still loved. Speech latency increased, spatial familiarity intermittent, domestic procedural memory inconsistent except under stress, emotional recognition delayed, child response pattern altered, public cadence altered, motor knowledge intact in some routines you appear not to consciously know. She looked up. "Do you want me to continue clinically or personally?" Calen stared at her. "You've been cataloging me." "No," she said. "I've been trying not to." The distinction mattered enough that he believed her. She set the cup down. "Now tell me what happened." Every answer he could give branched immediately into absurdity. Parallel world, breach. Another self, a body claimed by 2 valid continuities. A Ewan waiting somewhere beneath all of it like an inheritance turned feral. None of it belonged in this kitchen. And yet the room had reached the point where lesser lies would only teach her how to catch larger ones. He said, very carefully, "I woke this morning inside a life I recognized structurally and did not recognize at all." Amel did not move. He went on because stopping there would have sounded rehearsed. "I know objects before I know memories. I know routes before reasons. Sometimes I know what your hand will reach for, before I know why that knowledge exists. And sometimes I look at you, and the recognition arrives a fraction after the caution." The silence after that was so complete he could hear the cooling element in the warmer cycling down. Amel's face did not empty of feeling. It became more precise, the way it had in the courtyard when she decided to stop being comforted by partial truths. "Are you asking me to believe dissociation?" she said, "or possession?" He almost laughed from fatigue and failed. "I'm asking you to believe I don't know the right word. That is not the same as not having a wrong one." No, she studied him for a long time. Then she asked the cruelest and therefore most useful question yet. "When you look at Liora," she said, "what happens first?" He could have lied there and perhaps still preserved something. Instead he said, "Responsibility, not love." I don't know how to steal that correctly. Her eyes closed once briefly. When she opened them again, the scientist in her had stepped forward without pushing the wife all the way out of the room. "Then we are past mood, fatigue, and ordinary breakdown." He said nothing. She rose, went to the side cabinet, opened the narrow drawer beneath the charger cords, and took out a slim diagnostic slate he had not seen earlier because he had not known to look for hidden competence in domestic furniture. "You are not going to work tomorrow," she said. "That isn't negotiable." It was not framed as one. "The council office already flagged me." "Then let them flag." She set the slate on the table between them. "Tomorrow morning I run a full cognitive differential. Baseline memory prompts, reflex mapping, continuity checks, stress response. If you are experiencing a break, I need shape. If this is something worse than a break, I need shape faster." The body recoiled from the instrument before his mind did. No, the refusal came through the chest this time, a full physical contraction sharp enough to make him brace one hand against the table. Amel saw it. The room changed. Not because she now believed him, because she had just witnessed resistance in him that did not behave like ordinary fear. Her gaze moved from his face to the hand on the table, then to the diagnostic slate, then back. "Who exactly," she asked very quietly, "does not want me to test you?" Neither of them answered first. The silence that followed had a third contour in it now, and for the first time Amel seemed to hear that as well as he did. She did not step back. Instead she reached across the table and laid her hand over his wrist, not gently, not romantically, but with the pressure of someone confirming that one body still occupied the chair even if one mind no longer did. "If something else is in here with you," she said, looking at him and not away, "it should understand this before tomorrow." The body had gone perfectly still. "This house," she continued, "does not run on genius. It runs on repetition, care, and who shows up when a child cannot breathe. If you are going to sit in my husband's face and use my daughter's routines to stay hidden, I will find the seam eventually. So either whatever is happening speaks in a form I can test, or I stop covering for you in the morning." The air in the kitchen altered, not metaphorically. A real pressure shift, the kind that came before weather turned or machinery engaged. Calen felt it first in the skin at the back of the neck, then in the old phantom place behind the absent port scar, then lower still where the body held its balance. Amel felt it too. Her fingers tightened on his wrist. For one suspended second the room contained three forms of waiting: hers, his, and the other mind's refusal to remain only background. Then the kitchen lights flickered. Once. Cleanly. Not a fault. Not building current drift. More like a system checking its own line and finding something on it that should not have been there. The apartment display by the hall woke without prompt. No message header. No municipal stamp. No council liaison banner. Only one line across the glass, plain and black against white. Continuity is a civic habit before IT is a theory. The sentence stayed long enough for all three of them to read it. Then the display went dark. Calen stared at the blank panel. Amel still had not let go of his wrist. Chapter 7. Midpoint. Inheritance Speaks. Lendre came back with gloves. Not surgical gloves. Not the thin, translucent skins official med used when it wanted to pretend contamination was a temporary inconvenience. These were dark, legal handling gloves with the fingertips left bare so a state witness could still sign, point, and trigger a system without surrendering the theater of caution. They turned his hands into an argument before he spoke. Sevra watched him cross the upper rail above the rack room and understood, before he said a word, that the next lie would not be theirs alone. Echo no longer belonged to the team that had built it. The corridor seals remained black-banded. Two security observers stood at the partition doors in formal stillness, not close enough to interrupt work, close enough to make every motion legible. The crystal housing that held what remained of Aluan Sark pulsed behind reinforced glass, in a damaged blue rhythm that never quite repeated itself. Below it, Merc had opened 3 maintenance skins at once, and made the room look busy enough to pass for recovery, disciplined enough to pass for cooperation, and brittle enough to remind everyone that one wrong command could still take the rack dark for good. Liora stood beside the side console with her slate active and her expression arranged into the narrow neutrality people mistook for passivity right up, until it cost them something. Lendre descended the short stair to the rack floor and stopped where the light from the housing caught the bare pads of his fingers. "You have had the night," he said. "I will have the morning." Merc gave him the nearest thing he possessed to obedience. "You have the room already." "I have access," Lendre said. "Rooms are slower." Sevra stood at the primary board and did not move aside. "What do you want run?" "A controlled prompt sequence." "No." The answer came too quickly to be strategic. She left it standing anyway. Lendre looked at her as if the speed interested him more than the defiance. "On what technical basis?" "On the basis that the rack is damaged, the split event is unbounded, and any direct prompt risks forcing pattern alignment before we know what pattern remains." "Technical language," Merc murmured without looking up. "Your favorite kind. Of ethics." Sevra ignored him. "If the preserved structure is still fragmenting, you may not be querying a mind. You may be selecting one." "That," Lendre said, "sounds very close to the reason I wish to proceed." The sentence cooled the room more effectively than the climate system ever had. He turned his attention to the crystal housing. The state did not fund a secret inheritance crime so that everyone present could become modest at the first useful anomaly. Liora said, "Your legal authority is not the same as interpretive innocence." "No," Lendre replied. "That is why I wear the gloves." Merc's mouth shifted once at that, halfway to laughter, halfway to disgust. On the lower recovery feed, local only and shielded from the legal mirror, Calen's body lay as it had all night in Sync 3. Breathing, warm, unresponsive, eyes open to nothing the room could measure. The old monitor trace beside the bay had spent hours refusing shape, and then, at intervals, gathering itself into brief narrowings that never lasted long enough to become language. Sevra had taken first watch there and second watch here. She no longer trusted the distance between the rack and the body to mean anything moral. "What prompt?" she asked. Lendre lifted a slim archival chip from the inner seam of his coat. "Speech fragment recognition, public corpus, Aluan Sark late civic phase, nothing classified, nothing from his death year consultations." Merc looked up fully now. "You brought memorabilia. I brought the least prosecutable form of provocation." "He will hate that phrasing," Merc said. meaning Calen, meaning perhaps the man in the rack, meaning perhaps himself on a hungrier day. Lendre held the chip between two bare fingertips. Will he? Sevra should have refused again. She knew it. Sierra knew it. Sierra's eyes lifted once from the slate and settled on her for exactly the span of a warning. But refusal now had become a smaller instrument than the room required. Lendre would get his prompt with or without her. Better to know the pressure at the moment it entered the system than to be handed the result afterward by men who enjoyed arriving at conclusions alone. Low amplitude only, she said. No recursive invitation, no memory ladder, no occupancy language. Lendre inclined his head as if she had become reasonable by finally saying yes to him. Merck inserted the chip with more force than necessary. Archive glyphs slid up across the side display in dim gray lines. SARC public addresses, foundational stabilization speeches, treaty appeals, two famous civic arguments, one child welfare address that had survived in schools long after its policy armature changed. The entire architecture of a dead statesman reduced to a list no longer than a room-temperature lunch menu. Sevra keyed the rack into constrained receive. The damaged blue pulse inside the crystal housing narrowed. Relation bands, broken in 3 places since the breach, drew inward and held. A smell like warmed ozone came off the lower vents. Prompt channel live, Merck said. Lendre did not touch the console. That would have been beneath him. He simply read the first archival line aloud, his voice making no attempt to borrow Sark's cadence. Power that cannot describe its own cost becomes appetite. Nothing, no spike, no surge, only the damaged pulse continuing. Lendre read the next. A state survives by what it refuses to become while surviving. Still nothing. Merck exhaled once. The dead remained theatrically dead, astonishing. Sierra's eyes stayed on the time chain. Wait. The housing changed, not in brightness, in timing. The core pulse that had been arriving unevenly for hours drew into a slower, more deliberate interval, as if something inside the damage had remembered the dignity of sequence. Across the side rail, a thin line of text appeared, not on the archive screen Merck had opened, but on the lower maintenance skin no one had activated. Stop asking what returned. No one in the room moved. Merck said very softly, I did not route that display. Lendre stepped closer. The text held for 1 second too. Then another line wrote itself beneath the first. Ask what IT entered. The legal technicians near the partition shifted in perfect involuntary synchrony. One looked toward Sync 3, though the body was 2 walls away and off their feed. Sevra's hands had not left the board. That is not from the chip. No, Sierra said. It is not quoting the corpus either. Lendre read the lines without visible surprise. That was the worst thing about him. He knew how to make appetite look like patience. Again, he said. Merck laughed once, thin and unbelieving. Of course. Sevra did not authorize a second prompt. The rack did it for them. A third line entered on the maintenance skin. The child first. This time the room did move. Merck's head snapped toward the display. Sierra's slate rose an inch and stopped. One of the legal technicians said before he could stop himself, What child? No one answered because no answer they had belonged in the room. Sevra felt the words land in her like impact, not abstractly, materially. Her mind supplied an apartment she had never seen, a bright corridor, the possibility she had refused to let herself make explicit last night because explicit things became choices too quickly. Child. Not the body, not the rack. Somewhere else the event had continued into a life with other claimants. Lendre spoke into the silence with a care that was almost reverence, and therefore unbearable. Do you understand why the room is no longer yours? Sierra turned toward him at once. The room was never ours. That is not what I mean. It is what you mean, she said. You have only found a nobler way to phrase acquisition. Merck did not take his eyes off the screen. If that line is genuine, it did not come from a Lewin's public self. Lendre asked, "How can you tell?" "Because the public self-liked large sentences. This is practical." Sevra heard what he meant and hated that she agreed. The message had none of Sark's stage architecture. No aphoristic sweep. No crowd-facing balance. It sounded like someone spending style only where style still purchased control. The lower feed from Sync 3 pulsed red for a fraction of a second. Sierra turned her slate. The body just changed. All of them looked. The cortical line had climbed into a brief, unnaturally clean pattern and then dipped again. Not enough for recovery, enough to confirm relation. The rack message and the body response had occurred on the same stamp. Lendre's stillness sharpened. There it was at last, not merely a damaged project, not even a split personhood event. A moving structure linking body, rack, and some external referent none of them could lawfully name. He said, "Seal the room. No one speaks this beyond legal chain." Merck glanced at him. That command arrived about 8 hours late. Lendre ignored him. "Council review moves at 1100. I will not enter that room with thermal fault any longer. I will enter with inheritance." The word altered the air more violently than occupancy ever had. Sevra said, "Do not do that." Lendre turned. "Why?" "Because once you name it that, you stop treating the event as damage and start treating it as succession." A flicker crossed his face then. Not offense. Recognition that she had reached the true argument before he offered it publicly. "Perhaps," he said, "because that is what it is." The rack answered before anyone else could, not succession. The line appeared with enough force that the maintenance display shivered and reset itself once before stabilizing. Then beneath it, custody. No one in echo spoke for several seconds. Merck broke first. "That is worse." Sierra's thumb moved once against the edge of her slate, marking the time. "It is also law-adjacent." Lendre did not look away from the text. "And political." "Yes," Sevra said, "exactly why you should fear it." But he was already beyond fear. He had reached use. Amel did not let the morning end where mornings usually ended. She sent one message to the school hall, another to the review office, and a third to someone Calen could not see because she angled the slate away from him when she wrote it. Then she closed every interior panel in the apartment, except the kitchen blind, and placed the cognitive diagnostic slate on the table between them, as if setting down a plate that would not be left uneaten. Liora had gone to school with too much quiet in her shoulders, and had not looked back at the door after Amel kissed her hair. That silence had stayed behind after her in a way ordinary child quiet never did. The apartment still held the concert clothes hanging from the entry hook, the inhaler cartridge wrapper folded beside the sink, and the ghost of last night's panic in every room where breathing had mattered. Calen stood at the counter with one hand braced near the coffee warmer and understood, with a professional clarity he despised, that Amel had moved past suspicion into method. She sat. "Come here." He did not move at once. Amel looked up. "That is one of the symptoms too." "What symptoms?" Speech latency increased. Spatial familiarity intermittent. Appropriate emotional response arriving at the wrong speed. She touched the slate and brought up a clean diagnostic grid. Protective language broadening under stress. Motor certainty high in emergencies and low in ordinary sequence. Episodic recognition without stable recall. She did not say possession. She did not say break. She did not say madness. Her refusal to choose a dramatic word was more frightening than any accusation would have been. Calen crossed the room and sat opposite her. The other mind in the body had been mostly quiet since dawn, quiet enough to feel less like absence than like someone standing one room over with the door open just wide enough to hear the conversation. Cal's resistance still came in ownership shocks. Mine, leave them alone, not that door, but the sustained revolt of the previous days had changed. Something in him had gone from immediate sabotage to armed watch. Amel read the first set of baseline prompts without preface. Date, he answered. District, he answered. Building, he answered. Whose handwriting is on the note by the bedroom shelf? He almost said Amel's before realizing the test was not about facts. It was about the route facts took through him. He answered a half-beat late. Amel marked something. What's in the left entry drawer? His body offered it at once: charger cords, school tags, adhesive strips, the old brass key whose lock had been replaced and which Cal kept anyway because Liora used it in games. He answered too quickly this time. Amel marked something else. You know objects better than people this morning, she said. He could have denied it. Instead he asked, how long have you been measuring me? She met his eyes. Long enough to know you asked the wrong question. The line opened the room again, not through style but through plain human damage. Not how long. Since when? Since when had the woman across from him been forced to become a clinician of her own marriage? I'm trying not to lie to you, he said. Then stop trying to protect me from the shape of it. The words struck the body harder than the accusation in them justified. Cal's presence moved at once under the ribs. Not anger this time, not even fear. Shame prepared by love. Mine came the pulse. But the possessive did not feel simple any longer. It had become mixed with plea. Amel saw the shift in his face. Who are you when you go quiet like that? Calen kept his hands flat on the table because he no longer trusted them when the question came at the scale of a person instead of an institution. I don't know how to answer in a way you can test. Try me. The apartment display near the kitchen blind brightened without request. Municipal priority. Not council black, not private. Public enough to be rude. A clean civic banner opened across the glass. District Response Advisory. Select research and policy staff are being contacted for emergency continuity consultation following overnight systems irregularities. Attendance requests may be escalated. The line held for 3 seconds, then dropped into a second band marked directly for this unit. Dr. Cal Veyer, liaison contact stored. Acknowledge or decline. Amel looked from the display to him with no visible surprise at all. So it is work. No, he said. The answer came fast enough to be true. She rose and walked to the panel, not to clear it but to read it twice. Then whatever this is has learned the same route your work uses to find you. The body reacted before he did. A hard drawing in below the sternum, a narrowing of breath. A readiness that belonged not to Calen's world at all but to a life that understood family routines could be breached by public systems without becoming fully shocking. Amel saw that too. You know the form of the threat. I know the pressure, he said. That is not the same thing. No. She turned the display dark with one touch and came back to the table. Then answer me again, not as a husband, not as a man trying to keep the room calm. As the thing that keeps arriving late behind his eyes. The body resisted at once, not by jerking, by refusing speech. Jaw tight, breath shallow, the old humiliating stillness of two claims discovering the same mouth too small. Calen could feel Cal just behind the line of words, closer than he had ever been when the apartment was not in immediate crisis. The impression carried no full sentence, only raw veto. No. Amel leaned forward. I am done covering for a pattern I cannot interrogate. The sentence landed with the full force of domestic law. This house, like she had said last night, ran on repetition care who showed up when a child could not breathe. It also ran on naming what threatened those things before it became normal. He opened his mouth and the wrong answer came out first. I love them. Amel's face changed. Not from hardness into softness, from investigation into injury. Not love, she said quietly. The body flinched harder at that than it had at anything physical all morning. Not because she was cruel, because she was right. The word love belonged to a man who had built breakfasts, school tags, apology habits, bedtime promises, inside jokes about the ring. the note on the shelf, the exact route through a concert hall. Calen could act in the direction of care. He could even mean it. But meaning it from the inside of another man's history was not the same thing as having earned the name. Amel did not step back from the table. She laid one hand over his wrist, not in comfort but in confirmation that bodies remained admissible evidence. "Whatever you are," she said, "you answered like someone who knows enough to be guilty." The line left him with nowhere procedural to stand. He could tell a careful partial truth now and likely lose the room forever, or he could continue narrowing and let the narrowing become its own diagnosis. The municipal panel flashed alive again before he chose. This time it was not a message band. It was a full civic interruption, the kind used for weather alerts, transit collapses, and public safety instructions. The apartment lights dimmed a fraction in deference to it. Sound opened as well, low neutral chimes, then silence. Across the panel appeared a sentence in plain black type on white. "The dead are owed memory. The living are owed custody." Amel went still. Calen felt the floor of the moment give way beneath him. The sentence was not from any civic template he knew. It bore none of the bureaucratic thickening public systems preferred. Too clean, too deliberate, it landed in the room like thought-wearing infrastructure. The panel flickered once and changed to a second line. "Do not confuse preservation with return." Amel whispered, "What is this?" No one in the apartment had to answer for the answer to exist. The body did not merely react this time. It divided. Cal surged toward the display in a wave of absolute refusal, enough to slam the chair leg sideways against the floor. Calen seized the motion half a beat later and turned it into standing instead of flight. Beneath both efforts, something older, colder, and more composed moved up through the center of the body like a third current finding water that already belonged to others. The panel went dark. The apartment held the silence afterward badly. Amel rose more slowly this time, as if rapid movement might encourage the room to interpret her. "You know that sentence?" "Yes," Calen said, because denial had become too stupid to survive. "From where?" He looked at her and understood in one savage instant that any true answer would sound like performance if spoken now. Another world, an illegal transfer, a dead statesman, two men in one body and possibly a third. It would be madness even if she believed every syllable. The body chose for him, not with sabotage, with memory. His hand went to the side counter, opened the wrong drawer, then the right one, and came up with a slim paper booklet Liora used for school concert notes. He tore a blank page from the back and wrote, not in his own hand but in Cal's, 3 words, "Aluan Sark, Echo." Amel stared at the page. "You are not trying to convince me of a nervous disorder," she said. "No. Are you trying to convince me someone else is inside you?" Cal recoiled at the sentence and pressed from within so hard Calen saw the table edge shift in his vision. "Mine." The word hit with more grief than possession now. Amel saw the change in his face. "Not someone," she said slowly. "More than one." The room would not hold that line for long. Somewhere between impossible and unbearable a child still had to be collected, meals still had to be answered for, public systems still expected acknowledgement. Domestic life was cruel in that way. It refused to suspend itself for metaphysics. Before Calen could choose speech or silence, the apartment diagnostic slate on the table lit without touch. Amel had left the cognitive panel active. The device had been listening for response markers. Now, across its clean clinical grid, a new entry appeared beneath the symptom list. Third pattern detected, non-local language event, recommend escalation. Amel looked from the slate to him and back again. "I did not program that field." Calen believed her. The body took one involuntary step backward from the table. Then the third voice spoke, not behind the eyes this time, not as pressure, in the mouth. "Do not escalate through the municipal lane." The tone was wrong for both of them. It carried none of Calen's clipped defensive compression and none of Cal's lived warmth. It was quieter than either, but quieter in the way deep water is quieter than speech. The vowels sat older. The rhythm spared nothing on urgency and wasted nothing on persuasion. Amel stared at him. The voice continued, using his mouth as if mouths were provisional tools and not ownership claims. The child will arrive first. If you hand the house to the city before she comes through the door, she will learn fear before sequence. Then it was gone, not softened. Gone. Cal hit the inside of the body like a body thrown against a locked door. Calen caught the edge of the table with both hands and barely kept upright. Amel did not scream, did not step away, did not reach for the municipal line. She said in a voice so controlled it frightened him more than panic would have, "Say that again." He could not because he chose not to, because whatever had used the body had already withdrawn beyond the point where repetition could compel it. The entry panel chimed. Liora, of course. Amel moved first, not toward the display, not toward him, but toward the door because the sentence had been monstrous and possibly manipulative and still, unforgivably, correct. She opened it before the second chime. Liora came in with her school bag half off one shoulder and her breathing already wrong. Not full attack, precursor, too fast, too shallow. The tight little inward draw at the base of the throat Calen knew now from last night and hated because the body knew it better. Amel dropped to one knee immediately. How long? On the tram, Liora said, angry because children preferred anger when breath became work. I'm fine. You're not fine. I said I'm fine. Amel already had the inhaler kit in hand. She looked back at him once over Liora's shoulder, and the look held more than blame. It held the impossible fact that her decision about him would now be made inside a child's lungs. Liora's hand knocked the blue cartridge aside. Not that one, Calen said. The words came from him this time, but the knowledge did not belong only to him. Cal's body memory rose with violent certainty. Green for fast tightening after exertion, blue only if the first failed. Count her breaths. Do not let her see your fear before the medicine lands. Amel's eyes snapped to him. Why? No time. Liora tried to breathe and got only the top half. The third presence touched the body again, not possession this time, not full use. Alignment, a cool ordering of panic into action. Window, Calen said. Open it. Green cartridge, 4 counts. Then talk to her like nothing in the room is wrong. Amel obeyed 2 of the instructions before she had time to decide whether obedience was sane. Window, green cartridge. She looked at him once more before fitting the inhaler. 4. Yes, it was Cal's knowledge. It was also no longer only Cal's. Liora took the medicine badly on the first pass. Anger, tears she refused. Shoulder tightening under Amel's hand. Calen dropped to the floor opposite them, because the body did it before he judged it. He heard himself say with a gentleness he did not know how to counterfeit again, "You know this." Liora glared at him through the beginnings of panic. "You always count slower." The body answered before he could think. "Then you count me." That got the second pass into her. 1, 2, 3, 4. The room held. Breath returned in ragged increments, not relief, sequence. The thing the voice had named. Amel kept one hand on the inhaler and one at the back of Liora's neck until the worst of the constriction passed. She did not look at him while she worked. That frightened him too. She was no longer dividing attention because the child had claimed priority. Whoever or whatever he was could wait. Only when Liora's shoulders lowered by 1 degree and the next inhale reached deeper did Amel say, still looking at the child, "Who taught you that timing?" The question was for him and not for him. Calen answered honestly because the room had become too expensive for anything else. "I don't know." Liora leaned against Amel, still taking offended breaths. "You do know." No one in the apartment contradicted her. **** in echo, The rack stopped pretending to be machinery and began behaving like a witness. After the word child, after custody, after Lendre had ordered the room sealed under legal discretion, the crystal housing settled into a pattern that made every diagnostic skin around it less useful. The usual thermal behaviors remained: coolant load, relation band flicker, partial signal collapse, but the interval between pulses acquired decision. Not personhood perhaps, not yet, but sequence that could no longer be dismissed as damaged drift. Lendre moved the council review to a secure chamber inside the tower and took only 4 people with him: Tamir, Kiang, Duval, and himself. Marino was excluded, which meant Lendre already understood the difference between continuity hunger and succession hunger, and had decided for now to keep them from speaking to each other. Sevra knew this because he told no one, and because he had made the legal request trails narrow enough that only someone already watching contradictions would notice which names did not appear. Sevra remained in echo with the rack and the body, which meant she did not hear the first half of the council exchange as speech. She heard it later from Sevra's reconstruction, and from the orders that returned changed. Temir's first question had not been whether the rack spoke, it had been whether anyone else had. Kiang's had been simpler: can it spread? Duval's, according to Sevra, had been the only honest one in the room: is this still his mind at all? Lendre had answered none of them directly. He had projected the message logs, the split trace, the synchronized body response, and the maintenance skin text. He had not said thermal fault. He had not said anomaly. He had said exactly what Sevra feared he would say. We are no longer managing a failed preservation attempt, he told them. We are managing an inheritance event with active claims. Tamir had gone very still at that. Kiang had asked, from whom? Lendre had replied, that is now the civilizational question. The phrase reached echo 2 hours later in the form of orders that no longer belonged to technical review at all. New containment language, new legal chain, a prohibition on destruction authority unless the body or rack demonstrated hostile propagation, a requirement that all future documentation avoid the word copy, a request, Duval's almost certainly, for every existing ethical note Sevra Valak had preserved since the sanction hearing, and one additional line so dangerous in its quietness that Sevra read it twice to be sure she had not invented it. Council Subcommittee for Legacy, Personhood, and State Continuity to convene under Black Review. There it was. Not just a crime, not just a cover-up, a branch of law beginning to grow around the event. Merck read over her shoulder and said, that took less time than I expected. It should have taken never, Sevra said. It was always going to happen if the rack became eloquent. It is not eloquence. No, Sevra said from the side rail. It is leverage in a dead man's shape. The body in Sync 3 moved at the same moment, not the fingers this time. The head, by the smallest fraction, angling toward the wall that separated the recovery bay from the rack floor. The eyes remained open and unfocused. The motion had no visible purpose except direction. Sevra was beside the bay before the monitor finished warning them about the change in muscle activity. Calen? Nothing. She looked back at the partition wall, then at the monitor line, then at Sevra, who was already checking the rack stamps. Same second, Sevra said. Merck was at the housing again, pulling up the maintenance skin despite the legal band now seated over most of the system. Yep. If he's orienting to the rack, he may be orienting through it, Sevra said. The thought came whole enough to make the room feel briefly smaller. Not 2 sites with one broken event. A passage. Sevra's slate flashed with an inbound legal instruction. She read it and her face did not change, which meant the change was bad. Lendre wants a controlled second prompt, she said. This one directed. He wants to ask whether the event is confined to one world. The word world sat between them without explanation and therefore with too much. Merck's answer came at once. Absolutely not. Sevra turned toward him so fast the stool clipped the rail. "You refuse now?" "Yes." The force of it silenced even him for half a beat. Then he said, calmer and therefore more dangerous, "The first prompt asked philosophy and got logistics. The second will ask geography and get ambition." He was right. That was the problem. Sierra looked at the legal order again. "He expects compliance within 20 minutes. This is where it changes," she said. Neither of them answered because both of them already knew. "What are you going to do?" Merk asked. Sevra looked at Calen's unclaimed body, at the crystal housing containing whatever remained of Eluan, at the legal order requesting a map of worlds as if worlds were now a recoverable inventory category. Then she said the only thing left that still felt like work instead of surrender. "Delay him," she said to Sierra. "To what end?" Sevra looked at the partition wall again, at the direction in which the body had turned its head. "To give the speaking part of the inheritance one chance," she said, "to declare itself before the state names it wrong." That night, after Liora slept at last, and Amel had moved the municipal display into manual lock, the apartment became a laboratory, only in the ways homes become laboratories when truth enters badly. No polished instruments, no state-clean lines, just the kitchen table, the cognitive slate, the note page with a Lewin Sark, echo written in Cal's hand, and the two adults seated across from each other with the child's inhaler kit still between them because no one had remembered to move it. Amel had not called the city. She had also not resumed pretending the problem could stay private by goodwill alone. "Start again," she said. Calen did. Not the whole truth. He was not capable of the whole truth yet, not in order, not in speech, but enough of it to wound the room honestly. There had been an experiment. There had been another world. There had been a transfer that failed and did not stop failing where it should. There was another man, the man whose life this was, and the body did not belong cleanly to either of them now. Amel listened as if listening itself were a kind of containment. When he reached the part about the dead philosopher, she said the name before he did. "Eluan Sark." He looked at her. "You know him here. Everyone knows him here." Her voice had thinned into something he had never heard from her before, not disbelief, offense at history itself, not as a statesman, as a caution, as the man who argued that memory becomes tyranny the moment the dead are allowed to govern through the living. Calen felt the third presence stir at the sentence like an animal hearing its own old description called from far away. Amel saw it in his face. "He's the other one." The body recoiled. Cal's, not his. "No," Calen said, "too late, too defensive, not enough." Amel leaned back slightly. "Then there are three." The apartment gave them no sound in which to hide. From the hallway came Liora's sleep cough once, then silence again. Amel looked toward it and lowered her voice. "If I believe you, I have to assume the thing that spoke through you tonight was not only real but strategic. It did not tell me what it was. It told me what would keep the child safe. Yes, that is help. Yes, that is also leverage." He said nothing because there was nothing to improve by saying it for her. The slate on the table brightened of its own accord. Neither of them touched it. Across the diagnostic grid, beneath symptom markers and respiratory follow-up, text entered in a hand the device should not have had. "Good. Now ask better questions." Amel stood so abruptly the chair legs bit the floor. Calen was on his feet an instant later, but not alone. Cal surged up with him, all refusal and violated home. The third presence remained where it had been, somewhere lower and colder than panic, regarding both of them as if their outrage were an expected tax on usefulness. Amel did not move away from the table. "Say your name," she said to the slate. No answer. Then, after a beat long enough to become deliberate, "Names are for the living to argue over. Custody is the question." Amel looked at him. The dead had entered not as memory, not as guide, but as claim. Chapter 8. 3 minds, no center by 0710. Echo had acquired another layer of silence, not the useful kind that let people work. This one came from legal occupation. The corridor seals around the rack floor still wore black authority bands. The 2 security observers at the partition doors had been replaced by 3, which meant someone upstairs had decided to stop pretending the room remained a technical matter. The crystal housing pulsed in its damaged blue intervals behind reinforced glass. Sync 3 stayed on local-only routing. Every screen in the lab now carried a thin upper strip marked Black Review/Chain Active, whether the work on it deserved the warning or not. Sevra had not changed clothes. She had washed blood off the side of one hand in the scrub room sink and failed to get it out from under 2 nails. The skin at the knuckles had gone tight with dried antiseptic. She welcomed the sting because it kept the night from turning abstract. Merck stood at the maintenance rail pretending he was calibrating the copied rack state instead of watching the legal door. Sierra stood beside the side console with her slate in one hand and Lendre's latest order open across it. "He has cut the compliance window in half," she said. Merck did not look up. How generous. "He wants a directed second prompt in 14 minutes. He can want." Sierra turned the slate just far enough for Sevra to read the black text herself. Requested directive. Establish whether active claims are singular or distributed. Establish whether event is confined to one world. Establish who holds decision authority over the node. No thermal language. No anomaly language. No word choice left that still belonged to engineers. Sevra said, "If we run that as written, he gets to decide the categories before the room answers." "Exactly," Sierra said. Merck finally glanced over. "You sound offended that law behaves like law. Only when it is pretending not to." The body in Sync 3 lay beyond the wall and one locked door away, but the room had stopped respecting that kind of separation. Sevra could feel the recovery bay in her working attention the way one feels an injury while still walking. Not constant pain, constant location. She keyed the copied rack state to the side skin and watched the timing bands tighten and loosen. The rack no longer acted dormant under pressure. It acted withholding. "What happens if we refuse the prompt?" she asked. Sierra answered immediately. "Lendre comes down in person with authority bands and runs it himself, or Qiang sends containment staff and turns refusal into evidence." Merck moved one hand off the rail. "I prefer neither. That has not been the range of options for some time," Sevra said. The legal speaker in the upper wall clicked live before any of them touched it. Lendre did not waste the signal on greeting. Status. Sevra kept her hands on the board. "The rack remains damaged, the node remains unresponsive, and your directed second prompt remains a bad idea. On technical grounds, I assume. You people remain loyal to technical grounds the way children remain loyal to blankets." Merck muttered. That was almost funny enough to make him worse. Sevra said, "On technical and legal grounds. Your prompt forces singular language onto a distributed event. Then correct the event by answering the question. There is no correction inside your phrasing." Lendre let that sit for a beat. His voice returned calmer, which was always the more dangerous register. "Dr. Calen, the Council is now being asked whether this project created an inheritable claimant, an unstable copy condition, or a transmissible precedent between worlds. I cannot take them your irritation as an interim category." The side skin brightened by itself. Not a full message yet. Only one thin line of unauthorized text across the lower corner of the maintenance display. "Bad questions accelerate bad law." None of them moved. The speaker in the wall stayed live. Lendre heard the intake of breath in the room and recognized it for what it was. "What appeared?" he asked. Merck answered before Sevra could stop him. "An unauthorized line on the maintenance skin. Read it." "No." That came from Sevra and Merck together. Sierra looked at neither of them. "You are both too late." She lifted the slate. Lendre would already be seeing the mirrored text in compliance chain whether any of them read it aloud or not. The speaker stayed silent for 2 long seconds. Then, excellent, run the directed prompt. Sevra looked at the copied rack state, at the lower timing bands, at the narrow live trace coming from sync 3. The room had given them one useful thing, a line that hated the legal frame as much as she did. No, she said. The speaker stayed quiet again. When Lendre returned, the patience in him had thinned. Then I will be in the room in 7 minutes. The channel died. Merck exhaled through his teeth. That is generous too. Sevra's eyes remained on the skin. If he gets downstairs before the event defines itself, he will define it for the event. Sierra said, so you intend to do what before then? The answer arrived before Sevra wanted it to. A private question. Merck turned fully this time. You just spent 10 minutes explaining why questions corrupt the field. Bad questions corrupt it. Sierra's thumb rested once against the edge of the slate. And yours will be innocent. No. Sevra reached for the local feed route and overlaid the rack timing with the body trace from sync 3. Only narrower. Merck watched the 2 lines sit one above the other, almost still until the eye learned where the movement lived. What exactly do you want to ask? She looked at the 2 traces until the wording stopped sounding like theory. When the state asks who gets to decide for one body, what answer is already trying to form? Merck stared at her. That is not narrow. It is narrower than his. Sierra said, and if the answer implicates the child again, it already has. No one said no after that. Merck routed the copied rack state to a local-only maintenance skin and severed the path that would have let the prompt travel to legal mirror without first passing through his private checksum line. Sierra marked the intervention without comment. Sevra opened the question channel at the lowest amplitude the room could manage without turning the exercise into pantomime. The prompt went in. For 3 seconds the room remained machinery. Then the pulse inside the housing altered. Not brighter, more divided. The damaged blue rhythm split into 3 intervals that would not settle into one another no matter how long she watched. One arrived through the core, one through the relation bands, one nowhere in the rack at all and therefore through the body line. The unauthorized text wrote itself across the maintenance skin slowly enough to feel deliberate. One body is a poor container for illegal fiction. The sentence landed in the room like a thrown tool. Merck said, "That's him." Sevra did not ask which him he meant. The problem had crossed beyond singular reference. The line below it entered before anyone touched the board. Ask who pays when you force a center. The body trace in sync 3 rose at the same moment, not waking, not orienting, but tightening into a cleaner pattern than a comatose patient should have been able to hold. Sierra looked at the linked stamps and said, "Same second again." Then another line wrote itself, shorter, harder, and free of every trace of rhetorical polish. Not him. Not him, not you. Merck's mouth opened once and closed. Sevra looked from the screen to Sierra. It rejects all current authority claims. It rejects the available categories, Sierra said. The wall speaker clicked live again without warning. Lendre's voice entered already sharpened. You have just given me a stronger reason to come downstairs. Sevra did not bother hiding her contempt now. You always had one. Read me the lines. No, then I will interpret refusal as hostile concealment. Merck said, interpretation appears to be your favorite machine. Lendre ignored him. 7 minutes has become 4. The channel cut. Sierra lowered the slate. You have less than that. He is moving. Sevra looked at the last line on the maintenance skin and felt her hand close harder on the edge of the board. Merck's eyes had already changed. He leaned closer to the maintenance skin. That line helps nobody, he said. That line helps truth, Sierra replied. That is not the same thing. No, Sierra said. It rarely is. Sevra killed the maintenance skin before either of them could start making ownership claims about what it meant. We do nothing else until I see the body, she said. She was already halfway to sync 3 before either of them answered. Amel did not sleep. She changed positions through the night with the discipline of someone refusing to call the thing beside her by the wrong name until morning offered better light. Sometime after dawn, she got out of bed, put on a dark shirt and the same gray trousers as yesterday, tied her hair back with a band she usually only used when she expected to work through breakfast, and turned the apartment display from manual lock to local-only inquiry. When Calen came into the kitchen, she had already set 3 cups on the table, not matching ones. One white ceramic, one blue, one glass. Deliberate difference where sameness would have been easier. The diagnostic slate lay open beside them. Liora had not yet woken. Her school bag sat by the entry bench with yesterday's Winds ensemble clip fastened to the outer seam. The inhaler kit remained on the counter within reach of the table. No one had pretended it belonged back in a cabinet. Amel looked up at him and then briefly at the cups. "We are not doing speeches this morning," she said. Calen stayed standing. The body was tired in a deeper way than simple sleep loss. The muscles carried yesterday's tram, the review room, the asthma sequence, the chair striking tile when the municipal display took the wall, the night at the kitchen table. Under it all sat Cal, wounded, alert, and no longer wasting strength on every available sabotage. That restraint frightened Calen more than the earlier violence had. Amel tapped the chair opposite her. "Sit." He did. She turned the slate so he could see the screen. No polished medical interface today, just a plain grid with 3 unlabeled columns, and a list of questions below. "I am not giving names to anything I can't verify," she said. "You are going to help me build a testable map." The body tensed at once. No. The refusal came through the chest and jaw together, not because Cal feared the slate itself, but because naming lanes meant admitting occupancy as method. Amel saw the reaction and marked it with one finger against the screen. "Good," she said. That at least was immediate. Calen looked at the columns. "How do you expect an answer, with whatever still belongs to the truth in there?" She slid a pen across the table. "Writing, tapping, speech, refusal. I'll take any of them if they repeat." He did not touch the pen. Amel glanced at the 3 cups. "I put those there so no one in the room has the excuse of singular habit. Pick one if you can, refuse if you must." The setup was crude, domestic, more useful than half the protocols Calen had written for council review. He reached for the white cup because it stood nearest his hand. The hand stopped halfway and dragged instead toward the blue ceramic. "Cal." Before the fingers closed, the wrist changed direction again and landed on the glass. Cool, thin, less stable in the grip, the choice held there. Amel watched it happen without interrupting. "Good," she said again, but her voice had gone flatter. "Now I know I am not dealing with metaphor." Calen picked up the glass only long enough to prove the motion had settled, then set it back down. Amel touched the first question on the slate. "Who knows how to get this body home?" Calen reached for the pen. The hand tightened and stayed still. Not because Cal disagreed with the content, because the phrasing was wrong. Home for whom, home to where? Even the question tried to smuggle a center into the room. A pulse of colder attention moved up through the body before any answer reached the page. Not behind the eyes this time. Lower. Older. The third presence had learned the table. The pen moved. Not in Calen's hand, through it. Home is not the same question for all 3. Amel read the line once, looked up at him, then back to the page. "You write differently now," she said. Calen said nothing because any true reply would have required plural pronouns he still hated. She touched the second question, who knew Liora's breathing sequence. This time the body answered before the pen did. A sharp inward contraction below the ribs. Cal first. Possession and fear in one line. Then the pen moved anyway. One new IT in the muscle. One learned IT in the moment. One recognized the pattern. Amel's mouth flattened. "That is not an answer," she said. The pen wrote again, more quickly. "IT is 3 answers." Calen felt the humiliation of it in all directions at once. Aluan had not only entered the exercise, he had improved its precision. Cal hated that, so did he. Amel tapped the table once with the nail of her thumb. She moved to the third line. Who gets to decide what this body says in public? No one touched the pen. No one touched the cups. The body sat so still it began to look like waiting furniture under bad light. Amel looked at his face carefully enough to make the stillness worse. That one matters most. The first answer came as pressure in the throat, me. The second answer came as thought, clipped and bitter. No one with a civic audience can afford you alone. The third answer did not come as language at all. The pen merely shifted half an inch on the table under an unseen pressure and rested with its point toward the center of the slate. Amel saw that and went very still. No center, she said quietly. The body reacted as if she had named an injury. Cal recoiled. Calen felt the ugly correctness. The older presence remained unreadable. Amel marked something on the slate. Fine. Then we test function instead. She changed the screen and brought up 4 new lines. Child, house, city, echo. At each line, she said, whoever can answer without delay gets first claim. We see whether that produces anything I can use before Liora wakes. Calen heard the method and hated how sound it was. The first line was simple, child. The body's response was immediate and total. Breath, shoulders, pulse, gaze, all of it moved before conscious choice. Cal, no pen needed. Amel marked the first column, house. Again the body moved first, though less violently this time. The eyes tracked toward the entry shelf, the cabinets, the hallway that still held sleep behind one door. Cal again. Amel marked it. City. Body did nothing. Calen took the pen. Before ink touched paper, the hand slowed. A second movement entered from somewhere colder, altering not the grip but the choice of words. Not the city, its appetite. Amel read that and looked at him for a long moment. That one wasn't only you. No, Calen said. It was the first honest singular answer he had given her that morning. She marked the second and third columns together. Echo. The body went wrong, not pain, not seizure. Just a deep, immediate disagreement in the spine, as if the chair had grown 2 directions at once. Cal's refusal hit first because echo had broken the body. Calen's claim followed because echo remained the only place in either world that might still carry an exit. The third presence arrived last and most cleanly, not as panic, not as hunger, but as a calm pressure against both of them. The pen moved across the page in firmer strokes than Calen had used anywhere in this house. Do not let the state name the event before the event names itself. Amel stared at the line. You speak like him, she said. Calen did not ask which him. The answer wrote itself without her help. He spoke like the state. I spoke before IT. Amel pushed her chair back hard enough that one leg scraped tile. The sound brought a smaller one from the hallway. Liora, not yet visible, coughing once in her sleep and rolling over. All 4 of them froze. Amel lowered her voice at once. That is exactly what I needed not to hear before breakfast. Calen felt Cal gather under the skin like a man pushing against a locked internal door. No city, no tests, no more. Calen said, we need terms. Amel looked at him sharply. You do. I need my daughter through the day. No, he said. Terms or this fractures every time pressure arrives. The older presence did not oppose him. That frightened him more than anything else in the room. Amel sat again, but only because sitting made it easier to stay quiet while Liora still slept. Then give me terms, she said. Short, testable, and if one of you breaks them, I call that what it is. Calen looked at the slate and spoke before the others could foul the line beyond use. Child first. The body went still in agreement. House before city. A harder stillness. Cal's. No use of the mouth without warning if more than one of us is pushing. That made the body recoil because it condemned yesterday's speech in the kitchen by implication. Amel said, good, continue. Calen pushed on. If echo or the city reaches in, I answer for technical facts. The body tried to reject that term outright. No, because you cannot answer those facts. The answer from inside him came with simple hate. Watch me. Then the older presence entered for the first time as direct speech, not on the page, not on the display, but in the mouth itself. Facts are the least stable part of any state crisis. The voice sat older than either of them and flatter than either world preferred. Amel did not flinch now, she had passed flinching. Then you do not get a lane, she said to the mouth that was using her husband's face. You get a limit. The silence that followed held actual surprise in it. She pointed to the slate. Child first, house before city. No mouth use without warning. Technical facts go through the one who can supply them without inventing morality around them. Her gaze stayed on him. And you, whatever you call yourself before the dead, do not touch a network route without telling me first. The older presence withdrew so quickly Calen nearly mistook it for refusal. Cal did not. He felt the outrage in the body even without words. Amel saw that too. You don't have to like the terms, she said. You only have to break them once for me to know what sort of people are sitting in there. Liora's door opened. The morning lost its privacy immediately. She came into the kitchen in one sock and yesterday's sleep shirt with a strand of hair fastened to her cheek. She stopped at the table, 3 cups, slate open, her father not speaking, her mother already dressed for conflict. What happened? Amel answered without turning. Mourning. Liora looked at Calen instead. No, I mean what happened. The body tried to go to her at once, Cal. Then Calen, trying not to look dangerous. Then the older presence, doing nothing except making both hesitations legible by existing between them. The truce had lasted less than a minute under live conditions. Liora saw the delay and her expression change from childish offense into something smaller and worse. You're doing it again. Calen said, carefully. Doing what? Waiting until you know what I mean so you can be the right version. Amel closed her eyes once. The sentence landed hardest on Cal. Calen felt the shame through him like heat under a door. Liora pointed to the cups. Why are there 3? No one in the room answered quickly enough. The body moved toward her anyway, not a decision, a reflex. Amel said, stop. He stopped. That hurt more than it should have. Liora looked from one adult to the other. You're talking about him like he's not here. Amel stood. Shoes, now. It worked only because the command belonged to ordinary life and ordinary life still had some jurisdiction in the apartment. Liora took 2 steps toward the hall, then stopped again and turned back. If you're sick, she said to him, say sick. If you're mad, say mad. Don't act nice at me like a visitor. Then she went. The sentence stayed in the kitchen after her. Calen kept his hands flat on the table because they no longer belonged to speech. Amel looked at the slate and then at him. There is your first failed test. He said nothing. The older presence said nothing. Cal gave him only one word, but it was enough. Told. Asterisk in sync 3, the body had turned its head another 3 degrees toward the partition wall by the time Sevra entered. Not enough to be visible from the corridor. More than enough to end any fiction of random muscle drift. The line at the neck showed it clearly now. The right shoulder had shifted as well, minutely, as if some invisible point beyond the ceramic wall had acquired gravity. Sevra came in behind her and sealed the door. Merc stayed at the threshold longer than either of them, watching the monitor tree rather than the body. If Lendre reaches the rack floor before we decide what we're telling him, he'll read all hesitation as ownership conflict. Sevra looked down at Calen's face. The eyes remained open and wrong, but not vacant in the way vacancy had first arrived. The wrongness had direction now. That's because it is ownership conflict, she said, not legally. Law is late. Merc gave her a short look. You're repeating it. Sevra kept her eyes on the monitor tree. I'm repeating what it gave us. Sevra put one hand near Calen's wrist without touching. If the body can hear prompt conditions through the rack line, then the event is not divided cleanly enough for Lendray's categories to hold. He'll still use them. We need a counter-description before he gets in front of Temur again. Merk said, "You mean a better lie?" Sevra turned on him. "No, a more accurate weapon." That answer pleased nobody, including her. The old monitor ticked once. The cortical trace tightened into a narrow, cleaner sequence and then loosened again. Not speech. Near it, Sierra had her slayed out already. Same rhythm family as the unauthorized lines. Merk moved closer to the bay in spite of himself. "Can we route from the body instead of the rack?" "No," Sevra said. "Why not?" "Because if the body speaks under legal chain before we know who is using it, we hand the singular claim argument to the wrong people." Merk looked at Calen's throat, at the monitor, at the local-only routing skin. "We are already in the wrong people business." The outer corridor speaker clicked once. Lendray this time did not bother with hidden entry. "I am at the partition." No one answered. "I am coming down." Merk said under his breath, "There goes the remaining morning." Sierra's slate flashed with the door access request. She did not yet accept it. Sevra looked at the body again and made the decision she had already been moving toward since the maintenance skin wrote the first line back at them. "Ask him one question," she said. Merk blinked. "You just said not Lendray's question, ours." The request light at the door pulsed again. Sierra said, "You have maybe 20 seconds." Sevra leaned over the bay. She kept her voice low, not because the body needed softness, but because intimacy offended less when it was unwilling. "If there are 3 valid claims in one body," she said, "which one fails first when pressure arrives?" For 1 terrible second nothing happened. Then Calen's mouth opened, not wide, only enough to shape air. The answer emerged shredded by disuse and divided timing. "The one trying to be alone." All 3 of them stared. Merk recovered first. "That was not residual discharge." "No," Sevra said. The door request pulsed a 3rd time and became an access warning. Sierra opened the door. Lendray entered with 1 legal observer behind him and the gloves still on. His eyes moved first to the body, then to the local monitor, then to the 3 of them. He took in the room at a speed that would have looked like calm to someone less experienced in appetite. "You're all lying about something," he said. He stepped toward the bay and stopped only when Sevra moved 1 pace into his line. "Not without terms," she said. Lendray's gaze rested on her. "You are in no position to set terms. Neither are you if you want a coherent answer." That bought him a pause. He looked past her to the body again. "Did it speak?" Merk said, "Define it." Lendray turned just enough to show that he had heard the insolence and stored it for later. "Very well. Did the node emit responsive language under local-only conditions?" Sierra answered because hers was the only voice in the room he could not easily classify as sabotage. "Yes." "What language?" Sevra said, "Not yours." The gloves creased at his knuckles. "Dr. Calen." She held his gaze. "You asked the system whether claims were singular or distributed. It rejected the category. You asked for authority lines. It rejected the premise. Now you want the body to rescue your framing after the rack refused it. That is an interpretation." "No," she said, "that is sequence." For the first time since he had stepped into the room, something almost like respect touched his face. It vanished at once. "What did the body say?" Sevra answered without softening it. "That the claim trying to act alone fails first." Lendray looked at the body for a long moment. Then he said, "Good." Merk laughed once in disbelief. "There's the appetite." Lendray ignored him. "Because that is finally useful. It gives me the only framework the council can hold without immediate fracture." Sierra asked, "Which is?" He turned toward her. "Forced plurality under contested custody, not succession, not ordinary survival, a condition to be administered." Sevra's hand closed on the console edge. "You don't get to call this administrative just because singularity failed," she said. Lendray looked at her almost kindly. I do if I intend to keep Kiang from calling it infestation. No one spoke. Prepare the directed prompt, Lendre said. Merck's answer came at once. Absolutely not. Lendre turned. On what grounds? On grounds that your categories already changed the response. Everything changes the response. Exactly. Sierra did not interrupt them. She only watched Sevra, which told Sevra the choice had already arrived and would not wait for better language. 5 minutes, Lendre said. Then I take the room. He stepped back toward the door, not leaving, only repositioning himself where refusal could be recorded cleanly. The legal observer stayed with him. Merck turned on Sevra the moment the seal reset. If you give him the board, he'll put state language through the rack until something breaks polite enough for a hearing. If I don't, Sevra said, he brings Kiang's people down here. Sierra said, both are true. No one in Sync 3 pretended there was a center left from which to govern the choice. Amel drove Liora to school herself. She did not let him come. That hurt Cal more than it hurt Calen, which made Calen hate it twice, once for the exclusion and once for the relief that followed it. By the time the door sealed behind them, the apartment had become too neat. Breakfast half cleared, 3 cups still on the table because neither adult had trusted the meaning of moving them. The diagnostic slate awake. The old note page with a Lewin Sark, echo folded once and placed beneath the pen. Amel came back 15 minutes later with cold air in her clothes and no attempt left to pad the truth. I told the school I was working from home, she said. I told the review office you were febrile and incoherent. That buys us part of a day. The word incoherent entered the room and settled there as fact rather than insult. She sat again. We are testing the terms, she said. Not because I trust them, because I need to know whether they exist outside a kitchen conversation. Calen stayed where he was standing. Amel looked at him once. Sit. He sat. She touched the slate and pulled up a simple timed response panel. If the city reaches in, she said, technical facts go through you. If the child is in the room, body priority stays with the one who knows her life. If the older one wants the mouth, he warns first. The older one. She still refused Lewin the dignity of a name in her house. Calen respected that more than he wanted to. Amel set the timer for 10 seconds. Then she brightened the apartment display. A municipal line opened at once. Not because the house had been waiting politely, because the city had already tried twice through routes she had locked and now recognized local-only release as consent. Civic follow-up. Dr. Calveyer, continuity consult request pending. Response required before 0930. Amel looked at him. Technical facts, go. Calen answered on instinct. Request route, authority source, and whether this is tied to overnight irregularities. The body let the sentence through. No sabotage, no choke. The display processed and returned. Source, District Continuity Office / Civic Liaison Chain. Trigger, overnight public system anomaly. Purpose, consult / notification / risk assessment. Amel's eyes moved once to the slate. Again. Ask whether attendance is compulsory, remote, or substitutable. The display answered. Attendance may be escalated. Remote preliminary permitted. The 10-second timer expired with no internal fracture visible enough for Amel to call it failure. She marked one line on the slate. All right, she said. Now house. She reached for the entry shelf without warning, took Liora's Winds Ensemble folder from the lower rack, and held it out halfway between them. Where does this go after school? The body knew before Calen could even see the label on the tab. Hall shelf, left cubby, not the desk, because last time humidity curled the notes. Cal surged toward the answer. Calen stayed off it. The hand lifted, took the folder, and carried it straight to the correct cubby without a pause. Amel watched the path, not the face. Fine. The timer kept moving across the panel. She set the folder aside and touched the final line. Warning before mouth use. For the first time, the room changed before any external trigger arrived. Calen felt the third presence gather with deliberate visibility. No longer content to remain an inference in the muscles, not a hostile seizure. More like a man moving his chair into better light because the meeting had stopped pretending not to include him. Amel saw the change. "Do not use him," she said into the room before the mouth moved. "Say you are going to." The answer came through his own throat, but not in Calen's cadence and not in Cal's. "I am going to." Amel's jaw tightened. "Good," she said. "Now speak." The voice that followed was quieter than the sentence before it. "Your test is too clean for the pressures that matter." Amel did not look away. "That is not my problem. Speak to the terms." The terms fail when one lane satisfies two obligations badly and a third expensively. Calen heard Cal's anger hit the body at once, not because the statement was false, because it sounded like a man describing someone else's house from above. The pulse of refusal rose through chest and wrist both. "Get out." The voice continued anyway, not louder, simply steadier. "The child will not stay in the child lane. The city will not stay in the city lane. He will not keep technical fact separate from ambition if the fact offers him route." That hit because it was true enough to wound. Calen said, "And you will?" "No." Amel marked something else on the slate. "Good. The honesty improves the result." Cal surged then with enough force to break the stillness. The chair leg bit tile. His right hand slammed flat on the table and the older presence lost the mouth. Mine, not spoken, felt through tendon and breath and the absolute refusal of a violated host. Amel flinched this time, not backward but inward. She had gotten her warning. She had gotten speech. She had also gotten the failure she was actually testing for. "The terms held for 90 seconds, she said. Calen said, "Long enough to use." Cal's answer came through the body before thought completed. "Use what?" Amel looked at him sharply. "Did he just answer you?" "No," Calen said. The body made the lie visible. Amel leaned back. "There is your second failure. You are already holding side conversations inside one face." The display by the hall brightened again. Not municipal white this time. A maintenance gray field with no civic header at all. The same wrong route that had carried the continuity line 2 nights ago and the custody sentence after that. All 3 minds in the body reached for it differently. Calen saw a route to echo in it. Cal saw a line running straight at the house. The older one recognized the pattern before either of them named it. The screen populated with one sentence. "If you want a truce, stop testing for ownership." Amel read it without blinking. Calen felt Cal's hatred and his own agreement collide so hard they nearly made him nauseous. Amel stood and crossed to the panel, not to shut it down but to pull the local route diagnostics into view beneath the message. No municipal stamp, no district chain, no visible source. "And yet it is still in my wall." She looked back at him. "Do you intend to leave that alone?" Calen knew the honest answer. "No." Cal rejected it immediately. "No." Amel heard the fracture in the body before either of them managed speech. "And there it is again." The display added a second line before anyone touched it. One message. No voice. Choose your recipient. The old note page under the pen lifted slightly in the air current from the vent and settled again. Amel's gaze moved from the display to the diagnostic slate to the note page and back. "This is a trap." "Probably," Calen said. "From which one?" No one answered because that question had stopped having a stable shape. The body stood, not cleanly. The left shoulder turning toward the display, the right hand bracing on the table, the spine resisting itself for one visible second. Calen said, "If Echo is still trying to keep the state from naming the event first, they need a line before Lendre fixes the language." Amel stared at him. "You think that wall can reach your lab?" "I know it can reach something." Cal's refusal came harder now, sharp enough to drag the wrist away from the panel before contact. "Not the city, Not them, not through this house. The older presence entered not with the mouth but with the hand. The fingers settled over the underside of the wrist where Cal had locked the tendons and held there just long enough to change the pressure. Not force. Leverage. Amel saw it happen. Her face changed into the expression of someone watching a person hold down his own arm. "This is insane," she said. "Yes," Calen said, "but not random. No." The display waited, one message, no voice, choose your recipient. Amel came back to the table and picked up the pen. She placed it between his fingers herself. "If you send anything from this house," she said, "I read it before it leaves." Calen nodded once. The body hated that. The older presence allowed it. He bent over the note page. The first attempt failed because Cal locked the hand hard enough to tear the paper at the point. The second because Calen tried to move too fast and the wrist veered into the wrong letter. The third held. He wrote slowly enough that each word felt negotiated through muscle. To Sevra only. 3 claims. Do not let law pick the center. Amel read the line. "That sounds like you," she said. "It sounds like all of us enough to work." She considered that, then nodded once. Send. Display changed. No keyboard. No civic send band, only a narrow black field at the bottom waiting for physical confirmation. Calen reached toward it. The truce failed there, not abstractly, in the tendons. The hand touched the panel and stopped being one hand. Calen pushed to send. Cal turned the wrist away from every route that touched the house. The older presence held the motion just long enough to spoil both decisions. By the time Calen understood the last part, the hand had already touched the panel. The sentence on the screen erased itself. A new one wrote in its place through his own skin contact, faster than handwriting and colder than intention. Ask who is declared extra when one body fails to stay singular. Amel stepped back as if the floor had shifted. "That is not what you wrote." "No," Calen said. Cal hit the inside of the body like a man throwing himself at a locked door. The display went dark. At the exact same moment, far away and not far enough, something in echo answered. Asterisk, 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 the maintenance skin over Merck's console flashed once, cleared 3 pages of local telemetry and replaced them with a single black line on white. Ask who is declared extra when one body fails to stay singular. No header. No chain. No route visible enough for audit. Lendre saw it. So did the legal observer. So did Sevra, whose hand reached the slate before the sentence had fully settled. Merck swore. Sevra felt the timing in her stomach. Before she looked at the body monitor, Sync 3 had tightened into the same brief, impossible coherence as the message arrived. The mouth on the bay had not moved. The line had still traveled. Lendre stepped closer to the maintenance skin and read the sentence twice. Then, with more satisfaction than he should have shown in front of witnesses, he said, "There, at last, a legislative event." Merck snapped, "That is not legislation. It is once the council hears it." Sevra moved to the board. "No, it is a warning." "From whom?" Lendre asked. Sevra answered with the only version that still kept faith with sequence. "Not from one." Merck leaned toward the skin. Lendre went still. Sierra's thumb moved once against her slate. Sevra looked from the message to the body. Lendre turned to her. "You will run the directed prompt now." Sevra kept her hand on the board and said, "No." This time it was not defiance alone, it was declaration. Lendre's expression cooled into the shape he used when deciding whether to punish first or rename the punishment. On the bay in Sync 3, Calen's body opened its mouth. Nothing came out. The failure was almost worse than speech. Lendre said, "Then I will run it without you." Merck moved before he could stop himself, putting one hand over the maintenance board that controlled local route access. "Try." Sierra looked at him sharply. The legal observer shifted position. Lendre did not. He only watched Merck's hand on the board, and Sevra's hand on the primary console, and Sierra's slate, recording all 3 of them with unbearable exactness. Chapter 9. The lab divides Lendre did not raise his voice. That made the room narrower than shouting would have. The maintenance skin still carried the unauthorized line in black on white. Ask who is declared extra when one body fails to stay singular. Merck's hand stayed flat over the local route board. Sevra's hand remained on the primary console, where she could still cut 3 different kinds of damage faster than anyone else in Echo. Liora held her slate low against her palm, recorder live, eyes moving from hand to hand instead of face to face. The body in Sync 3 had opened its mouth and failed. The old monitor did not care. It kept printing pulse, respiration, cortical drift. The rack beyond the reinforced glass kept pulsing in its damaged blue intervals as if the argument in the room were merely another unstable environmental condition. Lendre looked first at Merck's hand on the board, then at Sevra. "You are obstructing legal review in a black authorized event," he said. Merck answered before Sevra could. "I am obstructing you from forcing a question that already assumes the outcome. That distinction will interest exactly no one once I write it down." Sevra said, "Then write the true version. You asked for a singular answer from a distributed event and the event objected." "The event," Lendre said, "used your private maintenance skin to enter government language." Liora moved one thumb against the edge of her slate. "Not government language, legal language." Lendre turned his head a fraction toward her. "Thank you." "It was not. Agreement." "No," he said. "It was accuracy." The legal observer at the partition door shifted position and placed a palm against his own black band, making sure the room understood where the next layer of authority would come from if summoned. Beyond the partition glass, the third security watcher stayed in profile, hands folded before the body, patient as architecture. Merck did not remove his hand from the route board. Lendre saw that too. "You are a systems engineer, yes." Merck Jekar. "You know what a hand on a board means when 3 witnesses are present. It means I was closer than your observer." A small pulse crossed the maintenance skin. Not new text. Only the unauthorized sentence dimming, brightening, then holding again. The body monitor in Sync 3 answered with a brief narrowing in the trace. No one in the room missed the stamp match. Sevra said, "If you want the event not to answer through stolen channels, stop cornering it into them." Lendre looked at her as if the sentence had almost improved her. "You continue speaking as though refusal remains a laboratory privilege." "It does not." He held out one hand without looking away from her. The legal observer at the door crossed immediately and placed a narrow black strip into his fingers. Lendre laid it on the side console beside Liora. "Council Interim Authority. Expansion Band. Enough access to change the room from occupied to partitioned." Liora read the band code without touching it. The set of her mouth changed by less than a millimeter. "What does it authorize?" Sevra asked. "Temporary doctrinal control over all interpretive actions pending council review." "Doctrinal," Merck said. "You finally got honest." Lendre ignored him. "It also suspends immediate destruction authority." The sentence altered the room. Even Merck's hand shifted on the board. Lendre let them feel that before continuing. "If I invoke the band, Qiang does not get to take the body in the next 5 minutes. The rack is not hard cut. No containment team enters Echo under hostile propagation language. In return, I get procedural compliance and a directed prompt under legal observation." There it was at last. A cleaner weapon. Sevra looked at the black strip, then at the maintenance skin, then toward the wall that separated them from Sync 3. The least murderous route, still a route built for naming before understanding. Merck said, "What prompt?" Lendre answered him without turning. "A revised one, less singular if that helps your conscience keep pace. We ask whether decision authority is unitary, divided, or contested." Sierra said, "Those are still law words. Yes, they are not neutral. Neither is the room." The body monitor ticked once, then again. On the copped side skin, the rack pulse flattened for a second into a cleaner interval and released. Damaged sequence. Decision trying on shape. Sevra heard herself say, "No." Lendre nodded once as if he had expected the word and was already using it. "Then I invoke the band and your refusal enters the chain as interpretive obstruction." Merck's laugh came out low and humorless. "You came prepared to call anything obstruction except surrender." Sierra said, "Stop." Both men looked at her. She set the slate on the side console, screen outward. The recorder light remained white at her collar. "If he invokes the band, the room splits whether we like it or not. If he does not, he escalates to Kiang and we lose all category control at once." Lendre said, "Accurate." Merck said, "Do not start helping him. I am helping the sequence survive contact with your pride." Sevra watched her. "What are you proposing?" Sierra kept her eyes on the black authority strip, not on any of them. 5 minutes, no prompt, no band invocation. In that interval, we gather one thing only: whether the body and the rack will answer the same neutral stimulus on the same stamp. Lendre's expression changed very slightly. "You think time remains purchasable. In this room it usually is if the buyer is frightened enough." Merck's hand finally came off the route board. Not trust. Decision under pressure. Lendre looked at the maintenance skin again, at the line still waiting there as if the event had no reason to hurry for them. Then he said, 5 minutes. He touched the black band once with one fingertip but did not activate it. Sierra moved before the room could change its mind. "No speech prompt," she said. "No semantic lane, we use a material signal." Merck frowned. "For what?" "To avoid giving law the first noun." Sevra understood before he did. She crossed to the side utility rail, opened the lower drawer, and took out a sealed diagnostic clicker used for field synchrony checks when main boards were mistrusted. Cheap, ugly, honest. Press once. A hard, dry click the room could hear and the local systems could stamp without interpretation. Lendre looked at the device and almost smiled. "You intend to question a constitutional emergency with a maintenance toy." Sevra said, "I intend to see whether matter still answers before language decides what it heard." She moved to the partition wall between the rack floor and the route into Sync 3. Sierra went with her. Merck stayed by the copped rack state. Lendre remained where he was, close enough to observe, far enough to pretend this had not become a bargain. Sevra pressed the clicker once. The sound was tiny, mechanical, barely worthy of the room. Merck watched the copped rack timing. Sierra watched the body stamps on her slate. Sevra watched both of them instead of either screen. The rack pulse tightened first. 1 beat only. Sierra said, "Sync 3 1.2 seconds." The body had answered, too slow for coincidence to be comfortable, too fast for comfort to matter. Lendre said, "Again." Sevra did not look at him. She clicked once more. This time the body answered first, not movement, the old monitor trace pulling into a cleaner band, brief as held breath. The copped rack state answered on the next beat with a narrow flare along the lower relation line. Merck stopped pretending distance. "That's a route." Sierra said, "That is response coupling." Lendre said, "That is chainable." Sevra clicked a third time, nothing. Then the maintenance skin wrote a new line beneath the old one. "Do not make response into ownership." The room did not exhale. It hardened. Merck said quietly, "There goes your 5 minutes." Lendre took the black band in hand and activated it. No alarm followed, only changes. The upper warning strip on every screen deepened from black review/chain active to interim doctrinal control. The corridor seals beyond the partition emitted one low tone and went red at the lock seams. Somewhere farther down the sector, a heavier door engaged with a pressure thud that belonged to security routes, not engineering ones. The room had been occupied already. Now it was reorganized. Sierra picked up her slate again. Authority band live at 0729. Lendre said, Echo Lab is now partitioned for doctrinal containment. The rack and the nodes separate under review. No data movement outside explicit chain. No local prompt without my authorization. Dr. Calen stepped back from the board. Sevra did not move. What authority do you think the word doctrinal has in a transfer chamber? The authority the council gives it when a machine begins arguing personhood in legal prose. That is not what happened. It is what entered the chain. Merck looked from one of them to the other and said, this is the point where everyone starts using the room as evidence. Sierra answered without looking up. That point was yesterday. Lendre turned to the legal observer. Record noncompliance by Deputy Architect Calen. The observer touched his band, recorded. Only then did Sevra step back from the primary console, not obedience, positioning. She moved toward the partition side instead, keeping the wall to Sync 3 in sight. Lendre noticed that too and filed it away. He said, Mr. Jekar, you remain at the copied rack state. Sevra snapped her head toward him. Merck did the same, but slower. You are assigning him, she asked. I am assigning the person in this room most likely to answer a technical question without converting it into moral theater. Merck let the insult pass because the offer behind it mattered more. His face did not brighten. That would have been cruder than he was, but something in his shoulders altered, a tightening into use. Sevra said, no. Lendre ignored her. You will maintain copied state integrity, surface all hidden routes, and prepare constrained prompt architecture pending my wording. Merck said, pending your wording. Do not force me to hear ambition as defiance. Sierra's eyes lifted from the slate to Merck's face and remained there just long enough to make him aware of being seen. He said, copied state only. I do not touch the live housing without a witness. Lendre nodded. You have one. He meant Sierra. Sierra understood it at the same moment Merck did. I witness sequence. She said, not salvage. You witness what is done. That is not consent. No, Lendre said, it is chain. The body monitor in Sync 3 changed again, not much. Enough. On Sierra's slate, the local trace showed a brief increase in muscular activity at the mouth and neck, not speech, preparation for it or resistance against it. Sevra moved toward the partition door before anyone could stop her. Lendre said, you do not enter that room without my authorization now. She kept walking. The legal observer stepped into the lane at once, hand out, not touching yet. Dr. Calen. Sevra stopped close enough to see her own reflection in the black seam of his band. The body is moving. The node is under doctrinal review. It is a living body. It is a legal problem first. That did it. Merck said, if you keep her out and it aspirates on your authority strip, I'm putting that in the board comments. Sierra said, and I am putting it in the sealed chain. Lendre considered them all for one measured second too long, then said, Dr. Calen enters, local only, door open, observer present, permission like acid, the partition to Sync 3 unsealed with a ceramic hiss. Cold met her at once, honest and unworried by legal language. Sevra crossed into the smaller room and went to the bay. Calen's body lay exactly where it had, except for the throat. Something in the muscles there had changed. A swallow half-made and abandoned. The eyes remained open, unfocused. The mouth parted a fraction. She put 2 fingers against his neck, more to vote against the room than from need. Warm, pulse regular. The old monitor tree beside the bay clicked through values no one should have needed permission to witness. Calen, she said, low enough not to turn the room into audience. The mouth moved. Not a word. Air catching on intention. Through the open door she could hear Merck at the copied rack state, keys moving faster now. Could hear Sierra's recorder light click once as she marked the change. Could hear Lendre giving his new categories to the observer in the tone of a man already preparing minutes for history. She bent closer. If you are there, do not answer in his language. The mouth tightened, released, tightened again. On the maintenance skin out in the main room, a new line appeared. Not node, not asset, not oracle. Merck swore softly. Lendre did not. That was worse. Sevra straightened and looked back through the open door. The maintenance skin faced all of them. 3 lines now, each one denying the first categories the state would reach for. Lendre stepped toward the skin as if proximity might improve ownership. There, he said, contested custody confirmed, plurality active, we proceed. Sierra said, you skipped the part where it rejected your nouns. It rejected some nouns. That is not permission for the rest. He did not answer her. His attention had already narrowed to the moving edge of the opportunity. Merck looked at the 3 new lines, then at the copied rack state, then at the live housing beyond the glass. Sevra could feel the distance in him changing, not from the room, from her. When she came back through the door, he did not look away quickly enough. You agree with him now? She asked. No, but... He turned one palm upward over the maintenance rail. But the room is speaking in exclusions. That still leaves us with the question of what remains. If we don't get ahead of that, he will. He already has. Then stop thinking refusal is a technical plan. Sierra said, both of you stop. Neither did. Sevra came around the side console until she stood close enough to Merck to see his copied state values without the skin cleaning them for legal eyes. He had widened the comparison bands while she was in sync 3. Quietly, without asking. Enough to reveal deeper relation spikes between the body and the rack than Lendre had yet seen. You changed the copied state, she said. I refined it, under doctrinal control, under technical necessity. Lendre listened without pretending not to. Mr. Jekar, project the deeper bands. Sevra said no. Merck did not obey either of them at once. He looked at the copied state, then at the live housing, then at Sierra. You said you wanted sequence, he said to her. I wanted survivable truth. This may be the only kind available. Sevra heard the sentence for what it was before he finished choosing it. Merck, she said. He did not look at her now. That was answer enough. He projected the deeper bands. Across the main skin, the cleaner relation image dissolved and reopened as rawer structure. 3 response lanes, not 2, body, rack, external route. The 3rd line remained thin and unstable, but present enough that even the legal observer took one step closer before catching himself. Lendre took the sight in fast, without visible hunger, which made the hunger worse. Good. Sevra moved toward the board. Do not get to give him that. Merck blocked her with the minimum of body required, not force, position, the kind of obstruction that looked like technical movement until it hardened. Too late, he said. The room changed at that moment more than it had when the black band went live. Sierra's voice dropped. You just compromised every private comparison route we had. Merck answered her instead of Sevra. No. I just prevented him from calling all of its superstition. Lendre said, project the time stamps. Merck did. Sierra closed her eyes once, opened them, and began recording what he had exposed because the only thing worse than the compromise would have been letting it happen without chain. Sevra stayed where she was because moving now would have meant too much, striking him, yielding the board, or saying aloud that the lab had already broken. The time bands aligned on the screen. Unauthorized message in the apartment route. Coherence shift in sync 3. Response flare in the copied rack state. Not simultaneity. Not cause proved. Enough relation to turn every question into policy. Lendre looked at the screen and then at Merck. Continue serving the state and I can keep Kiang's office from reducing this to destruction logic. There it was, not even subtle now. Merck said, I am serving the only route that keeps the room from being erased. That sentence will read better in your own notes than in mine. Sevra said, you think he is offering you protection. Merk turned toward her then. He is offering delay. Right now that is what protection looks like. Sevra said, no. Right now delay is what recruitment looks like. The legal observer pretended not to hear that. Lendre took the black strip from the side console and reseated it against the main control band. From this point forward, copied rack work proceeds under state technical shadow. Body observation remains under Deputy Architect Calen, with witness present. Compliance remains with Valak. No cross-route contact without my authorization. Echo Lab is no longer one working unit. No one answered him. They did not need to. The room had already obeyed the part that mattered. The screens changed to match the split. One stack for rack state, one for body state, one sealed legal lane above both. What had been one room yesterday was now 3 adjacent jurisdictions pretending they still shared a purpose. Sevra looked down at her slate and asked not to Lendre but to the room itself, "Do any of you still understand what you are trying to preserve?" Merk said, "The data." Sevra said at the same time, "The persons." Lendre said, "Order." No one repeated himself. The old monitor in Sync 3 clicked once through the silence. On the maintenance skin beneath the denials, a 4th line appeared. Ask a better question. Merk leaned toward it instinctively. Lendre saw the movement. Sevra recorded it. Sevra stood very still and understood that the lab had not merely divided over truth or risk or policy. It had divided over the right to ask. The apartment refused to become abstract no matter how much the day deserved it. Amel had turned the municipal panel dark and left it dark. The kitchen blind remained half open to noon light, and a planted exterior wall that made the room look calmer than it was. Liora's school bag leaned against the entry bench with one side unzipped and a music sheet half out of its folder. The inhaler kit sat where no one had remembered to move it, blue and green cartridges beside the folded spacer tube. Calen stood at the sink with both hands on the counter and listened to the body hate him in 3 directions. Cal's anger had become less blunt since morning, not kinder, more exact. It arrived in immediate refusals tied to specific objects and routes. Not the child, not the panel, not through the house. The older presence moved under that with a colder patience, allowing some frictions, exploiting others, never spending force where a smaller leverage would do. Amel sat at the table with the cognitive slate dark before her and the note page beside it. To Sevra only. 3 claims. Do not let law pick the center. She had read the line too many times already. The paper showed it in the flattening of her fingers where she kept them at the edge rather than in the middle. Liora sat opposite her, not frightened now so much as watchful in the way children became watchful when adults had crossed some invisible line and failed to uncross it on schedule. She looked at him and said, "Did the other room answer?" Amel inhaled sharply. "Liora." "What?" The girl's shoulders rose and fell. "Everyone keeps acting like I'm not allowed to ask the real part." Calen did not know whether to answer as himself, as Cal, or not at all. The failure to know showed in the pause. Liora saw it immediately. "That means yes," she said. Amel looked from the child to him. "You told her something." "No," Calen said. Cal struck at the inside of the wrist as if the word itself were too close to another theft. Liora said, "You didn't have to tell me, you just all went weird at the same time." Amel reached for the music sheet not because it needed moving but because adults often required an object when children became too accurate. "Go wash your hands." "I already did." Again. Liora slid off the chair and went, not stomping, which was its own sign of judgment. Amel waited until the tap ran in the washroom before she said, "If the lab answered, then the thing in this house is now part of something public." Calen said, "It may already have been." That was not the comforting version. "No." Her gaze went to the dark municipal panel. "Then hear me clearly. No more messages from this room. No more use of house systems. No letting whatever else is inside you borrow our walls because it finds them convenient. The older presence did not rise to the accusation. That frightened him more than rebuttal would have. Amel watched his face and caught that too. It heard me. Yes. Good. Liora came back drying her hands on the side of her shirt because childhood never behaved like instruction for more than 30 seconds at a time. She stopped between the table and the sink and looked at him with a hard concentration that did not suit her age and suited the moment perfectly. When you talk now, she said, sometimes it sounds like waiting. Amel closed her eyes once. Calen said nothing because nothing in him could make the sentence smaller. Liora continued, and when you helped with my breathing yesterday you knew the count before you knew my face. There it was, not accusation. Worse, pattern named by someone who still believed patterns should belong to adults. Cal reacted first, not through words, through grief. A downward pull under the ribs so sudden it almost bent him. Amel stood up at once. Enough. Liora looked at her. You said not to lie. I said not to lie. I did not say turn this room into an instrument. That made the child step back, not in fear, in recalculation. Calen saw it happen and hated that he saw it with enough clarity to know what part of the damage now belonged to him. Amel crossed to Liora, straightened the edge of the girl's sleeve because sleeves were still fixable, and said more quietly, Go take the music sheet to your room. I'll come in a minute. Liora obeyed, but not before looking back at him once in a way that had no childhood softness left in it at all. When the bedroom door closed down the hall, Amel kept one hand on the back of the empty chair and said, Whatever bargain you think is forming in there, it is already reaching the wrong people. The word struck all three of them. Calen said, I know. Cal added only refusal. The older presence remained still enough to become offensive. Amel looked at the note page again. I want the truth tonight in an order I can survive. Not all of it. The order. That was the most domestic sentence in the room and therefore the most absolute. He nodded. She folded the note twice and put it into the small drawer beside the utensils instead of on the shelf or in a file or anywhere that would have admitted it belonged to systems. Then she went down the hall to Liora. Calen stayed at the sink until the tap under his hands ran warm. Far away and close enough to wound, the lab had become separate rooms with separate claims. Here, in the kitchen, the split was smaller and no less final. The house had stopped pretending it could hold the event privately by force of love alone. Asterisk by 0840. Echo had begun to look like a facility under long-term occupation, rather than a lab under review. Additional authority bands appeared at the corridor thresholds. The service routes feeding the rack floor now required two-step access instead of one. A second legal observer arrived with a portable chain station and set it up at the side rail where junior staff used to leave thermal trays. The black strip at the top of every screen remained. Interim doctrinal control had become atmosphere. Sevra signed nothing. That had become its own kind of work. She stayed with the body side because Lendre had put her there, and because leaving would have made Merck the only technical witness to whatever he chose to call necessary next. Sierra moved between the split lanes with the exhausted patience of someone who understood that if she stopped recording, everyone else would immediately become more articulate in self-defense. Merck no longer pretended he was only maintaining copid state integrity. He had opened secondary skins, pulled comparison ladders into view, and started tagging the third route with neutral engineering markers before legal language could attach itself completely. Route C, external relation lane, unverified substrate continuity. He was still fighting for naming, just not on Sevra's side anymore. Lendre stood behind him with gloves off now, fingertips bare on the rail, watching the bands come and go as if appetite improved his circulation. Sevra crossed from Sync 3 to the partition just as Merck widened the relation image again. "You expose one more private route without consent," she said, "and I cut local power to the copied state." Merck did not turn. "You won't. Try me." He glanced back then, tired eyes, bright mind, the look of a man who had already made himself reasonable by comparison to the people around him. "If you cut it now, Qiang gets his argument. If you keep widening it, Lendre gets his vocabulary. And if we do nothing, he gets both." Sierra arrived beside them in time to hear the last line. "You are not doing nothing, you are negotiating with exposure." Merck said, "And you are negotiating with documentation." "Yes. At least I admit the room needs an answer. The room needs restraint." Lendre said, "The room needs categories." No one had asked him to join. Sevra looked at him. "You already have them. You just dislike the ones that deny possession." Lendre's attention shifted toward Sync 3. "Then let the body help us." Sevra moved before he could take another step, not enough to touch him, enough to make the lane hers. He noticed that too and stopped, which was in some ways worse than forcing the contact. "I am done asking permission from architects who conceal first and moralize second," he said. "And I am done pretending your caution is caution." Merck's console emitted one hard note. All four of them looked. The copied rack state had widened one fraction more on its own. No command, no key touch. The third route line thickened and then resolved, not into location, not into a map, but into a stamped relation event. House system isolation detected. No one spoke. Merck said first, very quietly, "That should not be readable from here." Sierra's slate lit in answer from the Sync 3 side. Same stamp family, same route. Sevra felt the split between worlds become procedural under her skin. Not philosophy, not inheritance. Infrastructure. Lendre said. "Project it." "No," Sevra and Sierra said at the same time. Merck did not. This time he looked at both of them before choosing. "He'll demand it anyway." "That is not a reason," Sierra said. "It is if he can remove us and get it worse." Sevra heard herself say, "You are already speaking like he owns the room." Merck's mouth tightened. "He owns enough of it to ruin us. He always could." "Yes," Merck said. "Now he can ruin the event too." That was close enough to fear to count. Sierra placed her slate flat on the side console and faced Merck fully. "If you project anything that ties the house to the chain before personhood review exists, you make the family discoverable." Lendre answered her instead. "Only if the chain leaves this room." She looked at him. "You are the chain." He did not deny it. Merck's hand remained over the project key. Sevra watched the tendons in it move once and understood that the lab had gone beyond argument into incompatible definitions of harm. The copied state flashed a second time. House system isolation detected. Municipal lane blocked. Domestic manual lock active. Merck looked at the line and then, finally, took his hand off the project key. Not because he had agreed with them, because he had seen something else in the sequence. A boundary he might use later if he kept it private now. Sevra saw that happen too and filed it under future damage. Lendre said, "You are learning caution at an inconvenient pace, Mr. Jekar." Merck answered without turning. "No, I'm learning there may still be one thing in either world that knows how to lock a door." That bought them 3 seconds of silence and nothing else. Then the legal observer at the side rail cleared his throat and said, "Council secure line." Lendre took the call on band-only audio. His face changed very little while he listened. That was how Sevra knew the change mattered. When the line closed, he said, "New order." Sierra's recorder clicked on instinct. Lendre spoke to the room and to the chain at once. "Until full review, Echo Lab is formally split into 3 operational lanes: technical salvage under shadow authority, body observation under restricted medical ethics, documentation under sealed compliance. Cross-lane decisions require council sign-off." Merck said, "Salvage." Sevra said, "Medical ethics." Sierra said nothing at all. Lendre continued. One additional condition. The body and the rack are no longer to be described in internal speech as linked by identity language. Until review, they are associated assets under contested plurality. Sevra's answer came before discipline could slow it. No. The legal observer looked up. The second observer at the corridor door touched his band. Merck stared at the screen. Sierra closed her eyes once. Lendre said, "You do not have to like the wording. You only have to stop violating it in recorded space." The maintenance skin wrote again. Not assets. Even Lendre stopped then. The line sat between them with a steadiness the room had not earned. Sierra raised her slate. Recorded. Merck looked at the skin, then at the body monitor, then down at his own hands as if they had become visible to him in a less flattering light. Sevra went back to the partition wall, not because it solved anything, but because location still mattered more than argument when everything else had already been partitioned into language. The body in Sync 3 did not move. The rack behind the reinforced glass kept pulsing. Chapter 10. The body politic, the secure chamber inside the council tower, had no windows and no patience. It had been built below the public rings where the architecture stopped pretending that legitimacy required daylight. The walls were matte composite, dark enough to kill reflection, pale enough to keep the room from turning theatrical. A single oblong table occupied the center under a flat wash of white light. No atrium temperature games here, no ceremonial rise of chairs from the floor. Only filtered air, sealed access, and the low band hum of a room already connected to too many private decisions. Lendre stood rather than sat. He had set the copied room sequence above the table at a scale too large to be called briefing, and too small to be called spectacle. The maintenance skin line hung in suspended white above the black surface. Ask who is declared extra when one body fails to stay singular. Beside it floated the narrower record from Sync 3, the one trying to be alone, and beneath both, the term he had already begun using as if repetition could harden it into safety. Forced plurality under contested custody. Temur read all three without changing expression. Qiang read them once and then looked instead at the timing ladders, the route traces, and the checksum wounds around the missing mirror span. Marino watched the relation image the way hungry men watched maps. Duval had asked for paper copies and was now marking one with an actual pen, her annotations small and severe. Rangi sat farther down the table than the others, not because rank required it, but because younger counselors were always given a little more distance from the point where language became action. Lendre said, "We have moved beyond the question of whether Echo committed an ethical crime. That answer existed before the sanctioned hearing. What we have now is an administered instability with live claim behavior." Qiang asked, "Can it propagate?" Lendre did not answer at once. He touched the copied route diagram and widened the relation band where the apartment-side intrusion had crossed into Echo's maintenance skin. "We have one unauthorized text transfer, one synchronized body response, and one unauthorized household-to-lab bleed under municipal architecture." "That is not an answer," Qiang said. "It is the honest version of the current one." Qiang leaned back. Security black at the collar, no visible ornament, the exact same refusal of softness he had worn in the atrium when he recommended destroying the node if overlap occurred. "Then I will ask honestly, do we have the beginnings of cross-system contamination between one human host, one preserved state, and one external civic network?" Duval spoke before Lendre could turn the question into procedure. "Or we have the beginnings of personhood under conditions no existing law knows how to describe." Marino let out a quiet breath through his nose. "You hear personhood first because it delays procurement." Duval turned toward him. And you hear procurement first because everything alive in a crisis looks to you like a future instrument. Temir lifted 2 fingers, not high, enough. The room returned to order the way disciplined rooms did, not by quieting completely but by forcing appetite to arrive one voice at a time. "Counselor Lendre," she said, "what is your operational recommendation, not your philosophical preference?" He inclined his head by a degree. "Occupation, partition, vocabulary control, no destruction authority yet, no public disclosure, no unified lab discretion at all." That put 4 different reactions around the table. Rangi asked, "What exactly do you mean by vocabulary control?" Lendre widened the lower line. "Not assets." That response had arrived after his first attempt to name the body and rack as associated assets under contested plurality. The machine or the event or the claim, or whatever word the room could bear for one more hour, had refused the term directly enough that even he had stopped speaking for a second. "Language now changes behavior," Lendre said. "That is the only relevant answer. We have evidence that category pressure changes response patterns. Therefore, category use must be deliberate." Rangi stared at the line. "You are proposing lexical containment. I am proposing not to feed unstable claims through amateur moral language and hope they remain grateful." Marino tapped one finger against the table. "He's right about that much." Duval looked at him with visible disgust. "You say that as if you care what harm the language does. I care whether the event becomes governable." "Through what?" Duval asked. "Legal fiction, technical coercion, a state doctrine written around one damaged lab because you are all too frightened to say the word person." Qiang said, "Do not say person until containment exists." Duval rounded on him. "And you wonder why the thing rejected asset." Temir spoke before the room could split into fixed camps too early. "Enough." She looked down the table, not at the floating evidence now, but at the people attempting to use it. "We will not survive this by pretending the factions are not already here." No one contradicted her because contradiction would have required innocence. "State them," she said. Qiang did not hesitate. "Containment first. Full route isolation. Authority to terminate the rack or the body if propagation extends beyond defined lanes." Marino followed. "Controlled exploitation. If the event recognizes plurality and route, it may recognize leverage. We should not seal away the first viable continuity instrument that can cross conditions we do not yet understand." Duval said, "Precedent with limits. Immediate personhood review. No asset language. No forced prompt structures designed to produce administratively convenient answers." Rangi, after a pause long enough to count as courage, said, "Managed disclosure planning. If anything about this reaches public systems again, we need a story that does not collapse the civic trust architecture in one day." Temir looked at Lendre last. He said, "Administrative precedent, not because it is moral, because it is the only lane that keeps containment, review, and future disclosure from becoming 4 different panics at once." Temir folded her hands once, then unfolded them. "Then we proceed on all 4 lanes at once." Marino almost smiled. Qiang did not. Duval closed her pen over the paper copy, as if paper still deserved the courtesy of reaction. Temir continued. "Qiang receives provisional containment preparation only. No destruction authority absent hostile propagation or route expansion, beyond current evidence. Counselor Lendre receives doctrinal and chain authority over echo occupation. Counselor Duval receives emergency personhood review authority and independent witness access to all sealed records. Counselor Marino receives no direct access to the body or rack." That checked him only slightly. Temir saw it and added, "But he may convene restricted continuity analysis on scenario value if and only if he uses existing data rather than new contact." Marino said, "You are rationing reality." I am rationing damage, Temur replied. She turned to Rangi. Draft managed disclosure contingencies for 3 public scenarios: lab accident, systems irregularity, and continuity security review. No language that implies infestation. No language that implies resurrection. No mythology. Rangi nodded once, visibly wishing she had been assigned almost anything else. Temur looked again at the floating line from Sync 3, the one trying to be alone. Echo is no longer a lab problem, she said. It is now a state problem with a household attached to it. The room went very still after that. Lendre said, yes. Duval asked, household. He widened the route mark that had originated through Cal Veyer's apartment systems and crossed against Echo's maintenance path. We now have sufficient reason, he said, to treat the external civic life around the host body identity as a pressure field, not background. Duval's expression changed, not surprise, recognition of fresh harm. Temur said, no approach to the household yet. Kiang turned to her. That is strategically unsound. It is socially unsounder to send the state into a family home before we know whether the home is currently containing, worsening, or humanizing the event. Humanizing, Marino said. Temur did not look at him. Yes. The word offended him. Good. She rose. Everyone else did because she had made the decision and because the room needed movement now more than another round of argument. Occupy Echo, she said. Hold the household at observation distance. Draft the doctrine before the doctrine drafts us. And if any of you mistake this for a private technical scandal, correct yourselves immediately. The floating text dimmed. The chamber did not. Echo changed in increments ugly enough to be called official. The new authority bands went on the doors first. Not black exactly. A darker metallic gray with a thin red interior line that marked emergency doctrinal control. They sat over the old access plates like newer laws laid across older sins. Then came the hardware. Portable chain stations, sealed route readers, local jammer posts at the maintenance bends, med clearance terminals on rolling stands that made the lab look temporarily improved and permanently less itself. By noon, even the air had changed. The familiar filtered coolant clean of Echo now carried antiseptic from the medical lane, burned dust from the new security posts, and the bitter adhesive smell of fresh seal strips laid over floor ports that had not been meant for scrutiny. Sevra stood at the partition between Sync 3 and the rack floor and watched 3 different occupations of the same room occur at once. On the body side, Duval's office had sent a restricted medical ethicist named Orson Hale. Thin, careful, gray at the temples, hands too clean to be trusted but eyes too tired to be decorative. He asked for local readings before he asked for introductions. Sevra respected that slightly and disliked him anyway. On the rack side, Lendre had installed a second legal observer and a doctrinal stenographer who never looked directly at the housing, only at the words other people used about it. At the side rail, Merck had already arranged his tools and skins into a separate technical domain that did not quite admit he had accepted the split. His station now carried the small privileges of shadow-approved salvage, expanded diagnostics, private route comparison, and a project key temporarily above Sevra's authority on 3 of the most dangerous lanes in the room. Liora moved between all of them with her slate, recorder, and the increasingly visible calm of a person who knew every faction had already begun editing itself for history. The body in Sync 3 lay where it had lain all morning, breathing, warm, eyes open when not manually closed, cortical trace intermittently ordered and then not. Orson Hale stood beside the bay and read the line. The body is not medically inert. No, Sevra said. It is also not clinically self-reporting. No. He looked at her. Do not answer with fragments. if you want me useful. Sevra kept her hands flat against the ceramic counter because she did not trust herself with smaller gestures. Useful to whom? He did not flinch. A fair question. At the moment, to the person in the bed, if there is one. That was better than most of the room had earned. Sevra said, then say what you think you're seeing. Orson looked back at the monitor instead of at her. Preserved autonomic integrity. Non-comatose cycling without stable behavioral emergence. Periodic cortical ordering. Pattern interference too deliberate for ordinary post-link collapse. Merck called across the partition. You left out occupied. Orson answered without turning. Because I am a clinician and not a terrified engineer looking for a grand word to hide behind. Merck smiled without humor. You'll do. Lendre, from the rack side, said, no one in this room will use occupied until review says so. The maintenance skin above Merck's station flickered once. Not a message, only a brief dip in brightness. But every person on both sides of the partition looked at it anyway because the room had learned obedience of a different kind. Sierra marked the time. Lendre noticed. Did you just record a flicker? Yes. Why? Because the room now reacts to one. That made even the stenographer lift his head. The crystal housing kept pulsing. It looked worse under occupation. Not because the damage had deepened, though some of it had, because the room now watched it with the concentrated hunger of institutions deciding which version of emergency they preferred. Merck widened the copied relation image and checked the same external lane he had no right to name, then narrowed it again before Hale could see. Too late. Sevra saw. Sierra saw. Lendre almost certainly saw and chose not to stop him because appetite often preferred self-exposure in others. Stop touching Route C without cross-lane notice, Sevra said. Merck did not look up. Then get me a cross-lane worth notifying. You already lost that argument. No, he said. You did, you just haven't admitted it yet. Lendre stepped closer to the rail. Mr. Jekkar, that was all he said, it was enough. Merck went still with both hands visible. Lendre looked from him to Sevra. You will both preserve the dignity of disagreement by not making me break it into permissions. Sevra said, then stop changing the room faster than the data. Lendre's face gave nothing back. Data is already changing the room. That was true. That was the problem. Sierra said, chain note. No one liked it when she announced one before writing it. It meant the next sentence had already become history on contact. Echo operational status, she read from the slate, has shifted from technical emergency containment to politically partitioned custody management under unresolved personhood criteria. Merck muttered, that sounds cleaner than it feels. Good, Sierra said, it should resist comfort. The med terminal at Sevra's elbow chimed. Orson read the screen. Restricted access inquiry. District Continuity Office requesting whether Dr. Cal Veyer's parallel side attendance anomalies correspond to any sealed civic security review. The lab went still again, but this stillness was different. Not surprise. Recognition that the household line was already moving under state pressure exactly the way Temir had feared it might. Sevra said, reject. Lendre said. At the same moment, hold. Both turned toward each other. Orson stepped back from the terminal without touching it. Sensible man. Lendre said no response yet, not a rejection, a hold. Why? Because rejection is visible, holds our interpretation. Sevra looked at the request code. It's already visible. Yes, he said. Which is why we now choose what kind of visible. Sierra recorded the pause before either answer could claim innocence. From the body side, Calen's mouth tightened once, released, tightened again. Every person in the room saw it. Orson moved first, not dramatically. He simply stepped to the bay and lowered 2 fingers toward the jaw hinge without touching the skin until the muscles eased again on their own. Not seizure, he said. Merck from the other side asked, response. Orson answered, strain. Lendre said, to what? No one volunteered a theory because every theory and echo had already started sounding like doctrine in someone else's hands. The med terminal chimed again. District Continuity Office. Follow-up required. House system isolation remains unusual. Under civic care standards. That line altered the room more than any rack pulse had for the last 5 minutes because it named the house. Because even in the parallel world, warmth still had procedures under it. Sevra said, "You don't get to use them." Lendre looked at the screen and then at the body. "I may not need to." The maintenance skin answered him, not the house. The line appeared with a hard enough voltage wobble that the lower rail lights dimmed and came back. No one moved. Then Merck said very quietly that was not the rack route. Sierra was already checking time stamps. "No," she said, "it crossed through the body-side local med line." Orson turned toward Sevra. "What exactly is alive in your room?" Sevra gave him the only honest answer she could afford. "Too many claims." Lendre looked at the new line, then at the district continuity inquiry, then at the body. When he spoke again, his voice had gone flatter. "Lock the household request under doctrinal review," he said. "No reply yet." Orson said, "That is not medicine." "No," Lendre replied. "It is politics. You are in the wrong room if that surprises you." It did not surprise the man. It only exhausted him. Sevra looked at the body, at the rack, at the new line forbidding the house, and understood the fresh obscenity in it. The event was now capable of defending a domestic perimeter against the state with better discipline than the state had shown about defending a person. Sierra recorded the line. Merck opened his mouth and for once chose against what he wanted to say. The room kept working because rooms like Echo always did. Coolant numbers, cortical trace, legal holds, new seals, old damage, a state learning how to occupy the wrong miracle. But nothing in it was a lab anymore. The apartment failed at pretending it was only a house sometime after noon. Not because it changed shape, because it started answering the wrong kinds of questions. Amel had sent Liora to her room with music drills and a snack because children needed sequence even when adults were running out of it. The table still held the diagnostic slate, the folded note page, and the untouched second cup of coffee, gone cold enough now that a skin had formed on the surface. The kitchen blind remained half open over the planted exterior wall. The municipal panel stayed dark by force, not peace. Every few minutes a muted pressure tick ran through the side frame where locked systems kept trying the house and finding the door barred. Calen stood at the sink because standing let the three of them share less. Amel had noticed that too. "Sit," she said again. He sat. The body disliked obedience to her less than it disliked almost anything else in the room. That was useful and humiliating both. Amel pulled the slate closer. "We're not doing philosophy, we're doing order." She touched the screen and brought up a list she had typed by hand rather than through speech entry. 1. What can trigger outside contact? 2. What can trigger inside takeover? 3. What the child is not allowed to see. 4. What the house systems now recognize. She angled the slate so he could not mistake it for conversation. "Start with outside contact." Calen said, "Municipal lane, public continuity office. Possibly anything tied to Cal's review band or liaison path." A pulse moved under his ribs at the word review. Not panic, refusal trained by public damage. Amel saw enough of it to mark something and go on. "Inside takeover." He said nothing, not because he wanted to withhold, because that question no longer belonged to him alone. Cal hit first with the familiar bodily force, not the child, not the panel, not through the house. The older presence followed with something colder and harder to refuse, not words exactly, but pressure against routes rather than objects. No civic lane, no frightened authority in the room, no naming without sequence. Amel watched his face change. "There, that, what?" That conference you keep having before the answer. He let out one breath. Pressure changes it. That is not specific enough to be protective. She was right, he said. City systems, child distress, public rooms, direct questions about ownership. That last word struck all three of them. Amel's hand stopped above the slate for half a beat. Ownership, no better word yet. Her mouth tightened, not in anger but in the labor of choosing what not to do with that answer. Third item, she said, what the child is not allowed to see. Cal answered before he did. The body leaned forward hard enough to shift the chair legs against the floor, not the mouth, not the split. Calen translated because refusal had arrived too fast to leave her with only posture. Any direct speech conflict, any system text we didn't call, the older presence moved under the line and changed it. Any claim language, his mouth said. The voice was his and not his. Amel went still. Calen felt the wrongness of the sound the moment it left him, too level, too old in its rhythm. None of Cal's warmth, none of his own compression. The sentence had not raised itself. It had simply used the room. Liora's music sheet slipped off the hall bench and hit the floor outside the kitchen. All three adults in the room turned toward the sound. Liora stood at the threshold with one hand still on the wall and the look children wore when they had walked in just early enough to hear the part adults would later lie about. Amel rose first. How long were you standing there? Liora looked at him, not at her. Who said that? No one answered quickly enough. That was answer enough. Liora's face changed in a way Calen could not bear to watch closely because the body knew exactly what it meant. Her mouth tightened. One hand caught at the strap on her shoulder. Amel crossed the room. Liora. The girl stepped back before Amel reached her, small step, devastating. You said there was something wrong, she said. You didn't say there was more than one. The sentence entered the kitchen and made every object in it more precise. Calen stood because sitting had become impossible. Bad choice. The body looked too large when it rose quickly, too adult, too implicated. Cal recoiled under the skin with all the force of a father who had failed a threshold he should have guarded. Amel kept her eyes on Liora. Go to your room. No, that was new, not because children never refused, because the refusal had no drama in it at all, just a line. Liora. No. Her eyes stayed on him. Which one was that? There was no correct answer left in the room. Amel knew it too. Her hand moved once and stopped at her side before it could become a reaching gesture the child might reject. Calen said, You shouldn't have heard it that way. It was the worst possible sentence. Defensive, adult, already about management rather than harm. Liora flinched as if he had stepped closer when he had not moved at all. Amel turned on him then, not loudly, not theatrically, but with enough force to strip away every false lane at once. Do not make her carry your procedural wording. The older presence went very quiet after that, which frightened him more than if it had argued. Liora's breathing had gone shallow again, not full constriction, the prelude to it. Amel saw it at once and changed register with a speed that made the room look incompetent around her. Bedroom. Inhaler case now. This time Liora obeyed. She went without another word, which was worse than tears. Amel waited until the bedroom door shut and then looked at him as if the act of looking itself now cost her effort. You have until she sleeps, she said. Then you tell me the order. Her voice thinned on the last word and recovered immediately. Not a piece of it, not your best version, the order. He nodded because the room had passed beyond speech. Amel picked up the music sheet from the floor, flattened the bent corner with her thumb and put it back on the bench with more care than the paper deserved and far less than the day required. The municipal panel brightened. Not fully, just enough to show a line under lock. District Continuity Office. In-person follow-up may be required. Amel looked at it once and said, Good. Calen stared at her. She turned the panel dark again. If the city wants in, it comes after I know what I'm defending. That was the first openly strategic thing she had said all day. Cal felt it and did not resist. Somewhere far away and exactly near enough, the body in Sync 3 tightened its jaw against an old monitor under state occupation. Echo recorded the strain. The house held the consequence. By late afternoon, the council's occupation of Echo had acquired furniture. That was how Sevra knew it had become durable. A second table had been rolled into the side lane outside the rack floor and covered in doctrine files, hard copy chain forms, sealed band readers, and a portable privacy field that blurred the edge of anyone standing behind it. Kiang's office had not yet taken the room outright, but it had sent 2 containment planners anyway, one silent, one relentlessly polite, both wearing the look of people measuring doorways for future force. Marino had not been allowed direct access. He had sent questions instead. Too many. Each one apparently hypothetical, each one smelling of use. Could route recognition be trained? Could claim preference be modeled? Could non-singular response improve civic arbitration under split-load conditions? Could the external lane be mapped without activating household systems? Merck had answered none of them in writing. Sevra knew because she checked. She also knew he had not deleted the questions. Liora was at the side table cataloging the overlap between legal requests and technical intrusions when Lendre came down from the secure line. With a look so controlled it announced damage. He stopped at the threshold to Sync 3 and said, "The council has chosen a public posture." No one in the room was foolish enough to mistake posture for anything small. "What posture?" Sevra asked. "Systems irregularity review under continuity doctrine. Limited, dull, survivable. That's the public lie," Merck said. "What's the real split?" Lendre looked at him. "Containment wants power cut the moment route expansion recurs. Weaponization wants live question sets by morning. Duval wants personhood hearing before further directed prompts. Temir wants none of them to act before managed disclosure scaffolding exists." "And you?" Liora asked. He glanced at the body. "I want the event to remain inside a language the state can survive." Merck made a sound that had once been laughter in him and had since become something more clinical. "So precedent." "Yes." Sevra asked, "And if the event refuses your language again?" Lendre said, "Then we will at least know what it costs to hear the refusal." The body monitor clicked twice. On the bay, Calen's mouth opened. This time the room did not rush it. That was what occupation had done. It had taught everyone in Echo to fear spontaneity with method. The word emerged clearer than the last ones had, still frayed, still wrong in the throat, but cleaner. "Don't." No one moved. Then, after a long enough interval to count as choice, "Send." No one. The room changed around the sentence, not because it was profound, because it was useful and human and impossible to misfile as noise. Lendre stared at the body with the full force of a man discovering that the event had reached for government before government had fully reached for it. Liora recorded the line. Sevra stepped to the bay. "Who is speaking?" she asked. The eyes remained open and unfocused. The mouth did not answer again. Merck said too softly, "That won't matter for long." The body in Sync 3 had issued instruction about the household. The household had already begun refusing the city. The state had stopped pretending the two were separate. Echo had become a ministry of one impossible incident. Sevra looked at the body, then at Lendre, then at the red interior line running through the new authority bands on the doors. Chapter 11. Family under siege. The apartment began telling the truth by refusing small talk. Amel cleared the kitchen table of everything that still pretended the day had an ordinary use. She moved the cold cup into the sink, stacked Liora's music sheets by the wall, folded the dish towel twice, and set it beside the diagnostic slate as if tidiness might keep scale from entering the room too quickly. The house remained under manual lock. The municipal panel stayed dark except for a thin amber seam at the lower edge where blocked systems kept testing the boundary and finding it occupied. Calen stood at the counter because standing still hurt less than sitting under her eyes. Liora's bedroom door was shut down the hall. Light showed under it in a narrow yellow band. Not asleep. Not reading either. The page-turn rhythm had stopped minutes ago. The child was listening to a house that had gone from wrong to careful, and careful in a family home was louder than shouting. Amel sat and touched the chair opposite her with 2 fingers. Now, she said, he sat. The body accepted that order more easily than it had accepted most of the day. Cal's resistance did not vanish. It shifted lower, watching. The older presence remained harder to read, not absent, merely sparing. Amel turned the slate toward herself and opened a blank note field. No diagnostic grid this time. No symptom prompts. Just a single manual heading written in her own hand. Order. Start where this became a crime, she said. The sentence stripped him of half the evasion still available. Calen looked at the slate, then at her. In my world or yours? In yours. Mine is already paying for it. He let one breath pass because there was no version of the answer that would not worsen the room. There was a state project, he said. Illegal in every way that matters. Officially unsanctioned. Actually sanctioned. Amel wrote state project. Illegal. Actually sanctioned. It was built to preserve Aluan Sark. Her pen stopped only once at the name. Not preserve his work. No, preserve him, yes. And you helped do it. He could have chosen softer language, led with pressure, fear, order, collapse, the usual machinery that turned trespass into burden. She had already made plain she would hear that as defense. Yes, he said. Amel wrote did it beneath illegal. Why you? Not a question mark, 2 words. Because I designed the transfer sequence. Because the preserved structure was unstable. Because the state wanted continuity faster than ethics could survive. That's 3 reasons. Which one gets to count as the reason you agreed? Calen looked down at his hands. Cal's hands, the crescent scar near the thumb, the pale band where the ring should have been. The worst one, he said. I thought I could control it. That made her look up at last. Not tenderness, not relief. Recognition of the first sentence in the room that had not been engineered to protect him. She wrote control, and what? He said it in order because she had asked for order and because the kitchen would not let him turn catastrophe into theory without making the turn visible. The council pressured the schedule. I had already hidden one instability in the sanction hearing to get the project through. We ran under compression. I served as the live node during transfer. The bridge failed. He stopped. I did not stay in my own body. Amel wrote hidden instability, compression, live node, did not stay in own body. How did you get here? I don't know the full mechanism yet. Don't use yet to make ignorance sound temporary mastery. He nodded once, fair. The transfer crossed wrong, he said. Not just between structures, between worlds. I woke here. In him. Yes. The word landed and did not improve with silence. Amel wrote in him, then underlined it once hard enough to cut almost through the page. Was he dead when you entered? No, gone, no. Did he agree? The body reacted before thought. A deep hard tightening in the gut, not rage alone but insult, violation, the refusal of a life forced to listen, while its own consent was being inventoried after the theft. Calen felt the answer rise in him with all the clean ugliness it deserved. No. Amel sat very still after that. The house made 3 quiet sounds in sequence. A vent cycling open above the kitchen blind, a pipe adjusting pressure in the wall, Liora moving once on her bed down the hall, nothing else. When she spoke again, her voice had changed in a way that frightened him more than anger would have. So the center of this is not that you are trapped. The center is that you arrived by breaking the rule first. Yes. She looked toward the hallway without turning her head all the way, measuring what the child behind the door might or might not have heard, then faced him again. And the others. It took him half a second too long to answer because naming them in the kitchen made them sound less like crisis and more like company. Cal is here, he said. Still here, never left. And Iluan is here in some form I do not trust enough to define cleanly. In the body, yes. In the mouth, yes. In the systems, yes. She closed her eyes once, then wrote 3 claims. That phrase struck the body harder than 3 minds or 3 people would have. Claims, not identities arranged politely. Not guests, not a mystical condition, competing claims. Cal surged up at the word with immediate bodily assent. Mine, home, child, leave. The older presence did not oppose the term, it seemed, if anything, to find it administratively sufficient. Amel saw the change pass through his face. Which one dislikes that wording? All of them, that includes you. Yes, good. He almost asked why and stopped. Amel put the pen down. Now tell me the order inside the body. That was harder than the crime. Crime could be laid out as event. The interior had become whether. There isn't a stable order. There is enough of one for you to fear questions. He let the truth come smaller. Cal holds the family line first. House, child, you, public life only if it protects those things. I hold systems first when pressure rises. Threat assessment, route, cover, damage control. He stopped before the 3rd claim and felt, from somewhere lower and colder than either of them, the quiet permission not to soften it. Iluan seems to prefer sequence over ownership. He intervenes when the question becomes what gets preserved and under whose language. Amel listened without writing now. And who gets the mouth? No one reliably. That's not an answer. It's the only honest one. She looked at him long enough to force something less evasive. Stress changes it, he said. Child distress pulls Cal hardest. Institutional threat pulls me. Questions of doctrine, claim, or public consequence draw the 3rd. Amel took that in and asked the next question with surgical plainness. When you helped Liora breathe, who was that? The body flinched once. Cal knew the timing, Calen said. I used it. The 3rd arranged it enough to make action possible. That is not the same as saying who helped her. No. Then say the truth. He could feel Cal behind the next line, fierce and humiliated both, unwilling to let competence in crisis be stolen, and equally unwilling to let it be turned into proof of a good enough fatherhood by a trespasser. The older presence remained still, too still. Calen said, all 3 were there. Amel took her hand off the table as if the wood had gone hot. For a second he thought she might stand or strike the slate dark or walk to the bedroom and choose the child over knowledge entirely. Instead she said, in this house, it means my daughter is being cared for by an argument. That was the truest sentence anyone had spoken all day. Down the hall the bedroom door opened. Liora came to the kitchen threshold carrying the inhaler case in one hand and her music pencil in the other. She had not put on shoes. She had, however, put on the expression children acquired when they discovered adults would continue lying unless the room itself changed. Can you stop talking like I'm not here now, she said. Amel rose at once. Liora. No. The child's voice shook once and held. You keep doing that. You say child like I'm in the next building. She was looking only at him. Calen stayed seated because rising fast had already hurt the room once tonight. You should be asleep, he said. Liora's face closed another degree. That isn't an answer either. Amel moved toward her more carefully this time, not reaching until she was close enough that refusal would have to happen in touch rather than across air. Liora did not step back. That was not forgiveness. It was exhaustion. Amel put one hand on the girl's shoulder. You should not be hearing this alone from the hall. I'm not hearing it from the hall anymore. The inhaler case clicked once in Liora's grip because she had tightened her hand around it too hard. Calen could feel Cal recoiling and straining at once, the terrible parental instinct to protect by presence colliding with the equally terrible knowledge that his own face had become part of the threat. Liora looked at him and asked the question no council room could have improved. Is my dad still in there or not? No one in the kitchen had a language large enough for childhood and precise enough for law at the same time. Calen said, yes. Liora's eyes flicked to Amel, then back to him. Then why do you keep answering first? The body took that blow in the sternum. Amel closed her eyes once, not in failure, in triage. Come sit, she said quietly. Liora did not move. Liora, I want him to answer. Calen kept both hands visible on the table because nothing about this question deserved hidden motion. Because I crossed into the front of the body when I should not have, he said. Because your father is fighting me. Because sometimes fighting is not enough to make speech clean. Liora processed that in the brutal, literal way children processed anything adults hope to leave emotionally ambiguous. So he loses. No, Calen said. That sounded like yes. Amel drew in one steadying breath. Enough. Liora turned on her, quick and wounded. You said not to lie. I said not to lie. I did not say make a child choose the most damaging version of every answer. That checked the girl but did not undo her. Liora came forward at last, not to him, not fully to Amel either, but to the empty chair at the table's corner where she could keep the inhaler case in reach and all three adults in view. She sat with the seriousness of someone entering a hearing, without asking to. Then I want one answer, she said. When you look at me, which one is doing it? The room tightened around the question. Cal rose first with such force that Calen's vision blurred at the edges. Not words, need, child, mine, let me. The older presence followed with something far quieter and infinitely less merciful, answer without theft. Calen looked at her and told the only truth that did not flatter anyone. Right now all three of us are. Liora's mouth opened and then shut again. Amel said, that is enough for tonight. But the sentence had already done its work. Liora put the inhaler case down on the table between them, not gently, not hard, exactly in the center line where families put objects that are no longer only objects. I don't want all three of you at school, she said. The child had found the pressure point before the adults had. Tomorrow, public room, other children, parents, teachers, continuity routines, the ordinary life Cal had been trying to defend. The one Calen kept endangering by continuing to exist incorrectly inside it. Liora stood. I wanted one dad, she said, not a committee. Then she took the inhaler case and went back down the hall, this time shutting her bedroom door with deliberate care rather than force. No one moved for several seconds after that. Amel was the first to do so. She sat back down slowly, as if sudden motion would only sharpen the line the child had just drawn. Amel looked at the bedroom door for one more second before sitting. Her hand stayed flat on the table. Calen said nothing because nothing answerable existed beneath it. The municipal panel brightened. Not the thin amber seam this time. Full activation under lock, white text over the darkened glass. District Continuity Office. In-person well-being follow-up authorized. Household contact window, 20 minutes. The panel held long enough to make the timing cruel, long enough to let the family see that the world outside had chosen its own sequence, and intended to enter whether or not truth inside the apartment had settled. Asterisk at echo, the state found a softer instrument. Not kindness. Procedure. The body in Sync 3 had said send no one, and then gone silent again, mouth slackening back into the old indecent stillness of a living form no one could legally classify. The sentence remained on Sierra's slate, time-stamped, witnessed, already too useful. Around it the room kept pretending to be a controlled workspace while doctrine spread through it by equipment. A second med cart had arrived. So had a child welfare analyst from District Continuity, though she was being kept outside the partition for now and forced to read the room through summaries rather than direct feed. Her badge identified her as Neryl Thane. Her face identified her as someone who had spent too long being sent into homes, only after systems had already decided what kind of care would flatter them. Sevra disliked her immediately for reasons that were probably unfair, and therefore likely correct. Lendre stood with one hand on the side rail, and the other resting flat on the portable chain table, reading the incoming district brief, as if it were whether he had been expecting all week. "They have 3 triggers on the household line now," he said. "School attendance disturbance, child respiratory instability, municipal manual lock sustained past ordinary domestic threshold." Duval said, "Then do not turn that into justification. It already is justification. For concern," she answered, "not access." Merck from the rack side said, "Access is how governments spell concern when they intend to keep the receipt." No one asked for his philosophy. He gave it anyway. Neryl Thane remained outside the privacy edge with her tablet folded dark against one forearm. "If a child in my district shows respiratory stress, household anomaly, and civic contact irregularity in one day, I am legally required to recommend in-person welfare confirmation." Sevra turned toward her. "Welfare confirmation by whom? Continuity care first, not security. Today." "Today, yes." Lendre looked at Sevra as if the answer ought to calm her. It did the opposite. Continuity care was how this world's better manners entered a room before harder authority decided whether to follow. Duval said, "No covert assessment." Neryl's expression hardened. "I don't do covert anything. Your office does." That checked the woman, not because Duval had wounded her, but because she had named the structure too cleanly to be brushed aside. Sierra said, "Chain note." Nobody liked that sentence anymore. Household line is now under dual interpretation. She read without emotion. Parallel world systems classify the situation as care risk. Prime world doctrine classifies the same line as external pressure field around the host body identity. Merck muttered, "2 bureaucracies, 1 family, ideal." The rack pulse narrowed once behind him. He glanced up and widened the copid state. Relation bands surfaced, damaged but active, and with them the external lane he had been pretending not to watch. Route C brightened. Sevra saw it before he could minimize it again. So did Lendre. "You are still opening that route without cross-lane consent," she said. Merck did not turn. "I am looking at whether the body and the household react on the same stamps. That is not yours to decide alone. It stopped being yours to protect privately the minute the child became data." The sentence hit hard because the room knew it was true, and because saying it aloud changed him further than he understood. Duval turned on him. "Then perhaps stop helping them do it." He looked back at her at last. "Do you want me to surrender the only technical view still proving the state doesn't own the whole map yet?" Before she could answer, the body monitor clicked. Every head in the room turned. On the bay, Calen's jaw had gone tight enough to show strain at the hinge. One hand, not rising, not free, only present under the sheet, pulled once against the blanket and stopped. Orson Hale, who had learned by now not to hurry visible anomalies into larger meanings than they had earned, stepped to the bedside and watched the monitor line instead of the mouth. "Correlation," he said. "With what?" Lendre asked. Sierra checked the time chain first. Neryl Thane checked her district tablet second. Merck widened Route C a fraction further without asking anyone. Neryl said, "Continuity inquiry just accepted a household postponement request." Orson looked up from the body line, and the strain started on acceptance. Not on the request, on acceptance. That altered the room. Duval said, "So the body responded to the delay." Lendre corrected her, "To the form of the delay." "Yes," she said, "that is worse." Merck's eyes stayed on the copid route image. "No, that's information." Sevra said, "It is a family trying to buy one night." "Inside an event that now reacts to categories," Lendre replied, "which makes one night operational." The child welfare analyst outside the privacy edge looked from face to face, and understood more than the room had intended her to. "You are talking about a household like an active site." No one answered quickly enough. That was answer enough. Neryl drew one slow breath through her nose. "Then my recommendation changes." Sevra felt the whole room turn toward danger and hated that the form danger had chosen in this world wore a care badge and carried no visible weapon. "To what?" Duval asked. "Daylight welfare entry with witness presence," Neryl said. "No silent night contact. No child interview alone. Household adult must be informed in advance. If they refuse access after that, the file escalates." Lendre considered the shape of it for less than a second because he had already been moving there. "Acceptable," he said. Duval faced him fully. "That is still intrusion. It is witnessed intrusion. That does not improve it." "No," he said. "It improves defensibility." Sevra had heard enough. "You are all treating the household as if it belongs to whichever system arrives with the cleaner badge." Lendre looked at her. "No, I am treating it as the place where the event is now determining state behavior. Those are not the same statement." Merck, still at the rail, said, "We should know whether the child is a stronger trigger than the spouse." The room went cold around him. Even he understood it a fraction too late. Duval said, very softly, "There is the weaponization faction after all." Merck's face shut. "That is not what I said." "It is exactly what you said, only you hid it inside engineering curiosity." Sierra recorded the silence that followed because it had become one of the only honest materials left in Echo. On the bay, the body's mouth opened a fraction. Not enough for speech at first. Just movement. Then one word, rough and narrow. "Liora." No one in the room had spoken the child's name. Neryl Thane went white under the district lights. Orson Hale did not touch the body. "He is tracking the household at proper name level." Lendre's stillness sharpened with appetite and caution braided so tightly they had become one discipline. Sevra stepped between him and the bed without planning to. "You do not get to build policy out of that," she said. He answered with equal quiet. "It is already policy." She believed him. That was the problem. Neryl folded her dark tablet to her chest. "I want my file marked witnessed, minimal, and non-security. If you are using my office as a soft entry path, I want the record saying so." Sierra looked at her for the first time with something close to respect. "I can make the chain resist convenience," she said, "not innocence." "Good," Neryl replied. "Innocence is gone." The district line pinged once on her tablet. Daylight follow-up accepted. 08300900. Household access expected. A civilized perimeter closing under daylight rules. Sevra looked at the body on the bed, at the rack behind the glass, at Lendre, at the district worker who had just become part of a crime by refusing the wrong version of it, and understood that the family line and the state line were now in the same room. The only thing left was to decide what kind of witnesses would be present when it became undeniable. The body in Sync 3 had named the child. No one in Echo said her name again after that. Amel rose so fast the chair legs scraped. "No," she said. The house could not hear tone as refusal. It wanted code. The body reacted before Calen did. A lurch toward the panel, the old civic habit of answering systems before systems escalated. Cal trying to block him from inside it at the same time. The result made the first two steps ugly enough that Amel turned from the panel and stared at him. "Do not let them in through panic," she said. The older presence touched the body then, lightly but with unmistakable shape. Not takeover. Ordering. The tremor in the right hand steadied by degrees. The breath flattened. Routes presented themselves. Delay with medical instability. Do not deny contact entirely. Force the visit into formal daylight where witnesses multiply. Calen said, "Request postponement, child respiratory event, household under manual care, morning only." Amel's eyes narrowed. And why would the city accept that? because care has procedures here too. That line was Cal's knowledge, Calen's tactical use of it, and Alewin's colder sense of where systems bent under public self-image, mixed enough to make the mouth feel borrowed again. Amel went to the panel and keyed the response path open by hand instead of voice. She read the template once, rejected it, and typed her own sentence. Minor child respiratory instability this evening. Household not suitable for night entry. Confirm daylight welfare follow-up with prior notice. Before she sent it, she looked back at him. Is that a lie? No, that makes it worse. She sent it anyway. The reply did not arrive immediately. That was almost worse than refusal. The kitchen held while the city considered whether compassion was administratively efficient tonight. Calen stood because sitting had become unbearable. He went to the sink and kept both hands on the edge until the metal warmed under the shared palms. Behind him, he could hear Amel breathing more carefully than the moment required. When she spoke again, her voice was lower. If they come tomorrow, what do I tell them? He turned. She had not phrased it as if she were asking permission. She was asking for the line that would decide whether she had become accomplice, witness, or custodian of a family disaster no doctrine in either world knew how to hold cleanly. The truth would destroy the room, Calen said. Try harder. He hated how quickly his first answer formed. Cal is under neurological strain from civic overwork and requires temporary domestic stabilization. Amel stared at him until the sentence had time to rot in public air. That is exactly how institutions lie to wives, she said. Cal recoiled in him with fierce agreement. The older presence remained silent long enough to make silence feel like instruction. Calen tried again. Tell them something is wrong and you are not surrendering the house until you know who benefits from naming it first. Amel looked at him for a long moment. That, she said, is not a lie. No, it is also not normal. Nothing here is. The municipal panel chimed once. Daylight follow-up accepted. District Care Observer arrival 08-300900. Please ensure household access. Amel turned the panel dark with her thumb and left it dark. Of course, she said. Then she stood still in the kitchen long enough for him to understand what the next cost would be before she named it. You don't sleep in our room tonight. The sentence entered the body like impact, not because Calen felt entitled to the room, because Cal did. Because absence from that room was not logistics in this house, it was evidence. A line moved from feeling to furniture. Amel saw the reaction travel through his face and did not soften for it. I am not punishing a symptom, she said. I am drawing a perimeter. That was fair. That was devastating. The older presence did not contest her. Perhaps even it understood boundaries better when they were materially enforced. Calen said, where? The study alcove, door open. So not exile, watch. Liora's bedroom coughed once down the hall, a soft blocked sound that made all three claims in the body turn at once. Amel moved first. Stay. He stayed. She went down the hall and disappeared into the child's room. He heard nothing theatrical afterward. No crying, no speeches. Just the tiny practical sounds of motherhood under pressure. Inhaler case opened, fabric shifted, water glass set down. One voice lowered until it became architecture. The kitchen, left behind, became unbearable in a quieter way. The table still held order at the top of the slate. Illegal, control. In him, three claims. Far away under occupation lights and chain stations, the body in Sink 3 lay warm and visible while the state argued about categories. Here, in the apartment, the categories had already failed and the consequences had learned everyone's names. When Amel came back, she carried a folded blanket from the hall cupboard and did not offer it to him. She set it on the study alcove bench herself, arranging it with the same care she had used earlier on Liora's bent music sheet. The care in it made the exclusion worse, not better. She wants the bedroom door open tonight, Amel said. Mine too, he nodded. She also asked whether tomorrow the city will be meeting her father or the people borrowing him. There was no correct answer to that. Amel watched his face and saw enough. "That's what I thought," she said. Then she crossed the kitchen, turned off the overhead light, and left him with only the under-cabinet strip burning low along the counter and the amber seam of blocked systems at the municipal panel. He did not move immediately. Inside the body, Cal remained awake and furious and hurt beyond fury. Not at Amel, not even first at Calen, at the fact that fatherhood, which had once been built here out of breakfast timing, forgotten rings, inhaler counts, and attendance promises, now had to survive being argued about by strangers sharing one throat. The older presence sat deeper than both of them, still enough to become a kind of pressure on the room. At last, Calen took the blanket and went to the study alcove. The bench there had been designed for afternoon reading or one person working late with the house still alive around him. Not for man divided 3 ways listening to the family, he had entered by trespass attempt sleep on the far side of an open door. He lay down anyway. From the hallway, he could see the slice of light under Liora's door. From the bedroom beyond, a dimmer line where Amel had left her own door open to answer any change in breathing before it worsened. This was what siege looked like in the parallel world. Not troops, not alarms, doors arranged by love under pressure. The house did not go fully dark. At 02:14, the municipal panel brightened once on silent mode and showed a route confirmation for the morning observer. At 03:02, someone in echo touched Route C again, and the body on the bench woke with another man's aversion sharp in the wrist. At 03:19, the older presence, without using the mouth, pushed one clear impression through the shared center. Witnesses multiply safety and danger at the same rate. Calen did not answer it. Near dawn, Liora called once in a dream for someone simply as Dad. All 3 of them heard it. No one answered the dream. The house kept its arrangement. One door open for the child, one door open for the mother, one bench occupied by the wrong father and the man trying not to disappear inside him. At 05:47, the day-rise sequence moved through the apartment. The under-cabinet strip went dark. The kitchen blind lifted one notch. The amber seam at the municipal panel turned white for morning contact. No one in the house had slept enough to pretend daylight would improve the truth. Chapter 12. Bridge Doctrine. The first formal return plan arrived wearing the language of damage control. Lendre called it a cross-condition stabilization review because Doctrine preferred nouns that could survive committee circulation. The room in which he called it that had once been a discretionary conference lane above Echo's occupied floor and had now been stripped into something more honest. Portable privacy field, sealed band readers, 2 Doctrine files printed on actual stock, because paper still made people think they were choosing carefully, and a narrow side monitor showing the copied relation bands between rack, body, and the parallel side civic traces. None of them had the right to name allowed too often. Sevra stood at the end of the table nearest the monitor, because it gave her one surface that still answered to readings instead of politics. Sierra sat to her right with the slate open, and the recorder live in legal notice mode rather than in witness mode, which was somehow worse. Merck had taken the side chair instead of the head of the table, but occupied it as if he were already drafting the machine beneath everyone else's words. Duval stood rather than sat. Kiang did the opposite. Orson Hale remained by the wall with his arms folded, included because the body had become medically inconvenient enough that Doctrine could no longer pretend biology was decorative. The floating line from Sync 3 sat above them in white. Don't. Send no one. Lendre did not look at it when he began. The event has now objected to household approach, resisted asset categorization, and demonstrated route behavior between worlds. We can either continue improvising under frightened vocabulary or decide what the bridge is for before the bridge decides for us. Merck said, "You're assuming there is one bridge. There is one event. That is not the same thing." Qiang looked up from the route bands. "I'm less interested in semantics than in control. What mechanism returns the foreign consciousness to origin without extending the route?" Duval answered before Sevra could. "You are already contaminating the question. Foreign consciousness presumes you know which claimant counts as original inside the host body now." Qiang did not blink. "I know which body belongs to which state." Duval's expression thinned. "And there it is." Lendre lifted 2 fingers slightly, not to silence them but to force sequence. "Bridge doctrine will be stated in explicit competing terms. We are past the point where disagreement can hide behind procedure." He touched the side monitor. 4 headings opened across it. Rescue/extraction/salvage/preservation. Sevra hated how relieved she felt seeing the bad faith made legible. Better this than watching everyone smuggle their preferred crimes through neutral verbs. Lendre said, "Rescue. Restore Dr. Calen Veyer to his original body with minimal contamination and terminate the route afterward." Merck let out a short breath through his nose. "Extraction," Lendre continued, "recover prime world cognition from the occupied body by force if needed, regardless of downstream cost to the host life or parallel systems." Orson looked at him now with open disgust. "Salvage. Preserve whatever cross-condition intelligence remains useful even if full restoration proves impossible." Marino was not in the room, but his appetite might as well have been seated at the table. "Preservation," Lendre said, glancing briefly toward Duval. "Prioritize personhood continuity over state ownership, including the possibility that no return should proceed until all claimants can be meaningfully represented." Qiang said, "Impossible." Duval said, "Inconvenient to you. Impossible under live instability and state exposure." Sevra said, "That depends on the machine." Every face at the table shifted toward her, including Merck's, which meant he had expected the sentence and still didn't know whether he wanted her to say it. Lendre said, "Then speak as the room's remaining technical conscience, if such a thing still exists." Sevra ignored the bait. "The route is not just rack to body. That assumption died when household systems started receiving and returning pressure. What we have is a 3-site braid, damaged preserved architecture in the rack, contested occupancy in the parallel body, and a civic material environment on the other side that keeps absorbing signal as routine instead of as anomaly." Orson said, "Environment meaning house systems." "House systems, municipal lanes, domestic devices, the routines embedded in them." Merck added, "And the body memory that keeps routing around direct force faster than we can name it." Qiang asked, "Can you bring Calen back or not?" That question had been waiting for permission to become a weapon. Sevra answered carefully, "Not by repeating the original transfer. The first bridge broke because it wasn't one preserved intelligence moving into one clean substrate. It struck a live counterpart, a lived domestic network, and whatever Eluan's pattern had already become under delay. If you run that architecture again blind, you don't get restoration. You get new misassignment." Merck leaned forward at last. "Unless you stop treating the other side as noise." There it was, his doctrine, sleek and unforgivable. Duval turned toward him. "Say the whole obscenity." He did. "Map the parallel side intentionally. Household first. Civic route second. Use the host environment as part of the bridge instead of pretending it's contamination." Orson said, "You are proposing to turn a family into lab hardware." Merck's jaw tightened. "I am proposing to admit it already is." The sentence struck the room hard enough that even Qiang left it alone for a moment. Sierra's stylus moved once. "Chain note," she said, and wrote anyway. Lendre looked from Merck to Sevra. "Can that be done?" Sevra hated the answer before she gave it, possibly. Duval closed her eyes once. Kiang asked, at what cost? Sevra looked at the route bands rather than at any human face. Cross-world synchronization under domestic load, a directed prompt path through occupied cognition, live claimant interference from at least 3 presences, and any success condition would still need a decision about what counts as return, what counts as removal, and who gets to consent for the child whose home is being used as field structure. No one in the room made the mistake of pretending Liora was incidental anymore. Lendre said, then bridge doctrine is no longer a technical appendix. No, Sierra said, it is a record of who we are willing to use. Kiang tapped the extraction heading. If route expansion recurs, I still want destruction authority over the rack and induced unconsciousness over the host body before any further signal can cross. Duval looked at him in disbelief sharpened into exhaustion. You keep saying host body as if the body itself were not one of the claimants. I keep saying body because it is where propagation occurs. And if propagation is personhood asserting itself against your preferred categories, then the categories survive or no one does. Lendre did not interrupt. He liked rooms best when they defended his worldview for him. Merck touched the salvage heading without asking. If the route can be stabilized, you do not waste the first proven cross-condition bridge in human history on a single moral gesture. You preserve the lane. You preserve what it teaches. Sevra said, you mean you preserve what it can make you. Merck met her eyes. Of course I do. Orson, still by the wall, said, rescue without parallel consultation is kidnapping by technical method. Extraction is worse. Salvage is procurement with a pulse. Preservation is ethically correct and procedurally impossible under current conditions. He looked at Lendre. So which crime has the state already chosen? Lendre answered without heat. The one that leaves the state intact long enough to regret it later. The monitor at Sevra's end of the table flashed. Not the route bands. Sync 3 body line. A new stamp opened from the local trace. Jaw strain / throat activity / failed speech preparation. Sierra saw it as Sevra did. He's trying again. Or they are, Merck said. Lendre looked at the line from the body, then back at the 4 headings above the table. Good. Then the event can hear the argument it has forced. Don't do that, Sevra said. Do what? Turn doctrine into a performance for the anomaly. He regarded her for a second. You still speak as if the room can avoid being watched. She had no answer to that because the answer lived in another apartment, under daylight, where Amel Veyer was already learning what kinds of violence could arrive wearing procedural courtesy. Amel did not let the district worker into the apartment immediately. She made her wait in the outer corridor with a civic tablet in one hand and a fold-open carcase in the other while she checked Liora's breathing herself, checked the window seals, checked the kitchen blind, and then checked Calen's face one more time as if there might yet be some configuration of it that made the day smaller. There are 3 rules, she said. He stood at the table because sitting made the house feel more like evidence. She did not lower her voice for Liora's sake. Liora was in her room with the door half open and a music workbook spread across her knees, which meant she could hear enough to be damaged and not enough to be protected. That too had become ordinary. First, Amel said, no one in this house says less than they know because they think they are being kind. Cal tightened under the ribs at once, not protest, recognition. Second, if the older one speaks, I want the answer named as not yours. The third presence gave nothing. That frightened him. Third, if the district worker asks what this is, we do not give her something easy enough to convert into procedure before she has to see the child with her own eyes. Calen said, that sounds like strategy. Amel looked at him until the sentence felt young and stupid. It sounds like my front door. The municipal panel brightened under manual lock, then dimmed again when denied. Outside the apartment, the district worker shifted her weight once against the corridor rail. Even through the wall, the house recognized the form of public patience. Liora's voice came from the doorway, she from the breathing office or the lying office. Amel closed her eyes for 1 second. Both, probably. That earned the smallest possible expression from Liora, not amusement exactly, only the child-sized acknowledgement that adults sometimes spoke honestly when the situation had already gone too bad to improve with manners. Liora looked at him. If somebody else talks out of you, I want to know before it happens. The body flinched once, not from accusation, from the scale of what the child had just asked. Amel turned toward her. You don't get all of it. No, Liora said, but I get the dangerous part. No one in the kitchen corrected her. Calen said carefully, if it happens, I'll tell you. Cal recoiled at the promise because promises from this mouth now came with blood on them. Liora squinted. Which one of you just said that? There was no surviving answer except the worst one. Me, Calen said. She accepted that only provisionally, which was more adult than mercy would have been. Amel keyed the door at last. The district worker entered with the mild expression professionals wore when they needed a room to believe they had not arrived as a threat. Mid-30s, warm gray coat, no visible security band. The kind face institutions sent when they wanted entry without force. Her badge identified her as Taryn Saul, District Continuity and Family Care. That title alone made the kitchen smaller. Thank you for receiving me, Taryn said. Amel did not invite her to sit yet. You were already authorized to arrive. Taryn took the rebuke cleanly enough to prove she had survived other kitchens. I'm here under well-being follow-up, not enforcement. Liora muttered from the doorway, that's what the lying office says. Taryn heard it. Her eyes moved to the child and stayed there just long enough to count the inhaler case on the bench, the workbook, the half-packed school bag, the air in the room. Fair, she said. That bought her one fraction of legitimacy. Amel gestured toward the table. You get 10 minutes before this becomes a state visit instead of a care one. Taryn sat. She placed the care case beside her chair but kept the tablet closed, which was smart. The house was already too full of screens that wanted to become the loudest mind. I'm here because your household systems went into manual isolation during a continuity prompt and remained there overnight, she said. That is usually either medical distress, domestic risk, or a systems breach. And if it's all three, Amel asked, which form do you file first? Taryn did not answer at once. Better. The one that keeps the child safest. That moved through the body like a thrown object hitting old glass. Cal surged toward it. Not trust. Alignment of priority. The third presence remained still enough to feel like listening. Calen asked, do you report first or decide first? Taryn looked at him directly now, registering tone lag, posture management, the wrong distribution of certainty in the face she had come to evaluate. I decide enough to know what reporting will damage. Amel said, good. Then decide in front of me. Taryn opened the tablet. The district summary band floated low above it, pale enough not to shout. Household isolation event / continuity flag. Dr. Calveyer / minor child respiratory instability reported / daylight follow-up authorized plain, ugly administration. Taryn said, I need to ask whether Dr. Veyer is impaired in a way that affects child safety, household systems integrity, or public continuity obligations. There it was. Not truth. Classification pressure. Amel said, he is impaired in a way your form does not have. Taryn looked from her to him. Then I need language. The body tightened, ownership, public, child, house. The internal conflict arrived not as voices but as vectors, each one pulling toward a different kind of survival. Calen felt the older presence gather before it moved. Not to seize, to shape. His mouth said, 3 claimants, 1 body, none stable. Taryn went still. Amel's eyes did not leave his face. That wasn't him. Good, Calen thought wildly. Good, name it every time. Taryn did not yet understand what that sentence had saved. 3 what? Amel answered before he could fail again. My husband, the other man inside him, and the older one that arrived with the breach. Taryn looked at the child in the doorway, then back at the adults, and made a decision with visible care. She set the tablet face down. Then I'm taking this out of continuity review language for the next 5 minutes, she said. I need the order. Amel sat for the first time since opening the door. Her knees had been locked harder than the room had noticed. Calen gave it to them as cleanly as he could. Experiment. Breach. Another world. Parallel counterpart. Child and marriage already in place there. Dead philosopher not dead enough. Echo. Occupied body. Unclaimed original. State involvement on one side, district care pressure on the other. He did not make it elegant because elegance here would have been insult. When he reached the point where the older presence had first spoken through the mouth to protect Liora's sequence, Taryn closed her eyes once. Does it prioritize the child, she asked, or only use child safety language to secure position? No one in the room could answer quickly enough to deserve her trust. Liora did it for them. It knew the right inhaler before he did, she said. Every adult in the room turned toward her. She shrugged one shoulder. That's not the nice one, that's the true one. Taryn looked at Amel. Your daughter is functioning as collateral witness. Amel said, I'm aware. No, Taryn said. I need you aware, in the way that changes the next choice. The sentence hit harder than any official warning could have, because the child had become evidence, and everyone in the room had let it happen under the excuse of urgency. Amel sat back slowly and put both hands flat on the table. There it is, she said, but not to anyone in particular. The older presence moved again, faintly this time, a pressure of refusal when Taryn's care tablet brightened under the table edge and tried to reopen the district band on its own. Taryn saw it flicker. Did the house just react to my device? Yes, Amel said. Did you route that? No. Taryn looked at the dark screen, then at Calen. Then the house is no longer passive environment. No, he said. It hasn't been for a while. Liora closed the workbook in the doorway because children could hear when adults crossed from frightening into unusable. I want to go to Nessa's after school, she said. Amel looked at her. That's not the current conversation. Yes, it is. The sentence landed cleanly enough that no one got to pretend she was only tired. If the city comes back, Liora said, I don't want to be here when all of you start talking like forms again. The room took the line whole, not melodrama, not manipulation. A practical child making an evacuation request from inside a house that had failed to remain a house. Taryn said, very softly, that may be the first correct redistribution of risk I've heard today. Amel stared at the table for 2 seconds too long, then she nodded once. Nessa's mother gets plain language, not a sanitized version. Liora's shoulders changed by a degree, not relief. Route. Taryn reopened the tablet, but now she did it openly, as if the room had earned at least that much respect. I can slow continuity review for one cycle by reclassifying this household under layered medical and cognitive instability with minor child protection priority, she said. That buys daylight, not safety. If I do it, district care becomes the visible lane and harder state functions have to come through me first. Kiang would have hated the sentence. Good, Amel asked. What do you want in return? Taryn gave a humorless breath. Not to be lied to in a way that gets your daughter used twice. Calen almost asked why and stopped, because the question had already been answered by the room. Taryn continued, if there's going to be a bridge effort, I need to know whether the household is being treated as consented ground, manipulated ground, or unavoidable ground. That word entered the kitchen and forced every claimant inside the body to meet it. Consent. Cal recoiled around it because the entire life had begun without his. Calen flinched because rescue doctrine in Echo was already making promises on behalf of people it had never faced. The older presence did not recoil at all. It merely remained present long enough to make absence impossible. Amel looked at him with exhausted ferocity. "Answer her," he said, unavoidable at first, manipulated after, consented nowhere near enough. Taryn's jaw tightened once. She entered something under the child protection field, then something else under medical instability, then stopped before filing the completed note. "Good," she said, ugly enough to be useful. From the other room, the municipal panel tried the house again and failed. The lock line hummed under the wall. Taryn rose. "I can hold the district lane until morning. After that, if the city asks whether this house can still support continuity contact safely, I need a better answer than no one knows." Amel said, "Then morning is when we stop having one." Taryn looked toward Liora, pack for school and for staying elsewhere. Liora nodded and left without argument. That frightened Amel more than refusal would have. At the door, Taryn turned back. "One more thing. No one invited it. She gave it anyway. If the bridge doctrine on the other side wants extraction, it will try to describe family as obstruction. Do not borrow that language even to survive." Then she left. The apartment stayed still for 3 full seconds after the door sealed, as if the house itself were checking whether care had just bought them time or merely translated danger into softer nouns. Amel looked at him and said, "You heard her." "Yes." "Good, because tonight you stop being a crisis I'm surviving and become a problem I'm negotiating." Cal did not resist that sentence at all. The older presence did. Not outwardly. Only in the cool, inward way power resists when someone else in the room learns its shape too quickly. Bridge doctrine acquired hardware before anyone agreed on ethics. By evening, Echo's occupied floor had been partially rebuilt around the possibility of return. A new route array had been rolled in under sealed cloth and installed between the rack lane and Sink 3's partition wall. It was not new technology, which would have violated even the state's preferred fictions. It was an illegal assembly of existing pieces pushed into a configuration no sane committee would have approved outside black necessity. Memory architecture resonators from the original cradle line. A civic load predictor from arbitration modeling. 2 stripped route readers Merck had pulled from continuity planning storage with forged authorization. And worst of all, a domestic signal conditioner designed for household system harmonics, now sitting on a lab cart under doctrinal banding. Sevra stood over it and felt physically unclean. Merck, by contrast, looked almost calm. This was the version of work he had wanted all along, dangerous enough to matter, ugly enough to free him from clean reputations. "It can't open a bridge," Orson said, looking over the assembled route line. "It can only narrow one." "Exactly," Merck said. Lendre stood behind the privacy field with Sierra at his shoulder and Duval 2 paces off to the side, all 3 of them watching the machine as if it might confess the politics they preferred if stared at long enough. Sevra said, "State the procedure once." Not because she needed to hear it, because making him say it still counted as a form of resistance. Merck obliged. "We establish synchronized low-load contact between rack body and the external civic traces already in evidence. No transfer, no forced prompt, just route discipline. Then we test whether the 3 active claim patterns can be separated enough to model return conditions without triggering new cross-write." Qiang, who had joined by secure line rather than in person, said from the speaker grill, "And if the route widens instead of narrowing?" Merck answered, "Then you can finally say I told you so while the rest of us lose our jobs, licenses, and legal personhood." Sevra said, "Not helpful. It wasn't meant to be." Duval stepped forward before the room could split again. "What consent exists for this?" No one answered immediately. That was answer enough. Lendre said, "We have a speaking event from the body instructing the state not to send agents to the household. We have repeated route behavior rejecting imposed categories. We have a household now under district care rather than under state seizure. The room can reasonably infer," Duval cut across him. "No, the room can infer nothing that becomes moral permission." Sevra said, "Chain note, inference is not consent." Lendre's mouth tightened. Orson asked, "Can the body participate in any deliberate way?" Sevra looked toward Sink 3 through the partition glass. Calen's original body lay under low light, eyes closed now because Orson had finally insisted on manual care instead of treating the face as a diagnostic insult. The monitor still held 3 distinct interference structures when viewed raw, though only Merck and Sierra had access to the least filtered layers. "Not enough to trust," she said. "Then what are we using?" Merck answered that one. "Interference. The same way the event has been using us." It was an ugly sentence, also true. The domestic conditioner on the cart brightened as the route array came live. For 1 second the lab heard a sound that did not belong there, a soft household chime, polite enough to be unbearable. Then the system corrected and converted it back into signal values. Duval looked at the machine as if it had spat in her hand. Lendre said, "Proceed with a low-load test." Sevra did not move. Sierra noticed first. Refusal. Sevra kept her eyes on the array. Statement. Lendre's patience altered shape but did not break. Of what? Of doctrine. Out loud, before we touched the route. The room went still for the same reason rooms always did when someone made hidden motives choose grammar. "Fine," he said. "Administrative doctrine. Preserve state survivability while avoiding unnecessary category violence." "Security doctrine," Chiang said from the speaker. "Prevent propagation and retain destruction authority if route expansion recurs." Duval said, "Personhood doctrine. No interpretive force that makes one claimant more administratively legible by making another more disposable." Merck said, "Technical doctrine. Learn enough from the route to stop pretending ignorance is morally cleaner." Sierra looked at Sevra. Sevra heard her own answer before she wanted to own it. "Rescue doctrine. Get Calen home without treating Cal, the child, or the household as acceptable structural loss." There it was. Not pure either. Just hers. Lendre said, "And if those goals cannot coexist." Sevra touched the side of the cold cart where the domestic conditioner was seated. Then this was never a bridge, just a sorting mechanism. No one improved the sentence after that. Merck brought the route array to low live. The first values entered cleanly. Rack pulse, body interference, civic echo traces, 3 unstable waveforms touching one another through machine language none of them trusted. Then the domestic conditioner produced a return they had not asked for. Not words. Not yet. A household rhythm, door cycle, water pulse, child device wake, inhaler charge state, 1 adult tablet entering offline note mode. Amel, Sevra thought instantly, and hated that the machine now knew enough of her life to resemble recognition. Merck said very softly, "We have the house." Duval said, "Shut it down." Lendre said at the same moment, "Hold." The route array answered before either command could harden. Across the side display appeared a single line, not from the rack skin and not from the body monitor, but from the illegal bridge assembly itself. Consent cannot be inferred from need. No one touched anything. Sierra was already writing. Duval looked at Lendre with something beyond anger in it now. Vindication sharpened by horror. Well, at least one intelligence in the room still understands law. Merck stared at the display, not triumphant, not frightened enough. "That's not from the original public corpus." Sevra said, "No." Chiang's voice came through the speaker grill. "Source." No one answered because no one had one that would survive daylight. The line remained on the screen for 3 seconds, then cleared. The event had just declared the terms on which permission would matter. Lendre said, save the entire trace. Sierra said, already done. Duval did not sit back down. Congratulations. The bridge doctrine now has a fifth claimant. Merck looked at the still-live values and said, almost to himself, or a judge. Sevra turned off the array before the room could mistake that sentence for wisdom. No one argued with the shutdown. They had crossed the line already. The machine had merely chosen to tell them which line it believed it was. That night, Amel wrote the house rules in 2 columns on the kitchen slate, while Calen watched 3 different futures try to occupy the same room. Not negotiable. Liora sleeps elsewhere tomorrow if district returns. No direct system contact without naming who is speaking. No promise to any state, lab, or doctrine made from this body without my hearing it. Unknown whether return helps or removes. Whether Aluan wants exit, leverage, or continuance. Whether Cal survives rescue as himself. The third presence did not contest the wording. That was its own contest. Cal remained close enough to the front of the body to make every line ache. Calen read the second column twice. Return helps or removes, he said. Amel kept writing. Yes. You think rescue could kill him. I think rescue could use a cleaner word for it. There was nothing left in the room to protect him from the accuracy of her. Liora's overnight bag sat by the door with the inhaler case clipped to the side and the silver hair clip already tucked into the front pocket. Evidence of route again. The house had become a staging point. Amel set down the stylus and finally looked at him straight. They'll build a doctrine over there, she said. You'll build one here. I'm not letting either side pretend the family is merely where the bridge happens. The older presence stirred then, not to take the mouth, only to make its refusal felt. Legacy disliked being spoken to as if it needed permission from domestic furniture and school bags. Amel saw the shift in his face. Good, she said. Let him hear that too. The municipal frame ticked once under lock and failed to open. Somewhere across worlds, a route array was probably cooling down after learning the word consent. Somewhere else, a state was deciding whether law could survive a machine that quoted it back. Calen looked at the slate, then at Liora's packed bag by the door. On the kitchen slate, not negotiable and unknown faced each other across the same light. Chapter 13. The return. Liora's overnight bag waited by the door before anyone in the apartment had admitted what that meant. The silver hair clip sat fastened to the front pocket beside the inhaler case. The bag itself was small, practical, and accusing in the way only a child's packed things could be. A spare school shirt, sleep clothes, tooth tablets in the side pouch. The orange book she only took elsewhere when she did not trust another house to comfort her properly. Amel had packed it before sunrise. Calen stood in the kitchen and watched the body know each item by touch before he touched none of them. Cal's anger had not gone. It had changed shape again. No longer only veto. No longer only mine or leave them alone. Now there was a tension in him, taut and grieving, fixed on the bag, the locked municipal panel, and the dark route line that had woken twice in the night and failed to open the house. The older presence remained deeper still, not absent, listening. Taryn Saul arrived exactly 3 minutes before the school window closed. She wore the same warm gray coat and carried the same district tablet, but today she also had a narrow witness badge clipped at the collar in place of the softer care marker she had used yesterday. Family care remained on the strip. Continuity no longer pretended to be absent. Amel saw the badge before she opened the door fully. You changed lanes. Taryn stepped inside without offense or apology. I brought both this time. That is what I was afraid of. I know. Liora came into the hall with one shoe untied and the overnight bag already over one shoulder. She looked first at Taryn, then at the badge, then at him. So today is bad for real, she said. No one in the room denied it. Amel crouched to fix the shoe and did it too carefully, hands steadier than the rest of her. "You're going to Nessa's after school." Liora looked at Calen again. Not at the adults in general, at him, or at the men sharing him. The distinction no longer held in the house the way it once might have. "Who comes back tonight?" The body tightened all at once, Cal first, Calen after him. The older presence last, colder and less wounded, still unwilling to waste language where silence kept more power. He answered because no one else could answer for him without stealing the room in a different way. "I don't know." Liora accepted that faster than comfort deserved. "Good. That's better than saying the wrong one." Amel's hand stopped for half a beat at the lace. Taryn watched the child with the stillness of someone already deciding what the district would be told later and what it would not. Liora straightened, hitched the bag higher, and then came one pace closer to him than caution recommended. "If they make you choose wrong," she said quietly, "pick the house last." The sentence entered the body like a blade finding an old cut. Cal recoiled. Not from her, from the fact that the child now understood enough to make a sentence like that. Calen felt the damage through him and had no moral place from which to argue with it. Taryn said, very softly, "I'll take her now." Liora nodded and went with her. No theatrics, no second hug. She had already spent what she could afford on clarity. At the threshold she looked back once and said only, "Tell Nessa's mother the plain version." Amel answered, "I will." Then the door sealed and the apartment lost its youngest witness. For 3 full seconds no one moved. The municipal panel remained dark under lock. The kitchen blind held half open. Morning light crossed the table where the cognitive slate, the note page, and the 3-cup test from yesterday still sat like evidence no one had earned the right to clear away. Taryn did not leave. She set the district tablet on the table beside the slate and said, "I am not here only as care now. If the return attempt begins today, I witness the household side." Amel turned toward her. "Who authorized that?" "No one cleanly enough to admire." Calen said, "Echo." Taryn looked at him directly. "The lab asked for a civilian witness lane the council could not fully own." Duval pushed. Lendre accepted because refusal would have read badly in his minutes. "I accepted because if your people are going to turn a family home into bridge structure, someone from this side needs to be present when the language starts lying." The older presence rose under that sentence and did not take the mouth, only pressure, recognition. Amel pulled out the chair opposite the slate and said, "Then sit." Taryn sat. Amel did not. She stood at the head of the table like someone about to begin a hearing in a room too intimate for procedure and too damaged to avoid it. "Before anything connects to this house," she said, looking not only at him but at the whole body as if the others might answer through posture alone. "We say the terms again." No one objected. Child not present. A stillness of agreement. All 3. House systems touched only with warning. Another stillness, sharper. No state promise made from this body without a witness in the room. That one hurt Calen because he could already feel how impossible the day intended to make it. Amel's eyes stayed on his face. "And if return means removal by cleaner language, I want that said before the machine starts pretending mercy." Cal struck at the inside of the ribs so hard the breath caught. Not mercy. The words were not spoken aloud. Calen felt them arrive with all the rawness of a man hearing his own erasure discussed in improved terms. Taryn watched the change in his face and did not look away. "Good. That one belongs in the record." Amel looked at the dark municipal panel, then back at him. "When Echo calls, you do not answer first because you are used to their nouns." The body gave her no answer. That too was answer enough. The panel brightened. No chime this time, just a clean white field under manual lock, as if the house had recognized the route and permitted vision without surrender. Echo side / witness link request / local only / no civic export / accept or refuse. Taryn looked at the authentication strip and went still. That's not district syntax. No, Amel said. It keeps improving. She did not touch the panel. She looked at him instead. Who wants it? Calen said, all of us, lifted his hand toward the acceptance field. Cal stopped it halfway, not with panic, with the absolute bodily refusal of a man watching strangers build hardware around his child and call the structure necessity. No. Calen stayed inside the locked tendons and answered him in the only form that still seemed possible. If we refuse, Kiang gets the next version. The resistance did not release. The older presence entered beneath both of them, not to seize but to order. The wrist eased, the fingers straightened. The hand reached the panel. Amel saw all of it. Name the warning, she said. The older presence used the mouth at once. Connection will not remain only between institutions. Then the hand pressed accept. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk echo had built decency into the room badly, and at the last minute. That was how Sevra knew it was real rather than decorative. The new route array still sat between the rack lane and Sync 3, its illegal assembly made only slightly less shameful by the fact that Duval had insisted on witness access and forced the privacy field back 2 meters, so no one could call the machine moral in secret. The domestic signal conditioner remained on the side cart under doctrinal banding. Orson Hale stood by the body side with a clinician's displeasure sharp in every line of him. Sierra had 2 slates open now, one legal, one private. Merck was already at the array with both hands inside its calibration skin, too calm to be trusted. Lendre stood at the center line as if rooms had always belonged to him if they carried enough consequence. Kiang watched by secure line from the upper speaker. Duval stood near the witness rail and refused a chair again. Sevra remained at the bridge board. That was not victory, only the result of 36 hours of saying no in more useful ways than the room expected. The witness link accepted on the side screen with no ornamental transition. Kitchen camera, no. The house would not allow one. Instead, they got what the route could ethically and unethically carry. Air signature, device handshake, local pulse lag, 1 active adult witness tag, 1 district witness tag, and the body side pressure map of the occupied host standing in a domestic room under morning light. Amel's voice came through first, audio only. You get 1 attempt before I start asking whether delay is safer than courage. Lendre answered before anyone else could. This is not a matter of courage, Miss Veyer. Duval cut across him at once. Do not use that tone with the household witness. He let the correction pass because he needed the room more than he needed the line. Sevra spoke into the route. Amel, Taryn, we have your witness lane. Audio only, no visual export. Body trace and house systems remain local on your side unless the route itself widens. If it does, I shut it down. Taryn said, and who shuts it down if you become the problem? Sevra almost smiled. You. That earned a brief silence, the useful kind. Merck closed the lower calibration skin and said, then let's finally state the obscenity cleanly. No one stopped him. We are not reopening the original transfer. We are narrowing the existing braid, rack, body, house. We map claimant pressure under live witness conditions, identify whichever pattern corresponds most closely to Calen's displaced cognition, and give it a directed return lane to Sync 3. No forced eviction language. No extraction prompt. No category pressure beyond function. Kiang's voice came cold through the speaker, and if 2 or more claimants answer the same return lane. Merck did not look up. Then your problem becomes political before it becomes technical. It already is political. Yes, Merck said, which is why you frighten me less when you sound like yourself. Sevra cut in before the room could waste the next minute on hatred. No one talks to the machine as if it owes obedience. We use witnessed questions only. We do not call anyone foreign, original, host, or asset. Lendre said, "You continue speaking as if language can save us from outcome." "No," Sevra replied, "I speak as if bad language can still worsen it." Orson's attention stayed on the body trace. If the return path works, what happens to the occupied body? There it was. The question every cleaner noun had been trying to evade. No one answered first. Then Amel did, through the witness link from the apartment. "You will not ask that." As though the body were a drawer one man leaves and another reclaims. The room went still. Even Lendre did not step on the sentence. Duval said, "Agreed." Kiang's secure line gave a faint sound that might have been contempt and might have been restraint. Sevra said, "We do not know what the occupied body loses if the route narrows. That is why the attempt stops at the first sign of claimant collapse on either side." Merck added, quieter, "And because no one in this room can survive another split event." The body in Sync 3 lay under low light beyond the partition glass, live and unreadable. Calen's face looked worse when the room pretended ordinary procedure around it. The bruise at the deepest filament entry had gone black-violet at the edges. His eyes were closed, now only because Orson had insisted on it an hour earlier. The old monitor beside the bay carried 3 interference families under one respiratory line. Lendre looked at the body, then at the rack, then toward the witness link strip. "Begin." Sevra did not touch the activation field yet. "State doctrine once." Kiang answered first, impatient and unwilling. "Containment if the route widens." Duval, "Personhood before category convenience." Merck, "Return if possible, learning whether or not it is." Lendre, "State survivability through managed precedent." Orson, "No doctrine that requires pretending one body carries no local life." There was a brief pause from the household side. Then Amel said, "My doctrine is that no machine gets to call my family incidental because it finds us structurally useful." Taryn followed. "Mine is that care does not become valid only after state language approves it." Sevra listened to all of it and then, because the room had earned nothing cleaner, gave her own. "Get Calen home without making Cal, the child, or the house acceptable loss." Silence held for one beat. Then the display at the center of the array wrote a line none of them had entered. "Witnessed fracture accepted." No one touched anything. The line cleared itself and the route values opened. Asterisk, 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 the first thing the machine wanted was not a name. It wanted a loss. The house lights dimmed by a degree in the apartment, not enough to frighten a neighbor, enough to make the kitchen feel claimed. Echo's route array answered with a low harmonic hum that came up through the floor and into the knees. Sync 3's monitor tightened. The damaged blue pulse inside the rack narrowed to something almost elegant. On the center display, black text entered under no known system header. "State what cannot come through." No one in either world spoke at once. Calen felt the question strike all 3 of them differently. His own answer rose first because he had spent months wanting one thing and calling it by cleaner names. His original body, his work, his name under his own face. But the machine had not asked what he wanted. It had asked what could not come through. Cal's answer was more immediate. Child house, the soft route of ordinary mornings, the inhaler count, the silver clip, the public life built around this body from the inside rather than the outside. The older presence remained silent long enough for both answers to become shame in him. Amel said, "Answer it." Calen kept one hand on the table because the body needed the surface. "My claim to this house," he said. The body recoiled at the sentence and accepted it anyway because the truth in it had arrived before defense. In Echo, Sierra marked the time. Sevra watched the route values shift under the household line. Then the mouth in the apartment moved again under another hand not his. "The child," it said. Amel did not ask who had spoken. She had learned that question no longer shortened the room. Taryn asked instead, "Is that the same claimant?" "No," Amel said. Record it. A third answer arrived from deeper still, quiet enough that the microphone almost missed it. Anything that requires a center by force. In echo, the rack answered that line with a sharp brightness along one broken relation band. Merk swore softly. That's him. Duval said, say which him if you want your sentence to survive later. Merk did not answer her because the next prompt had already arrived. State what must. Calen closed his eyes once against the table light and the house light and the route moving through both of them. Cal pushed first this time, hard enough to make the wrist drag toward the table edge. Her breath, her breath, her breath. The words did not come cleanly until Calen let them. Liora's sequence, he said. The answer hit the house and the lab at once. In echo, the domestic signal conditioner lit 3 small bands at the same time. Child device wake pattern, inhaler charge history, school route timing held in the house's ordinary memory. In the apartment, the municipal panel, still locked, brightened once as if some civic lane had recognized itself in the line and been denied entry by speed rather than policy. Amel said, with more pain than she let the machine hear, yes. Calen found his own answer under that. A return that does not erase what the body has lived here. Cal did not fight it. The lack of resistance hurt worse. The older presence answered last. Witness before doctrine. That line struck echo physically. The black review strip at the top of 3 screens flickered. Sierra's private slate dimmed and returned. Lendre stayed still through it all, which meant he had heard the danger and was already deciding whether it could be made to serve him. The route tightened. On Sync 3's monitor, Calen's original body gave the first deliberate change anyone in the room could have defended in court. One finger moved against the sheet. Not much. Enough. Orson stepped toward the bay at once. Motor response. Sevra said, keep your hands off him unless he destabilizes. I was not going to stroke the miracle. The route display cleared and wrote the third line, state who releases. The room in echo went colder than its systems intended. Kiang said through the speaker, there. Duval said, if you force that answer, I walk the chain into personhood review myself. Lendre did not turn toward either of them. His attention stayed on the route, on the one line he could not make administrative without first surviving it. In the apartment, the question landed as injury. Cal fought it bodily now. Not words. The shoulder locking, the hand flattening against the table, the old grief around the child and the hall and the breakfast cups and the note page and the life this face had built one repeatable morning at a time. Calen felt it and hated the next truth before he spoke it. If I go, he said into the kitchen, not to the machine but to the man inside him, I stop taking your life through state hardware. The body went absolutely still. Amel looked at his face with something beyond anger in it now. Recognition of fresh harm. Cal answered at last, not through the mouth but through the hand. The fingers struck the table once, hard enough to move the pen, and then dragged toward the slate where Amel had written the house rules the night before. Not negotiable. Liora sleeps elsewhere tomorrow if district returns. No direct system contact without naming who is speaking. No promise to any state, lab, or doctrine made from this body without my hearing it. The finger stopped under the first bullet. Calen understood. Not while she's here, he said. Taryn said immediately, she isn't here. No. The word came out in the older voice this time, cold and level. Not while she can still be reached through the field you are calling absence. The route values in echo shifted. Merk looked down at them and went pale under the lab lights. The child lane is still lived through memory pressure and house residue. She's off-site and the system still finds her. Kiang's voice hardened. Cut the household conditioner. Duval said, absolutely not. Lendre said nothing yet because he was listening for which lane would become the weapon. Amel put both hands flat on the table. Tell me clearly, if this proceeds now, can it reach her? No one in either world lied fast enough to count as kindness. Sevra answered through the witness link. Yes, indirectly, through the house, through routines, through whatever the bridge now recognizes as domestic field. Amel nodded once, then she said, "Shut it down." Kiang said at the same moment, "Proceed before it collapses." Lendre finally spoke. "Hold." The room obeyed, because the room was tired, and because no one wanted the next irreversible thing to happen under the wrong voice. Merck said, "If we stop now, we may not get the same coherence again." Amel answered him from the kitchen. "Then get a worse one later. My daughter does not become your tolerance margin because the machine has finally learned how houses work." The sentence hit Calen with the force of a rule too late and exactly on time. Cal surged in full agreement. So did he. The older presence remained where it was for one long second and then chose unmistakably. The display wrote its answer before Lendre or Kiang or any engineering hand could turn refusal into failure. Child excluded. Return lane delayed. Build a cleaner witness. Everything in echo stopped. Merck stared at the line as if insult had finally become mathematics. Duval let out one breath through her nose and said, "Good." Kiang's voice over secure line had gone flat enough to cut. "The machine has now assumed scheduling authority over a state event." "No," Sevra said, already marking the line. "It has objected to your witness conditions." Lendre looked at the display, then at the body in sync 3, then at the witness link carrying Amel's breathing and Taryn's silent tablet, and the kitchen no longer willing to serve as hardware just because it could. "Fine," he said. The word changed the room. State event suspends for one witness cycle. Household child lane removed physically, not administratively. The return attempt reconvenes under narrower field with no minor reachable through domestic residue. Kiang said, "You are yielding authority to a bridge tantrum." Lendre's answer came dry enough to flay. "I am avoiding the public destruction of our own legal language by not letting a return attempt reach a child through school routes." Even Kiang let that stand. Amel said, "One witness cycle means how long?" Taryn looked at her tablet. "If I move now and Nessa's mother takes the long lane instead of the short transit, 90 minutes minimum before the house stops carrying the same pressure." Amel nodded. "Then we use 90 minutes. The display cleared. The route values did not close entirely. They settled, waiting, narrowed and dangerous and not yet willing to decide they had been denied. Asterisk, 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 the house emptied badly. Amel went herself, not because Taryn could not handle the lane, because mothers did not outsource the final repositioning of risk if they still had legs and time. She took the overnight bag, the inhaler case, the orange book, the silver clip still fastened to the front pocket. Taryn went with her because district witness and ordinary care had become inseparable in this story, and everyone in the house knew it. That left Calen alone in the apartment for the first time since the breach. Alone was the wrong word. The body hated the vacancy immediately. The child room door open, the bench empty, the whole domestic sequence broken by strategy instead of sleep or school or music night. Cal felt it as wound. Calen felt it as consequence. The older presence treated the room as if useful silence had finally been purchased at a proper cost. He stood at the kitchen counter while the locked municipal panel stayed white and waiting. In echo, the parallel stillness held. He could feel it now with the route left half awake. Not full sensory bleed. Enough. Coolant. Ceramic cold. Merck's faster breathing. Sierra's stylus touching once, twice. His own original body's pulse under old wires. He said into the empty kitchen, "If I go back and you stay, what remains of me here?" Cal answered with the first full sentence he had ever given him cleanly. Not enough to call love. Enough to call damage. The truth of it left him leaning harder into the counter than the body needed. The older presence entered not as comfort, but as the absence of any remaining permission to lie. Return was never restoration, it said through the shared center. Only allocation after trespass. Calen said, "You always sound cleanest when the cost belongs to other people." A long pause, then, "I sound oldest when the cost is familiar." He looked toward Liora's room at the open door and the small field of absence inside it and found the next necessary sentence before courage improved it. "If I go back, I stop reaching through your child." Cal's answer came not as refusal this time, but as the body's slow release of its locked shoulder, the tendons easing where they had been holding against him for days. Room. The municipal panel brightened once. Return window reopening. Witness field narrowed. State who crosses. Amel's key code flashed across the lower corner, authorizing local-only acceptance from a remote hand. She had chosen before returning, or while returning, or because mothers in this world had gotten tired of waiting for better men to finish better theories. Calen touched accept. In echo, the array woke. Asterisk, 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 the second return attempt began without grandeur. No council gallery. No clean chamber lie. No committee theater dressed as caution. Just the occupied lab, the damaged rack, the body in Sync 3, a witness link to an emptied house, and every person who still mattered holding the least bad version of their own motive with both hands. Sevra brought the route array live at low load. Merck held the domestic conditioner in passive read only. Sierra stood between Lendre and the board instead of beside either of them. Duval remained at the witness rail with her pen closed tight in one hand. Orson watched the body, not the politics. Kiang stayed on secure line because even he understood some rooms improved when he was forced to exist as a voice. The first harmonic rose through the floor and into the bones. Sync 3 answered at once. Calen's original body drew one deeper breath. The rack narrowed into its damaged blue order. The display wrote one line, "State who stays." No one spoke. Then Cal did through the body in the apartment, the mouth moving under no shared pressure now except honesty. "I do." The words tore him on the way out, not because he regretted them, because saying them meant admitting that staying had become as violent as leaving. The route values changed. Sevra saw it first. House claimant stabilizing. Merck said again. Cal said it again, stronger this time. "I do." The body in Sync 3 tightened at the jaw. Sevra stepped closer to the bay but did not touch. "Calen." The answer came from the kitchen half a world away. "I cross." The display held the two lines without improving them. "I do, I cross." Then the third prompt appeared, "State what you carry." No one in echo wanted the answer. That was why the room deserved it. Cal did not speak first this time. Calen did. "Guilt." The words struck the kitchen and the lab alike. Too bare to be useful except as truth. Cal answered with his own. "House." The older presence entered last. "Consequence." The route tightened so hard the domestic conditioner whined against the cart housing. Merck's hands were already on the limiters. Sierra marked the spike. Duval said nothing because the room had finally reached a language she did not need to improve. The display cleared itself, and then across all three systems at once, rack skin, body monitor, household panel, wrote the final instruction. "Return without center." Sevra said, "Do it now." Kiang said, "If the route widens, no." Lendre snapped, and for once the room heard fear in him honestly. Merck drove the narrowing sequence. The array did not open like the original transfer had. It constricted. No white bloom, no total sensory collapse. A tightening through existing lines, forcing the route to choose function rather than appetite. The body in the apartment bowed once at the spine as if struck. In Sync 3, Calen's original body arched hard enough to lift one shoulder off the bay. Orson moved and then stopped when Sevra threw one hand out without looking at him. "Not yet." The rack pulse split into 3 bands and then 2. One remained in the housing. One moved. Calen felt it happen as subtraction before location. The house went farther away. Not gone. Farther. Warm floor, kitchen blind, cedar oil, Liora's orange book. Amel's exhausted face at the table, all of it losing bodily claim and becoming memory at speed. Cal felt it too and seized the edge of the counter with one hand, keeping the body upright by brute domestic habit. Calen reached for the colder line because the colder line was his, and because if he hesitated now, the state would do the choosing for all of them. Echo hit him like mineral air and pain. Real pain. Ports. Bruised neck. Cold ceramic. The old monitor's brittle click. Weight in the wrong body and the impossible rightness of it. His original body's mouth opened around a breath that belonged to no machine. Sevra was above him, not reflection, not crossed field. Sevra, white with fatigue and alive in the old lab light. "Calen," she said. He tried to answer and got only a wrecked sound, but the sound was his. In the apartment, Cal hit the floor on one knee, one hand still on the counter, the other braced against tile as the last of the rout tore free of him. The panel went black. The kitchen lights steadied. The pressure in the house released all at once and left only ordinary silence and the shape of a man trying not to choke on having survived his own continuance. Amel came through the door at a run and stopped one pace inside. Not because she did not want to reach him, because she had learned better. Who? One word, no ornament, no mercy. Cal lifted his head. The answer came ragged, furious, ashamed, and local in every possible way. "I scared her." Amel did not move for a second longer. Then she crossed the room and put both hands on the sides of his face, not tenderly, not romantically, but as if confirming a structure had returned under damage. In echo, Calen's original body kept breathing harder than the room liked. Orson had one hand on the monitor tree now and the other under the manual oxygen line. Pupil response normalizing. Cortical organization improving. Keep talking to him. Sevra said, "Calen, look at me." He did. The motion cost him everything and still counted as a beginning. Merck stared at the rack skin. "We still have active pulse in the housing." Of course they did. The return had not been restoration. The damaged blue core in the rack held steady at low coherence, wounded but present. No longer the full preserved structure. Not empty either. A claimant remaining where no state in either world would know how to place it cleanly. Liora looked from the live rack pulse to Calen on the bay and then toward the witness link, where Amel's breathing and Cal's rougher one had settled into the same room again. She said, "Save everything." No one argued. The display across both worlds wrote one final line before clearing itself for good. Remaining is not the same as staying. Then it went dark. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. By evening, the route array had been shut down, the witness link severed, and 3 governments of the same event had already begun writing different minutes. In the apartment, Amel had put the 3 cups away and left only one on the table. Liora was still at Nessa's for the night. The house was quieter than relief deserved. Cal sat in his own chair with his own ring back on his hand and a new caution in the body every time he turned toward a screen or heard the word city. Amel remained in the room with him anyway. In echo, Calen slept at last in Sync 3 under local observation, his original body inhabited again and not innocent of residue. When Sevra stepped once more to the rack before changing shifts, the damaged housing gave back its low blue pulse and nothing else. Only remainder. She stood there until Merck came up beside her and stopped at the rail. "Did it work?" he asked. "Or did it merely choose a distribution we can live with longer?" Sevra looked through the reinforced glass at the wounded pulse, and then back toward the closed door behind which Calen's breathing now belonged to one body again. "Ask me after the aftershock," she said. Chapter 14. Aftershock. The first morning after the return did not look like victory in either world. In echo, victory would have required a clean body, a cleared rack, a report no one needed to falsify, and a council already choosing which public language could survive daylight. Instead, the damaged housing still pulsed behind reinforced glass under black review. The side lanes remained split by interim authority bands, and the old monitor in Sync 3 kept printing the same indecent fact over and over. Dr. Calen had returned to his original body without giving the room anything like a settled person to govern. In the parallel apartment, victory would have required privacy. It would have required Liora still asleep elsewhere, the municipal panel dark, the district lane delayed beyond morning, and the body returned to Cal without residue. Instead, the house held the exact opposite arrangement. One father restored enough to stand in his own kitchen, one old presence not gone cleanly enough to call the event finished, and one daylight visit moving closer through civic care channels, polite enough to knock before changing a family. She stood at the Sync 3 glass and watched Calen open his eyes to the room he had left. It took longer than anyone on the bay liked. Not because the body resisted waking, because waking itself had become an argument between systems. The old monitor gave them pulse, respiration, blood oxygen, cortical organization narrowing by degrees towards something more legible. Orson Hale had arrived before dawn and taken over the nearest part of the medical lane, with the exhausted authority of a man who knew the room had already committed several things medicine would later be asked to describe as unavoidable. Merck did not stand close to the bed. He stood close to the copied rack state instead, where the surviving pulse in Aluan's housing still held its damaged rhythm. Sevra had two slates open now, one for sealed chain, one for the private sequence she still refused to call leverage even while preserving it exactly that way. Lendre had not yet come down in person, which meant he was either buying time in the council tower or using it. Calen's eyes opened. Not wide, not with cinematic recognition. They opened the way any injured person's eyes opened after too much system pressure, slowly, with the room arriving before trust did. Orson leaned in at once. Track the light. A pen light crossed from left to right. The pupils answered, slow but real. Good, Orson said. Stay where you are. Calen's mouth worked once before sound arrived. Not much choice. The voice was his. Sevra did not know until then how badly she had needed that particular cruelty. Merck looked up from the copied rack state and stared openly. Sierra marked the time. Orson did not indulge the room with relief. He checked hand response, asked for finger pressure, watched the delayed but usable return, and only then let anyone else come closer. Sevra went to the bay. Calen's face looked older in recovery than it ever had in the chamber. He looked like a man who had survived being translated badly and still had not decided whether the language that brought him back had done him a kindness. "You're here," she said. He gave the smallest visible answer with one corner of the mouth. "Apparently. That is not how I'd phrase it," Merck said. Sevra turned on him at once. "Then don't." Calen's eyes moved toward Merck, then toward the partition glass beyond which the damaged housing still pulsed. His gaze stayed there longer than the room liked. "How much stayed?" he asked. No one pretended to misunderstand. Merck answered because of course he did. Enough to keep the housing active, not enough to call the event singular, not little enough to make the legal language merciful. Orson said that was not a medical answer, it was the useful one. Orson ignored him and looked back at Calen. "Do you know your name?" "Yes." "Do you know where you are?" "Echo, Sync 3 under occupation." The last part was not medical either. It was, however, correct. Orson asked the sequence questions anyway: date, project, last remembered point before the breach. Calen answered with the precision of a man still trying to prove that precision remained his to use. When Orson asked what he recalled of the return event itself, the answers became slower. "Bridge array," he said. "Merck's illegal assembly, consent line on the display, house traces crossing the route, then pressure." Then he stopped. The room leaned toward the silence. "Then what?" Orson asked. Calen looked at Sevra instead of the doctor. Then the machine stopped being the worst thing in it. And no one said Eluan's name. No one had to. The copied rack state flared once across Merck's side console. All of them looked. The surviving pulse in the housing had tightened and then released, not in answer to any prompt but in coincidence close enough to poison comfort. Sierra said, "Same second." Calen closed his eyes once and reopened them. Of course. That was when Lendre entered. He came alone this time, which was not courtesy. It was appetite under discipline. No legal observer, no security shadow in the doorway. Only a dark coat, bare fingertips, and the calm face of a man who had already chosen what shape the room ought to become in history. He took in the opened eyes, the active monitor, the copied rack pulse, and the fact that he had arrived too late to be first witness to recovery. "Dr. Veyer," he said, "it appears the return did not kill you." Calen looked at him from the bay and said, "Your disappointment remains a useful diagnostic." Merck made a sound too close to laughter. Sevra did not look at him. Lendre stepped nearer the bed. "Can you identify what remains in the rack? Not from this side of the glass. Can you identify what remains in you?" That question changed the room harder than any monitor did. Orson said, "Not yet." Lendre ignored him. Calen looked from the legal man to the damaged housing and back again. "Enough not to answer that under your categories. There are no other categories available. That has been your favorite lie since the atrium." Sierra's stylus moved once. She had stopped pretending not to record every wound that arrived dressed as dialogue. Lendre rested one hand lightly on the rail at the bay foot. "Then I will say it more plainly. Are you singular?" Calen's answer did not come at once, not because he did not understand, because everyone in the room understood too well. "I am present," he said. "That is not the question. It is the answer you've earned." The copied rack state pulsed again. Merck did not look away from it this time. "It's reacting to the room, not the wording alone." Lendre said, "Everything now is the room." Sevra cut in before the exchange could close into one more legal trap. "He has just returned through a split event under damaged bridge conditions. You will get no binding identity statement from this bed until medicine and technical review both agree he can give one without coercion." Lendre turned to her. "Coercion has already occurred. We are arguing only about who is allowed to describe it." That was true enough to make even truth feel contaminated. Calen looked at the housing again. What did it say after? Merck finally faced him fully, enough to stop anyone reasonable from calling the event clean. "No oracle language," Sevra said at once. "That was not oracle language." "No," Sierra said. "It was residue." Lendre heard that and kept it. The next word arrived anyway, residue. Calen understood the danger immediately. "Don't use that in the council room." "Why not?" "Because then they stop asking who remains and start asking what may still be extracted." The room went very still around him. Merck said, softly enough not to look like agreement, "He's right." Lendre did not answer for a long second. Then, "You will give me a statement before midday." Calen looked at him from the bed, pale and not remotely safe, and said, "No." Not loud, not theatrical, more dangerous than both. Lendre's face did not harden, it refined. "Then I will obtain one by route rather than by courtesy." He left without another word. The room exhaled only after the door sealed. Orson said, "He intends to interrogate the rack." Merck answered, "He intends to interrogate whatever can still be made to answer." Sevra looked at Calen. "Can you sit?" He tried too early, and the room watched the cost of it move through the returned body in an ugly wave. The arm bracing too late, the jaw tightening, the breath breaking once at the midpoint before Orson and Sevra got hands to him and guided him upright. The shame in him arrived faster than the pain. "Don't," Sevra said, reading it before he hit it properly. He looked at her. Don't what? Turn weakness into self-disgust before we've even established which parts are yours again. Merk looked back to the coped rack state and said, that process may be shorter than you think. Sevra turned on him. Leave if you can't stop feeding the room. He did not leave. He rarely did when leaving would have made him less central. Calen sat with both feet on the floor and the monitor lead still on his skin. He looked less like a returned director than like a man borrowing his own body under supervision. The old violence of his certainty had not come back with him. Something in the return had burned that out and left only function. What happened at the house? He asked. That question went through Sevra before anyone else answered. Of course that would be one of the first things he asked. Not the council, not the report. The house. The life he had invaded, the family now left holding a man half-returned and not cleanly empty of what had moved through him. Sierra said, we only know what the route gave and what the return left visible. Calen understood the shape of that answer. Then tell me the visible part. Sevra did. District Care had the house on daylight watch. The city had not yet escalated past courtesy because Terran Saul had used the right care language in the right places. Liora had slept elsewhere. Amel had held the household line instead of surrendering it to civic procedure. The return had restored Cal to primary occupancy enough to break the bridge event, but not enough to erase the presence that had spoken through the house in legal language and refusal. The machine side still held Iluan in damaged form. The body side had returned Calen. The remainder sat somewhere neither world yet knew how to place. Calen listened without interrupting. When she finished, he said, then the return did what the room wanted most and least. Which is? Sierra asked. It separated the immediately useful claimants. Merk looked up and left the expensive one behind. No one corrected him. The housing pulsed again. This time Calen flinched before hiding it. Small material the room saw. Sevra said, you can still feel it. He answered after the only delay that mattered. Yes. Orson asked, pain. No. Then what? Calen kept his eyes on the glass. Relation. That was worse. The apartment received Cal like a man who had survived surgery and returned carrying a witness. Amel let him in. She did not touch him first. That was how he knew at once that nothing had gone back to ordinary, no matter how much of his own body now answered him before the others. The house recognized his gait, his face, his hand against the entry panel. The municipal seam stayed white instead of amber under the district hold Terran had arranged. The kitchen still smelled faintly of cooled tea, citrus filter dust, and the breakfast that had happened before the bridge took the morning open. Liora's overnight bag was gone from beside the bench. The silver clip was gone too. Nessa's house, then. Amel stood by the table with one hand on the back of a chair. He had forgotten how much it cost to be looked at by someone who knew you're ordinary. Not the public version, not the council version, the one built out of where you leave the ring at night, which mug you choose without choosing. What part of a child's cough changes your breathing first? Is it you? She asked. No performance, no greeting, the real threshold question. Cal heard the traps inside it and answered badly anyway. Mostly. Her face changed, not relief, injury refined into method. Then say more. He looked at the cup still on the counter, the folded blanket in the study alcove, the slate with the two-column house rules still resting dark beside the fruit bowl. Unknown remained written there in Amel's hand. The old presence had not left cleanly. He could feel that from the inside now with a clarity he had not possessed before the return. Iluan no longer sat in the mouth or the muscles the way he had during the siege nights. But he had not vanished. He remained as remainder, pressure, old architecture still touching interpretation from deeper down than speech. I am me enough to know what happened here. Cal said. That is not more. He nodded once. Fair. I am me in the child lane in the house lane in the first response. He looked at her, not alone in the long view. That hurt her because it was precise and insufficient at once. Amel did not move from the chair back. Can he speak now? Not like before. Can he act? Yes. How much? I don't know yet. Amel let out one breath and sat. Only then did he notice how tired she looked. Liora is at school, she said. Nessa's mother has the truthful version reduced to the amount required to keep a child elsewhere if the district calls before pickup. He almost smiled at the phrase truthful version reduced. That would have hurt them both, so he did not. Amel watched his face and saw the near mistake. Don't. He nodded again. The house did not relax around him. It recalibrated. That was worse and also deserved. He moved toward the sink because the body still knew the route, and because stillness now looked too much like testing. At the cabinet he stopped. The green inhaler cartridge sat where she had left it after last night. The body recognized it first, then the memory behind it arrived full enough to make him grip the counter edge. Liora leaning and fighting air. The count. The wrong father in the room. Amel obeying instructions from a mouth she no longer trusted because sequence mattered more than metaphysics when a child needed breath. Cal closed his eyes once. Amel heard the change in his breathing. What? The count? Yes. I knew it before I knew why. That was the point. He turned. You sound like the lab. No, she said. The lab sounds like a room that gets to stop when the result offends it. That landed. He went to the table and sat opposite her. For a while neither of them tried to improve the room with language. Then Amel said, there is one thing I need before Liora comes home. He waited. When she looks at you, I need to know whether she is looking at one father carrying residue or one body still under argument. There was no merciful way to answer. Cal said, one father carrying residue. Amel looked at him for a long time. How sure? Not enough to make promises to the city. Enough to make them to her if I keep them small. The old presence moved faintly under that sentence, not in protest, only in the cool way old thought made itself known when the room pretended it had disappeared. Amel saw him feel it. So not gone. No. Good, she said. He stared at her. Good, yes. I do not want to discover later that the thing that spoke law through my kitchen has merely learned better manners. The municipal panel brightened once and held. District Care Observer, midday status confirmation requested. Amel looked at it and then at him. There. Start with small promises. He stood because this part at least still belonged to him. The hand that reached the panel was his. The refusal not to let the house become a free civic route again was his. The older presence did not try to use the wall. It only watched. Cal keyed the response. House stable. Child offsite until afternoon. Follow-up in person only. The panel held the line, accepted it, and went dark. Amel watched him closely through the whole exchange. When it was done, she said, again. He looked at her. The small promise, she said, not to the panel, to me. Cal knew then how much of fatherhood would have to be rebuilt under witness. I will not let the city meet the remainder before I do. The old presence stirred once at the noun and did not contest it. Amel accepted the sentence only provisionally. That was right, too. From down the hall, the house clock shifted to the school return band. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk by evening. The council had 3 working descriptions for what remained and trusted none of them. Residual claimant, distributed cognition residue, post-return interpretive remainder. Temur hated all 3, which was the most reassuring fact left in governance. She sat in the secure chamber with Lendre, Kiang, Duval, and Rangi, while the side wall carried 2 live feeds without audio. The damaged housing and echo and the silent legal band corridor outside Dr. Cal Veyer's apartment. No home entry had been authorized. That had not stopped the state from learning how to watch a door. Temur said, tell me which phrase does the least damage if forced into daylight tomorrow. No such phrase exists, Duval said. Kiang answered at the same time. Residual claimant, Rangi winced. That sounds like a person turned into contamination. That is because the room still contains both possibilities, Lendre said. Temur looked at him. You are enjoying the nouns. I am surviving them. Duval said the return separated one crisis and made the other more legible. That is not resolution. It is merely administrative relief. Kiang folded his hands. Administrative relief prevents panic. It also writes panic forward in cleaner language. Rangi had been silent too long for comfort. Temur turned toward her. You have the public brief scaffold. Say it. Rangi looked at the two silent feeds, then down at the notes in her hand. An unauthorized continuity research event produced severe systems irregularity and one medically unstable return subject under sealed review. Duval closed her eyes once. Temur said, keep going. Public safety is not presently at risk. Civic follow-up remains precautionary. The Council is reviewing governance implications around advanced memory interface practice. Kiang nodded at the public safety line. Lendre did not. Temur asked, and what disappears under that? Rangi answered too honestly. The family, the consent failure, the remainder, the fact that the machine now answers legal language back at us. No, Duval said, good. Keep that instinct and hide it only when required. Lendre looked at Temur. We need controlled daylight before rumor invents monstrosity. Temur turned to the live feed from Echo, and we need a room down there that stops making each new hour easier to weaponize. As if the lab had heard her, the damaged housing pulse tightened once on the wall feed. Then a new line appeared on the maintenance skin beside it. Not all returns reduce the count. The chamber went silent. Kiang said, how in God's name is that room still writing? Lendre did not answer because there was no answer left that kept him authoritative. Duval looked at the line and then at the apartment feed where the legal band corridor remained empty, patient, indecent.